Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 55th Head of the Charles. I'd like to introduce you to Anne Flynn Terrell from Denver, Colorado. Those of you that watch every year will remember that Anne has sung the national anthem for us in the past. Before she sings today, I'd like to ask her a quick question. Anne, what does
of aspiration and tradition. There's so many things that are so short-lived in this society, in this digital world right now, that it's lovely to have something to come to year after year, and that has been here for so long before, and that will be here for so long after.
That's a great answer. So now let's have the national anthem. So if everybody can be upstanding, I'll invite Anne to sing for us. Thank you.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you. Thank you.
I'll find the. Will I read this?
Well, good morning, everybody. This is Jerry Murphy up on the Cambridge Boat Club roof, and I'm up here with Julie, my capable assistant, who's not my assistant at all. She's my boss. It's the Julie and Jerry show once more. And number one event coming up is the men's senior veteran singles for men over 70, 1 and 2, over 70 and over 80. The Wade Trophy, course record is 19 minutes, 50 seconds, .376 by Richard Kendall at age 80 from the College Boat Club in 2010. We've got 41 competitors on the course right now. And coming off, we're looking at Tom Bishop of London's Quinton Boat Club will be leading the field, trying for a hat trick. Here he is coming around the bend here. And we spot, is that number one? Julie, can you see?
Yeah, this is number one.
That is Bob number
Jerry,
one.
this is Tom Bishop.
That is Tom Bishop coming into view now.
All right, so Tom won this division last year and is aiming to see if he can hold on to this title.
And behind him is Jim Dietz. Long time, he's a newcomer to this event, having just graduated into it. And Jim is a 7-time winner of the championship singles on this course. Knows it quite well.
So yeah, Jerry, we often see as these competitors who've been rowing for many years, they row a really nice line into the Elliott Bridge. So they know the course really well.
Absolutely
and you can
perfect.
see this now with Tom as he comes into the Elliott Bridge here. Rowing very smoothly.
Jim is holding his own. The spacing looks pretty good. He's got to pick up a little bit of room on Tom in this last half mile. They're about where they started, I expect.
And both of these have opened up quite a gap on our third competitor, which would be Bob Spouster from Occoquan. We still have to see him appear here at Elliott Bridge. As we see Jim now head under the Elliott Bridge, heading down towards the turn and the finish line. And as we now watch, we can see a view of the Cambridge dock here, Jerry. With people now boating for the next few races. We have some very capable dock control here, help to keep this really seamless on the dock.
Okay, this is Spouster number 3. Now coming up into the entering into the Elliott turn now is Bob Spouster number 3. Occoquan Boat Club.
Boat 4 is behind you coming around the turn.
Wow, Dietz and Bishop have really opened up a little room on the field here. Bob's holding his own.
There is no 6 is the last previous one to come around.
Is that 4 behind him?
What did you say about the next one?
Number 6 is past number 5.
Okay.
All right, so this is Bob now rowing into the Elliott Bridge here.
So
Okay, and it looks like Don Besser coming up, number 6, is gotten by Jeff Gatwick, number 5. Jeff Gatwick is a longtime competitor here as well.
And here we have number 4 coming in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. This is Bob Gullett from Upper Thames Rowing Club. So our first international competitor of the day. Oh no, our second international competitor of the day. Sorry.
Yep.
Bob
He's being
finished.
pressed hard by
Bob finished
number
third
6.
last year.
Being pressed hard by Don Besser, number 6. Who has just gotten by number 5.
So Don Besser first started rowing when his son was on the Brown crew in 1997, and frequently rows on Ocean Shell off of Manchester in Massachusetts. Behind him, is bow number 5.
That is not
Sorry,
Bob
that's
Lee.
bow number 5. That's Jeffrey Gratwick
That's Jeffrey Gatwick, okay.
from Maine Rowing Association. Just heading into the bridge now. We have number 7.
12.
Number 7 is Brian Tucker from Berkeley Rowing over in California
7, 8,
in the white shell.
7, 8, 12.
and then 12.
Then here,
8 and 12.
then number 8, just heading a little wide into the bridge, that's Chuck Cuck from Vero Beach Rowing in Florida.
Chuck's going to take the near arch, it looks like. Taking the near arch is a legal move, but it's a long way around. Because you have to really steer around the Belmont Hill dock on the other side of the bridge.
That's right, and you can see him taking that turn now. You really do have to pull it hard round to get back on the line because of the buoys that are just under the bridge.
And here's Cambridge's own, Cambridge Boat Club's own Bob Lee, number 12, having moved up on a number of boats,
9 and 10.
taking a perfect line. Bob came to rowing very late in life. He's only been rowing about 4 or 5 years, Julie. He does a great job. He's also very good on vegetation management up around the turns.
9, 10.
And 9 and 10.
So 9 is our very own Henry Hamilton from Cambridge Boat Club. Henry has won his single event 6 times here. You can see him taking a very nice line into the Elliott Bridge here. That's number 9, Henry Hamilton.
Henry's a great competitor. Rose up in Vermont. Has
Here
a
now
little
you
sculling
can see
school up in Vermont.
Coming round the corner,
11, 13.
we have number 10.
Eric
This is
Danneman.
Eric Danneman from
Yep.
New Haven in Connecticut.
11, 13.
You can see him now on the screen going into the bridge. And he's followed now by number 11. That's Robert Baker from West Side Rowing Club in New York.
And then Cambridge's own Carlo Zetza, number 13. Carlo could row this course backwards. Wait a minute, they are rowing backwards. Carlo is a phenomenal competitor.
He is. He's a 9 times winner who started rowing at the age of 14.
I wish he could hear us saying nice things about him, but he's got very hard of hearing.
Yeah, Carlo and his wife Margarita, who you'll see in the next race, participate all over the world in many races. And I think in 2018 he said he participated in 54 head races across the United States and Europe.
Yes, I think they retired the Silver Skiff Trophy for him after he won it 5 times in a row.
Yeah, that's right.
14.
Here we have number 14 in the yellow boat. This is Clint Spooner from Occoquan.
16 going around the outside of 15.
You can see him now just going into the Elliott Bridge,
to your
just
left.
correcting his steering as he goes in to make sure he gets a good line coming out the other side.
16 passing 15, 15 in high bills.
Well, that's Ben Jones, yeah.
All right, now we have here number 16. This is Ben Jones passing number 15. That's Bob Hecox who is unaffiliated from Washington.
Yeah, Ben has won this race a number of times himself. And I think is he rowing in the over 80 class for the first time this year? I think. Pretty close to it. Ben has also been instrumental in all of his work on behalf of Cambridge Boat Club. As an architect, he was the man who oversaw the construction of the addition to the club, and he's been incredibly helpful in all things.
17, 18.
You can see them just adjusting their steering as they go into the bridge. It's the rules to give way to the faster competitor, and so if somebody is coming up on the line and you're on the line, it's required that you move to the side, and you just saw that happen. Here we have number 17, that's Bart Pasternak from Sagatuck, who has just passed.
No, he's just ahead of number 18.
Oh, just ahead of number 18. That's Jonathan Warburg
Jonathan
from
Warburg,
Union.
he's pushing him hard.
Local guy.
Warburg, I'd say, has got the better line through the turn. Coming through this turn, this can be several boat lengths depending on how well you take it and how well your line lines up. Especially, people don't realize coming out of the Elliott Bridge, if you don't get right over to the shore again, you're giving up an awful lot of space.
Yeah, so Jonathan
28 is
Warburg
next.
became addicted to sculling and joined Union in the 90s, so he's been rowing here for a while.
Big jump to number 28.
Oh, yeah, big jump here to number 28. Number 28, that's Daryl Roydenhill from Vespa Boat Club in Philadelphia. And he's passed quite a number of people on the field. You can see him now passing number 21. Number 21 is Henry Sears from Union Boat Club.
20 in green shirt on the outside.
Here we're just following Daryl into the bridge.
21 was just gotten by.
Yeah, so Henry. Yeah, so Henry's here, as you can see now, just coming in front of the bridge, and coming. He's just past number 20. That's Avram Gold from the Carolina Masters crew in the green jersey.
And you can see Henry with his Union Boat Club blades has definitely got the home course advantage here. He's right on the buoys.
Yeah, I would say number 20 is following a pretty good line too. It's really good when the person in front has a good line and you can follow it, or the person behind.
Go with him, yeah.
And he's just now going into the bridge there. Right in front of the boathouse now, we have number 27. Number 27 is Christian Schmidt from Maine Rowing Association.
Oh boy, that's nice.
And then, yeah, we have quite a few coming round the corner. This is number 22 in front. Number 22 is Christopher Collins from Rivanna Rowing Club in Virginia.
Christopher Collins is also a multi-time winner of this event, and you can see why. Look at that line he's got. He is right on the buoys coming up. He'll come off the buoys now, slowly make his way, cross through the center of the bridge, and be perfectly positioned on the next turn.
That's right, Jerry. So Christopher has won 7 golds in singles and 4 golds in mixed doubles in the last 20 years. So that's a regular competitor. So right now in the white shell passing in front of the boathouse, this is boat number 23. This is Hugh Scott from Community Rowing, so another local.
I was kind of surprised what a wide turn Hugh took there. Gave up quite a bit of distance on that.
Yeah, so Hugh Scott just going into the bridge is, this is his 20th head of the Charles. We have two boats pretty close here to giving way.
That's number 32.
This is number 32 in front. This is Pearden Donaghy from Green Mountain Rowing Club, who is just passing boat number 24,
which is Richard Green.
Which is Richard Green from Narragansett.
25 is next, I guess.
Okay, 25.
Sorry, what was that?
25, 33, and on the outside is 29.
All right, now panning to the high vis, that's Ken Iskall from Maritime in the yellow boat.
Boy, you know, I've been preaching the high vis rowing necessity, and it's really amazing how well you can see pick up these rowers against a dark background.
Yeah, so Ken Iskall is rows year round at Maritime, summers in Martha's Vineyard, and winters in Florida, where he's the owner of the Florida Rowing Center. Now you can see 3 boats coming around the corner here. That's boat number 33, that's Red Sergeant.
Red Sergeant, doing very well,
29.
moving up on the field considerably. The sergeants from Fairmount are very famous in Masters rowing circles.
All right.
29.
And on the outside here, we've got Wallace Murfitt from Bear Island over in California. So just taking the course a little bit wider here.
And then again, right on the buoys.
And then right on the buoys. Local advantage is
number 30.
bow number 30. That's John Bourne from the Cambridge Boat Club.
Past president of the Cambridge Boat Club.
Absolutely.
34, 35, 41.
Can't hear.
All right, nice lineup now coming round the corner.
Am I not yelling enough?
The first of these is number 34. This is Charlie Blessing, unaffiliated from New Jersey. And following swiftly behind him is...
Is that one on too?
Is, I think, bow number... Who's in the red boat?
35.
Bow number 35.
Oh, that's Bill.
That's Bill Barrett, of course, from
Bill Barrett
Cambridge
from
Boat Club. And behind him is bow number 40. That's Patrick Walsh from Rio Salado.
Rio Salado is out in the middle of the desert in Tempe, Arizona. They've done a wonderful job out there. They built a rowing course out of a ditch, and it's just fabulous. And it just goes to show the power of rowing is that they've developed offices and other events all around the rowing venue.
So on your screen now, you can see 5 boats, 6 boats coming around the corner. And the first of these is bow number 28.
So
Sorry.
you have control of the local audio here.
That's
So
Edward
we
Zerdy
have
from
the
Maritime
audio that we're
in the white shell, just heading
issue
into
is
the
that
into the
speakers here are
bridge.
low, and the guys race, we're running in front here. So we don't have access to turn the local speakers on. Okay. That's good.
Right in front of us now is bow number 33. Oh, sorry, bow number 31. That's Edward Englander from Newton, Massachusetts. You can see him in the white shell with the white top just heading into the bridge.
Ed was a rower at Signet Rowing up on the snaky part of the Charles.
All right, here we have bow number 19 in the yellow boat. This is Lloyd Damon from Union Boat Club, followed by bow number 40, bow number
41.
bow number
40.
40. It's Patrick Walsh from Your Salado. I think we made a mistake earlier, so
And it's Richard Kent.
apologies for that.
Richard,
Right in
Deneufville.
front now we have bow number 26,
Richard Deneufville.
Richard Deneufville from Cambridge. Again, you can see the high-vis here, bow number 37, Alan McLennan from Cape Cod Masters.
Lloyd Damon is a competitor in many fields. He competed in the Peking to Paris vintage car rally a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was an ordeal all the way across Asia, across Europe, and landing in Paris in his 1949 Cadillac. It was
Wow,
great.
that's impressive.
Beautiful. Then he liked it so much he did one from down to Tierra del Fuego.
Oh, wow, okay. It's a good hobby.
39.
Yep, just on your screen now and coming around the corner in the pink top in the yellow boat is bow number 39, Nicholas O'Connor from the Union Boat Club.
Nick is also a surgeon at the Mass General Hospital. And quite a Renaissance man. That's interesting. They don't have anybody here from the South.
We're, we're splitting the feed, so it's the same length.
So as we wait now for the remaining competitors in this race, the early finish times are coming through on the live feed, and it looks as though Tom may have held on to the lead in a time of 21:46, but still too early to tell.
We had a couple of people really picking up some space on this race, and it was exciting to watch.
It was, Jerry. It looks as though number 6, Donald Besser, might have picked up some time. He's currently sitting in, looks like 4th place.
Oh, I thought he was doing better than that. But, you know, when you're having to pass people, you really, it costs you time and effort to get by people on this course. And it's a real disadvantage if you're a fast rower starting in the back of the pack.
Yeah, that's right. At the moment, we only have timing for the the first half a dozen competitors. So we'll bring you the latest in just a few minutes.
When we come up on the younger veteran men, Tom Darling will be leading off at number 1. And when Tom turned 40, he rode the single because he hadn't been rowing a single; he'd been rowing in a quad, in a quad.
So now it looks as though we have the first woman on the course from our next race, because if I can tell from here, I recognize Margarita's rowing. So in this event, the women's veteran 1-2 singles, 60 to 69, they'll compete for veteran gold, while women ages 65 to 69 will compete for veteran 2 glory. Margarita here is here to defend her veteran 1 title at bow 1. Cynthia Cole, who finished second last year, will be back in bow 2, and doesn't look as though she's gained any time on Margarita here. Margarita is stomping past the
appears to be all alone.
yeah, she does appear to be all alone.
It's lonely at the top, Margarita.
Go, Margarita.
What a performance. Marvelous.
Beautiful rowing, and as you can tell, she's rowed this course a few times and has the line perfectly into the bridge.
Here comes number 2. No, number 4. Number 4. Wow.
All right, so we have obviously a little bit of an upset here coming around the corner. This is bow number 4, Roseanne Kershoff from Detroit, the Masters World Champion at the 28 Masters World Championships. Yeah, we now see 1 or 2 people coming around the corner. That's you can see bow number 4.
2 and 3.
And then bows number 2 and 3. So this has obviously been a tough race down the course. Bow number 2 is Cynthia Cole from Washington. And bow number 3 is Elizabeth Rund from Martha's Moms.
From Seattle, yeah. So you can see the cost to Roseanne of getting around those boats. She passed them earlier in the turn and had to be out a couple of spans wider all the way through the radius of that Elliott turn than she otherwise would be. But now she's got clean sailing all the way to the finish. Whether she can catch Margarita, I don't think so, but she's in
She's gonna give
great
it a try.
position. She's giving it her best. There's some very good racing here.
And these guys, these guys must have kept this space all the way down the course. I would say number 3 has just gained a little bit on number 2.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, so Elizabeth has gained a little bit on Cynthia.
Very good.
But they've also opened the field a little bit. You know, we can just about see the next competitor just coming round the bend.
Hey, Charlie, how are you?
That's a beautiful shot under the bridge. But here on the bend, you can see the next competitor just appearing. This is bow number 5. This is Paula Mayer from GMS Rowing in New Milford, Connecticut. A little bit about Paula. Paula's a sports dietitian. She's rowed in just about every boat class at the head of the Charles, beginning with an 8 in 1995. She won gold in a 4 in 97, 99. Their crew held course record for 11 years. That's impressive. They row the quad for the Beat the Cancer Boat Club. So you'll see them tomorrow, rowing for cancer awareness as well as in her single. And she looks forward to this event and volunteering. So she volunteers for backup timing, and this will be her 12th year of doing that.
Got some wonderful close rowing coming up now.
We do. So as Paula goes past here, we now have bow number 9. That's Catherine Widgery from Riverside.
Catherine is a phenomenal artist. She's got major works, installations all over the world in public spaces.
That's right.
She came, again, a woman who came to rowing quite late in her life, and she just took to it like a duck to a boat.
That's right. And now in this group here,
8.
we have bow number 8, Alison Sanders Fleming, who is on the buoy line in the blue boat. Outside of her is bow number 7. That's Cass Young from Bayak. And behind them, bow number 6. So they passed bow number 6, Victoria Bielas from Bayak in Redwood City. So 2 Bayak rowers together here. Right, you can see now on the screen bow number 7, rowing into the bridge. That's Cass Young.
And leaving the dock.
That's right, leaving the dock is Greg Benning.
9 times champion in a row, 19 times champion, I think, altogether. Greg is past president of the Cambridge Boat Club, also representative on U.S. Rowing, a board member.
That's right, and we're excited to see whether he can hold his title today. So that's Greg Benning heading off for his warm-up for his race that will come down in about 30 minutes. So scanning back to the race here, we have bow number 11. That's Marilyn Call from Vespa. So Marilyn currently rows out of Vespa in Philly. She's participating in the Masters Nationals at Grand Rapids, Michigan, or participated in the Masters Nationals, and the FISA Masters Worlds in Budapest. So this is her second attempt in this race. And she just heads into the bridge. This is bow number 10. This is Lynn Krahulek from, and I apologize for the pronunciation, from Ridley Graduate in Canada, Ontario, Canada. As Lynn goes into the bridge there. Here we have bow number 13. This is Patrice Glover from Swan Creek. Swan Creek in New Jersey, again in the high vis, and she's followed by bow number 12. So she rows into the bridge here. Again, Jerry, you can see the high vis. It makes it really clear on the screen.
Makes it clear against the background of the shore in particular. It's very important.
That's right. Taking a little bit of a wider course here is bow number 12. This is Deborah Shute from Narragansett, who started rowing at the age of 46, which is really impressive. Thanks to Rob Lowe in Oxford Blues, so inspired by the media.
Gail Brownell.
All right, here we have, so she's just gone a little wide, and so he's having to make an adjustment here for the to get through the center arch on the bridge. She opted not to take the outside arch and had to make that adjustment. You can see now bow number 16 just going into the bridge. This is Gail Brownell from Vashon Island. She's made up some time.
Very often, Julie, if a boat is heading for the outside arch, we think of it as the wrong arch. It's not the wrong arch. It's just not the preferred arch. And it's often, it's not the ideal arch, but it's often preferable to just take it rather than try to correct. Make your correction, keep your speed up.
Because if you slow down, that's right, you lose all your speed.
Well, not only that, you come out into the middle and interfere with someone.
That's right. Here we have bow number 14. This is Liz Marshall from Upper Valley Rowing. So Liz has been rowing for over 40 years. And we've seen her here on and off since 1978. So that's a
terrific competitor.
Amazing
and a member
competitor.
of Cambridge Boat Club as well.
Absolutely, that's right. Here we have a nice group of 3 coming around the corner.
And 22 pushing from behind.
This is
Susan Michaels.
This is Susan Michaels from 612 Endurance in Minneapolis. It's bow number 19.
Just gotten by Michelle.
She's just gotten by Michelle Murray from Long Beach.
And working very hard to hold off Laurie DeVitt.
Yeah, and working very hard to hold off Laurie DeVitt from Maritime Rowing.
Laurie, you'll note, is several numbers higher, so she started way back. So she, whether she passes these women or not, she's got a better time than they have at this point. And she's also rowing a perfect course.
Yeah, and you can see her.
Good rowing on all 3 rowers here.
That's
very
right.
good job.
Very experienced. So she's been sculling for 19 years and has rowed the head of the Charles in both a single and a double.
No, there was an unnecessary correction, I think. But okay, now
See them
30.
under the bridge.
30, a big jump ahead to number 30. Look
As
at
we
this.
pan back now, yeah, this is number 30. So having climbed up the
Leslie
climbed up
Krichko.
the field, this is
Leslie Krichko has made up a lot of time on the field, jumped about 8 numbers from her starting position. That's a lot of passing to do, Julie. That is very difficult on this snaky course.
It's really hard to start at the back of the field and to pass so many people. In the red boat here, we've got bow number 24. So this is one of the people that she passed. This is Karen Simmons from GMS Rowing in Connecticut.
What a performance, though. Wow. Leslie is right out there.
That's right.
Great job.
So so we do a lot of cross training for rowing, and Leslie is 2 times U.S. Olympic champion for Nordic skiing. Nordic skiing being one of the preferred cross training methods for rowing. You can see a group coming around the corner now. A group of 4, actually 6 now.
15.
In front of these, this is bow number 15. This is Marsha Hooper from the Cambridge Boat Club.
and the head of the Charles board. And she's also
Yep. She's the chair of U.S. Rowing and founding mother of the Browns women's crew. She's here. You can see on the outside she's being passed on the inside now by bow number 25 in the black boat, black or blue boat. That is Sally Sentner from 612 Endurance in Minneapolis.
neck to neck going through.
Yeah, neck to neck going through the bridge.
29.
You can see the competition pushing through the bridge. The bridge is always a good place to push off from.
Karen Purcell now going under the bridge has just gotten by another boat. Karen doing a great job steering, getting by Helen Otis from Union. Helen's been rowing here for a long time. Terrific.
This is bow number 28. 28. This is Patty Pinkerton from Gold River, California.
And 27 is our own Sarah Hall.
That's right, in the blue boat.
Sarah Hall, living in Colorado now, Cambridge Boat Club member. Go Sarah. Former head of the rowing committee here at Cambridge.
And now heading into the bridge is bow number 21. This is Lynellen Long from Vesta, a London rower, who's rowed the head of the Charles of the first 2 years of the founding Williams women's crew team. And now she's rowing this in a single.
Okay.
We see our group of three here heading around the corner in the bright pink and in the front. This is
Nancy Yanuzzi, I think. Yeah, that's our own Nancy Yanuzzi.
right. This is, yeah, that's right. This is Nancy Yanuzzi. This is our club manager in the pink and the red boat.
Nancy is so devoted to the Charles River, she lives on a motorboat down in the basin. It's a tough commute to come all the way up here by boat or bicycle. Oh, Nancy.
All right, and this in the red boat is bow number 33. This is Ann Wopat from Lake Union. First time rowing a single at the head of the Charles. She rowed a memorable mixed double row last year, which inspired her to bring out her single this year.
Okay.
Right in front of the bridge now, right in front of the Cambridge Boathouse now is bow number 20, Lisa Fischetti from Carnegie Lake. This is her birthday weekend, so happy birthday, Lisa. All right, this is bow number 31. This is Ann Warner from CRI in Brighton, silver medalist in the 1976 Olympic Women's 8, and a member of the 1980 Olympic team and 3 other national teams. The first female Olympian of Yale University. So just heading into the bridge there.
Ann was a member of the Red Rose crew, if you've seen that
that's
book.
right. Bow number 34 here. This is Molly Tyson from Duxbury Bay Maritime School in her first head of the Charles Regatta. All right, possibly, I was going to say our last competitor, but I'm not so sure. This is number 32. This is Diane DeLuca from Lansing in Michigan.
She came back. Check them. We got one more.
All right, so on the screen now, Diane began rowing at Michigan State Club program, competing in regional races. She continued rowing after college in Philadelphia. And today, she's a volunteer coach at Michigan State. Yeah, I think so. All right, so we can see that the top time is still Margarita Zeza, who completed this in, the last split was 18:14.
No, finish time.
Oh, finish time is 18:14.
That's flying.
That's flying. That's an amazing time.
The time right here.
Oh, sorry, that's the time right here. Ignore that. We don't know who this person.
Gotten by Catherine Kemper.
All right, we're on to our next race here. So this is bow number 2. This is Ruth Berenson, who's gotten by Catherine Kemper on the inside. So Ruth Berenson.
And Ruth has just gotten by Catherine Kemper. Catherine has gotten first and second a number of times here. And again, these two are great competitors, rowing a beautiful course under the bridge. Coming out perfectly positioned for the Belmont Hill turn. Look at that easy, angular move across the bridge gets you just in the right spot. Can't see, is that number 3? This is Jill Gardner that we're looking at now, coming into view in the house, in front of the house with her dark clothing on. Jill says it seems only yesterday she raced in the very first women's masters single at the HOCR in 1980.
Time does fly.
They sent the men off first and a couple of women brought up the rear. Times have changed. It's a crowded field now. Congratulations, Jill, and thanks for being back.
So this is the last person from the last race. So
Okay. Okay.
last race.
Okay, Marilyn Fleming coming across with the yellow shirt is from the last event, and she's finishing up now. She's been rowing for 11 years as a nurse educator and certified dementia care specialist.
And she's doing a great job of keeping out of the way of competitor number 4 from the next race.
Absolutely. That would be Janice Stone from Pocock. This is her 19th time racing her single here at the head of the Charles, and clearly she's learned the course. That's a beautiful line she's got.
Around the corner, yellow boat, black jersey, 13.
Okay, this is significant.
Okay.
What the blue boat is doing on shore behind her.
Leah Brewer Vogel from Holland is coming up number 13, has made a significant jump on the field. She's in the yellow boat, just coming around the Elliott turn now, coming into the tight part of the turn as she approaches the Cambridge Boat Club. Now, she's very fast, but does not quite have the optimal line that we've seen on some of the others, but she's rowing a very good course. She's won 6 medals on the World FISA Masters Regatta in Sarasota in 2018. She won the skiff head of the Amstel in March of this past year. She's doing a great job. Give her a hand. This is Leah's first time at the head.
All right.
And she's going to be on the leaderboard, I'm sure, when we see the total come up.
About 5.
All right, so now.
Bow number 5 is Catherine Imboden from Switzerland, from Bern. Catherine is all alone. She's got clean water, doing great.
Next boat just coming around the course, yellow boat, blue jersey, number 11.
Okay.
Catherine, thanks for making the trip.
White boat, black jersey is number 12. 12 is on buoy 1. 12 on buoy 11 out.
Okay.
I'm deaf in my left ear.
Oh. Do you want me to go to that side?
Go ahead, it would be really good. You want to swap?
Sorry, I was talking with the announcers.
So what do we get here? 12 and 11. Here we're seeing some very good sportsmanship. Bow number 11, Ellen Brathwaite from Berkeley has given a little room to Amy Schonstrom from Rocky Mountain. So Amy got the preferred line. Ellen moved over just enough to let her by, and she's jumping right back into place. Ellen rows out of Sausalito at open water rowing, and I've had the pleasure of being hosted out there and had a great time. We did a row out around Alcatraz Island and back.
Yeah,
That was a lot of
I've
fun.
done the same. So Ellen's taken me out in a double
Is it great?
many times. She's an amazing coach and confidence builder.
Oh, she's a wonderful coach,
Yeah,
and she's just a total advocate for the sport, for kids, for adults, for everyone.
White jersey is bow number 7. Behind that white boat, blue jersey, yellow high-vis hat is number 6. Behind that gray boat, purple jersey is 8.
Okay, coming up, number 7, Barbara Green from Narragansett. 5 past winning, head of the Charles in different age categories. And her husband, we saw Dick come by earlier this morning.
Yeah, yeah.
more Narragansett crowds. Barbara is a very fierce competitor at age 79, still out there doing it. And that water down in Narragansett is not the nicest.
No, it's not.
It's nasty.
No, we've raced down there. It can be pretty rough.
Is bow 6 and bow 9.
Okay.
So this is bow 6.
Sorry.
With the high-vis hat is
Okay.
Jane.
With bow 6 is just past president Jane Morse of the Cambridge Boat Club, with her high-vis yellow hat and her blue blades.
So Jane has done a lot for rowing in Cambridge and around Cambridge as president of CRI's board and leading the $15 million capital campaign to build the new boathouse there. So she's been a very, very active participant in rowing here.
Wonderful advocate. And following her is Christopher Corkery, also Cambridge Boat Club. Christopher says thanks and love to her coaches over the years, Gordon Hamilton and Greg Meyer especially.
10.
Upper Valley, Peggy Sadler, another down from Dartmouth. It's a beautiful part of the Connecticut River to row on. If you ever get the chance, it's worth going. It's just a beautiful place to row. Number 9 is Maritime Rowing Club, Mary Ellen Flaherty Ludwig, Nationals Masters in Oak Ridge in 2017, gold in a 4 and silver in a quad. She's been in a dozen Heads of the Charles since 1999.
That might be everybody.
Yeah, that's coming around the corner.
No. I think that wraps it up for event number 3, the women's veteran singles. We're coming up next. The men's veteran singles, 1 and 2, 60 and over. And returning to claim bow number 1 after an impressive win in 2018 from bow number 43. Tom Darling is living proof that bow numbers are no predictor of success at the HOCR. Having bested the veteran 1 field by a comfortable margin in 2018, John Randall, who's bow number 3, is going to have his work cut out for him to beat Darling to the podium. And ever an international event, Ian Luxford of Sunshine Coast in Australia will lead the veteran 2 athletes. He'll need to have an eye out for local sweetheart Greg Stone in bow 5. Joining us from Tokyo, Japan is the international dark horses Katsuhiro Kamoi in bow number 23 and Kenji Mura in bow number 24. They'll both be aiming to gain on the pack. Now, some years ago, 20 years ago, when Tom Darling turned 40 and moved into that category, he hadn't been rowing in the single. He had been competing in the double. And he switched to the single in that age category, and because he hadn't been rowing in it, he had to start at the very back. Again, I think he passed 25 boats to finish first in that event. So Tom knows how to pass and how to row and where the best, most efficient places to pass are. He's just an amazing athlete, great competitor.
You want.
While we're waiting for the next event to keep coming around, I'd like to just say thank you to some of our official sponsors. Bertucci's Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta welcomes you to the 55th Head of the Charles. Be sure to visit the Bertucci's tents located at the Weld Exhibition in Adige Row near the finish line for a freshly baked brick oven pizza, in-store coupons, and a chance to win a $200 Bertucci's gift card. To place your next catering order or to schedule your next reservation today, visit us at bertuccis.com. Oh, and here's one of my favorite ones. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at the Adige Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. And while you're over at Brooks Brothers, check out some of the clothing they've got. They've got some wonderful regatta clothing. These beautiful vests that everyone's got are courtesy of Brooks Brothers. But they've got shirts, jackets, ties, anything you would possibly want is at the Brooks Brothers tent. And by the way, one of our competitors in the last event, Ben Jones, drives an Aston Martin. It's very nice, 1954, I think.
Tom Darling's already been.
So on the course, Tom Darling is on the course, and we are going to see him pretty soon. And he's leading at, what split are we at, Julie? I can't read that.
At the moment.
Oh, he's second at the moment. Who's ahead of him?
Franciscus van der Steen.
Wow. He is, wow. Franciscus van der Steen from Friesland in the Netherlands is leading the pack at the first split. We'll see how they look when they come by here.
Second split.
Second split. Okay, in the last event, I'm seeing that Leah Brower-Vogel did, in fact, win that event from RV Rhineland, and she got a time of 21:09:21.
Correct.
Catherine Kemper came in number 2 from San Diego Rowing Club, 52 seconds after that, and then Ruth Berenson of Narragansett finished at plus 102.08. So that was a great race we saw, Julie. That was fabulous. Good rowing all the way through.
Yeah, that was the event that just finished. The event that just finished is currently showing on screen.
Okay, here we go. First boat coming around the turn now. And that looks like Tom Darling, bow number 1, all alone, rowing a beautiful course. Taking a little wide. He might be stopping by to visit somebody at the Mount Auburn Hospital, I'm not sure, but but it's not characteristic of Tom to take this turn quite that wide. And it's interesting, when you're starting at bow number 1 and you're far ahead of the next bow, you're rowing in a vacuum. It's really hard not to know who you have to beat. So let's give him a big hand. Tom Darling, coming through, age 61, just moved into this class, lining that bridge up perfectly. Go TD. You can hear the fans here at Cambridge. He's a hometown favorite. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who's done more for other people to succeed at rowing. Tom works with the Paralympic athletes up at CRI and a number of the military veterans. He's just a terrific individual, keeps giving it back.
Bow number 4.
Bow number 4, who may be in the lead at this split, we can't tell yet, is Franciscus van der Steen from the Netherlands. He's a winner of the Silver Skiff, what's that, a 10-mile race, Julie, in 2016. That is on the River Po. That's an enormous race. And we told you about Carlos Zetza winning that 5 times in a row.
Okay, I'll try to push the button.
Now this is,
On picking up voice to start, that way it doesn't cut out.
that's Franciscus that we're seeing in the film. Now we're focusing back on Ian Luxford, who's coming by Cambridge Boat Club now.
Yellow boat, black jersey.
Ian's rowing long and smooth. taking a quick peek at the bridge, make sure he's got it right. Sure looks like he has. Half a mile to go. Ian's been at the World Championships in Lucerne in 1974 and 1975 Nottingham.
Jersey outside is 3.
At the Olympics in 1976 Montreal.
Black jersey is
Won the silver
7.
goblets at Henley in 1976. He rode the HOCR in 2015 and the Grandmaster doubles in 2015, where he got first place. Coming up next is Greg Stone,
Red is 6.
Cambridge competitor,
On the buoy line, number 3.
head of the membership committee, rowing committee member, maybe better known as the coach of Jevy Stone, the 9-time straight winner of the women's single.
Coach and
Greg,
father.
coach and father of her. Greg's rowing a perfect course, of course. Richard Anderson, we have 3 boats here right together. Richard Anderson, bow number 6, closest to us. On the outside,
Single by
bow number 7, and they're just both getting by bow number 5. That's Tim Wilsallen.
that black boat, white jersey.
No, that's number 3, I'm sorry. That's John Randall is getting passed by these guys. John Randall from Cambridge Boat Club.
Boat, red rigger, black jersey is bow 9.
They're doing the very close racing coming out of that bridge. In front of the boat club now is David Rand. David Rand now all by himself, number 8, Narragansett, Rhode Island. He learned to scull from Dan Boyne down at Harvard's Weld Boathouse. Scott Pape is number 10. He's just gotten by number 9, Eli Brand from Miami Beach. Scott started rowing at age 51, and he's participated in the head of Charles every one of these 11 years since he turned into a rower.
11.
It's an addictive sport. Once you start, it's hard to stop.
Yeah.
Yellow boat, white jersey.
This is Richard
bow
Saul,
13.
bow number 11, just coming by the course now, by the boathouse now. This is his second HOCR, and he's doing very well. He comes from Melbourne in Australia, not Florida.
All right.
And he's
Red jersey,
holding off Mark Malone from Pennsylvania Barge Club of Philadelphia.
boat coming around the corner.
No stranger to this course.
Red hat is bow 14.
He was the Schuylkill Navy's Male Master of the Year for Master Athlete of the Year for 2018. He's mostly a sprinter, but he's doing very well on this course.
Bow
Orange
12.
boat. Orange boat.
I'm
Orange
sorry, Orange Boat
Red
is,
boat coming up towards
no, that was
the
this guy.
boat
This guy
club is
just
bow
went.
14.
12.
That's number 12, Rich
Behind
Kleincheck.
that, white
Kleincheck
boat, blue jersey is 16.
taught himself how to row in Gloucester,
Black
Mass.
jersey is 15.
14.
Jim Stock from Weld Boathouse, one of Harvard Sculling. Stocker is out here every day, winter and summer. Rows a beautiful course, a very strong rower. He's been doing this since 1989.
White boat, black jersey is
Right, it's just
17.
Al Flanders.
Al Flanders is Cambridge Boat Club. No, it's number 16.
No, this is
No,
16.
this is Dennis Ruane. Dennis Ruane from Cambridge Boat Club just coming by now with his Cambridge uni on his tunic.
Yeah, so
And,
Dennis is
and he's holding off.
time rower.
Dennis has gotten by his good buddy Al Flanders. Flanders, I'm looking at you.
17 is the next.
I'm watching you, Al.
Right, 15.
Al Flanders, same age as me, Julie. We used to
Two boats just
we used to compete in the same event every
Red
year.
jersey is number 20. Black boat, white jersey is bow 8.
This is Jim Norris from Delta D's from Delta, British Columbia.
Is 21.
He's competed every year here since 2014 in the singles, doubles, and quads. Now there's 3 more competitors coming into view.
20, 18, 21.
Great. Bow number 20 in the red shirt is Andrew Nelson. He's gotten by number 18, which is John Pauls from Ridley Graduate in St. Catharines, and Gus Stewart. Gus Stewart, number 21, is catching up with these guys. Gus Stewart, Cambridge Boat Club and Columbia University professor. Gus was a former medalist and a head of the Charles champ in the singles and the doubles.
21 will be the next one coming by the dock. The one behind that, white boat, red jersey around the...
Okay, here's Gus now on your screen, rolling long and smooth. Beautiful, beautiful line on the bridge.
23 is next.
Gus is an efficiency expert, doesn't give up an inch.
Next two
In the red.
boats, unfortunately, are both white boat.
In the red is Kenji Mura from Partez of Tokyo,
Is ahead of 25.
and this is his second try at the head of the Charles.
Is bow 22.
Welcome, Kenji.
22.
Kenji's a little bit wide. He'll have to correct here for the bridge.
24, 25 are the two black jerseys in order.
Okay.
Behind that is bow 22 and red boat.
Oh, wait a minute.
Got that wrong. It's Gatsahori. 23.
24.
Okay, this is Kenji Mura. The one under the bridge now is Katsuhiro Kamoi. This is Kenji Mura, right on the buoy line. He's pressing his countryman, pressing very hard. Long way back, way back, way back, lay back. Number 25, Fred Krupp, pushing on the two of them from Maritime and East Norwalk.
22 is going by the dock now.
And they've gotten by Belfast Boat Club from Great Britain, Stephen Lockwood.
Boat on
Can we
the
say anything about
inside
Brexit?
is
We can't say anything about
39.
Brexit, I guess.
Boat on the outside is 28 in the
No.
blue jersey.
Can we let it go?
39 inside, 28 outside.
All right, which one though?
Stan Vigar on the inside, coming into view number 39. Looks like he's made up quite a bit of time on the field. He's a San Diego pole vault coach for all ages. This is his third time at the head of the Charles.
Jersey on the inside is 31.
And he's
White green jersey
Laszlo
on the outside is
Cheeky
36.
Siki
Green black jersey on the outside
from Hungary. I'm sorry about that, Laszlo. I know I butchered your name. He's a veteran single and double sculler on the river of Tisza and the Danube in Hungary, and also on the Thames in London. We got to row on the Danube when we were over in.
Did you? That's
Yes, it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Inside boat is 31. Green on the outside is 36. Blue on the inside is 38. Black on the outside is 29. Red boat, red jersey is bow 27.
Okay, now here close to us is bow number 36. They're taking the long way around, but they're passing people like there's no tomorrow. That's Mark Schofield from New Haven, and he's just passing Steve Platt from Swan Creek Rowing in New Jersey. Well, he's catching him. He hasn't passed him yet. He'll have the inside on the next turn.
Jersey is bow 27.
And on the buoy line is Dan Curtis from Cambridge Boat Club. Come on, Dan. Dan's been active in the rowing committee and helping with the equipment. He's a great guy. Number 29, it's Narragansett, Justin Fallon. No, I'm sorry, Jeffrey Graham from Maine. He's just going by, and he's just gotten by Robert Bacon of CRI.
Boat at the corner going wide is 33. Red boat in the middle is 26.
Okay.
White boat height is 32.
Okay, going by the boat club right now, this is Bill Bird from Willamette Rowing Club in Portland. He rowed in the Pan Am Games in 71 and 75, won a gold medal in the four. He's won in various U.S. and Canadian and FISA wins over the last
White
50
shirt
years.
is bow 33. Red shirt behind him is 26.
Okay, Bill Flynn in the white shirt, Carnegie Lake, Princeton. He'll be racing also in the Director's Challenge with his son Joe in the parent-child double. I hope Joe's cheering on the parent-child double.
Red is 26. High vis is 32.
Okay. Number 26 from CRI in the red boat is Dennis Haller. He's the treasurer of CRI. He's rowing a nice course.
40 is going
And pushing him is Mark Wallhauser from Highlands in Hewitt, New Jersey.
40 is the one in front of the club.
And now, currently in front of the club, coming by is Michael Arnold from Washington Rowing School in Maryland.
Next boat,
This is his
white
fifth head of the
boat,
Charles.
jersey is 35. Boat behind that blue boat, blue-ish jersey is about 43. Boat behind that white with purple jersey is 34.
Wait a minute. I already called this guy.
Copy. I'll talk later.
I called this guy already. I must have got somebody wrong. I must have got this wrong earlier. This is Laszlo Chiki from Chapel Evasos in Budapest. Number 35 going past the boat club now, going under the bridge with the Riverside Boat Club striped doors. And he's being hard pushed.
Purple jersey is
He's being hard pushed in the blue boat by Carl Resnick of Riverfront Recapture in Hartford.
Number 43.
Number 43, that is, just under the bridge. Now, coming
aiming for the dock.
coming a little bit wide here, number 34 is Kerry Watterson from Western Reserve in Cleveland. He rowed at Northfield Mount Herman in the Coast Guard Academy. Now, I got to tell you something about Northfield Mount Herman. Is that one year, he's getting some input from the crowd here, and he went a little wide, but he's still on the course.
Yellow
That's
boat
good.
inside, blue jersey.
We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to.
Black boat, green jersey on the outside is 19. Black boat, black jersey on boobies is
Number 48 coming by in the yellow Empacher. That's Peter Maney of Quinton in London, Great Britain. Next boat behind him,
white boat, black
Ooh.
jersey is 45.
Traverse Area Rowing's Dustin Ordway, and he is on the outside. This side is Sagamore Rowing's Tom Ryan.
45.
I'm flipping back and forth here. Okay, this is Ed Woodhouse, number 45 in the white boat with the black shirt. And number 47 is pushing him hard, Paul Gross from Upper Valley Rowing. This is Paul's first time in a single in the head of the Charles. He's rowed it in quads, fours, and eights. First time steering myself. I'd say he's doing a great job, Julie. He's doing a beautiful job on that bridge. And picking up some room on the next boat.
All right.
53.
Lots of boats now.
Yep. Andrew Washburn, number 53. Now we've got a good good crowd of boats coming in together.
Boat, black jersey, white over is 50.
Number 58, rowing clean. He's put some things. That's Kevin McGrath.
Jersey is
This is 58.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. That's Dan Schley. Dan Schley from Saugatuck.
50.
And 50, coming closer to the boathouse, is Greg Jean Huang. And 50,
Norwalk River.
yeah, Norwalk River. And 54 on the buoy line is William Hatch.
orange boat, orange jersey.
He's just gotten by 52 and 41. 52 is on
Boat, black
the outside.
46.
Jim Dwyer. And in the yellow boat close to us is number 41, Rick Byer from Lincoln Park.
49.
44 in the orange boat is Sam Chamberlain.
The dock is 50.
Began rowing 7 years ago and racing 5. He's being pushed by Roger Payne. Number 46. Close to us is number 55, who's moved up quite a bit, Milo Murray.
And 49.
And number 49 in the Cambridge Boat Club oars is Mark Callahan.
First boat after the gaggle
This is Mark's first race.
is 51.
Started rowing in 2015.
51.
Fred Chernoff has been rowing only for 8 years. He's participated in 2 previous heads of the Charles, as well as about 60 other races. I'd say Fred got the addiction bad. He's really got it. This is terrific.
All right. 57.
Thanks for being here, Fred. We could use some. We could use them if we could get them.
57.
There you go, the rest.
Okay, Jim Preston of Tampa Rowing Club is part of 4 generations of the McKenna family of rowing. Jim began in 1975 at Monsignor Bonner High School, and he rowed at the University of Tampa through 1980. In addition to masters rowing, Jim coaches for Tampa Prep and the All-American Rowing Camp. So we're having some results up here.
Splits at Cambridge.
Splits at Cambridge is Franciscus Vandersteen at 16:32. Tom Darling is plus 10 seconds. And Stan Vagar from San Diego is plus 42 seconds. It's a very impressive performance by Franciscus, starting from way back.
This one. You checked by mistake earlier.
Kevin McGrath is no stranger to this river. I see him out almost every day when I'm out, and this is what he wears in December. When he deigns to put on a tunic, he'll wear one, maybe a small one like that, a tank top in December. Very smooth rower.
Last boat coming to the dock is Battle 30, red boat, white jersey. 30.
Okay. This is Justin Fallon from Narragansett, bow number 30. Just started rowing 4 years ago. He always wanted to row after running alongside of the scullers along the Schuylkill for 40 years. Now he's taken up the proper sport. There goes the Cambridge 8 taking off downstream. We've got one or two boats left on the course. Okay, now I want to read this.
White boat, red jersey, bow 60.
Okay, coming into view up the Elliott turn now, approaching getting deep into the turn in the shadows, is Evan Snyder from New Zealand, from St. George's in Auckland.
Do you want me to call whole number or individual digits as in 60 or 60?
60's okay, that's good. Evan's a sculler in New Zealand. He's rowed the head of the Charles twice before, in 2008 and 2014, attaining virtually the same times in each of those years of 23:25 and 23:24.
The white singles returning to Cambridge.
That was in spite having 2 hip replacements in 2012. Julie, I guess I got no excuse.
You got no excuse at all, Jerry.
No, I got only a 1 hip. Good show, Evan. Julie, our next event coming up after this one is going to be the number 5 is the Grandmaster Singles Men, and it's going to be a bit of a bittersweet year. The field has lost one of its stalwart competitors, Riverside Boat Club's Jim McGaffigan, who passed away suddenly this year. Jim ranks among the regatta's top competitors and was a hallmark in singles events, medaling 9 times over the past decade. In fact, Jim was the last man to beat Greg Benning.
Wow.
He has finished second to Benning, I think, 9 times. His rowing accomplishments are eclipsed only by his reputation as an incredible human being. Jim carried an understated but intense passion for rowing, for inclusivity, and for true sportsmanship. He rowing out of Riverside Boat Club right here in Cambridge on any given morning. He delighted in joining whatever scrimmage was on that promised fast racing, ranging from fellow club members to masters rowers, even aspiring and established national team athletes. For the record, Jim usually won. But you never heard him talk about his own success. As determined as he was in competition, there was no one who was more humble, more unselfish, nor more generous to others. More than his love for rowing was his love for his family, his wife Margaret and daughters Christiana and Isabella. Jim held his family spirits high as Margaret successfully fought and survived cancer, and he loved nothing more than watching his daughters grow up. Of Jim, Margaret shared, he was our rock, and the most kind, gentle, and loving husband, father, son, and brother. He loved to compete and hoped to be one of the octogenarians out there on the course at the head. Jim, this community, this regatta, your friends, and especially your family, we all miss you dearly. From all your friends here and your competitors in this event, this one's for you. So without McGaffigan out there, it's going to be up to Tom Borer to try to knock off Greg Benning this year. Tom Borer is the head coach for BU. Greg Benning is the 9-time straight champion in whatever event that he's been in the singles. He's got 19 wins on the and 4 course records on the head of the Charles. He's the founder of the Boston Rowing Federation. He's the founding head of the Quinnipiquin, founder of the head of the Quinnipiquin Kids Sculling Race, which just happened, was a week or two ago. And he's also currently the elected vice chair of the U.S. Rowing Board of Directors. Greg is a guy that trains harder and more intensely than just about anyone I know. He is data-driven. He is perfectly willing to completely dismantle his technique and put it together again in a different way to see if he can get a little bit of an advantage. A 100th of a second here, a 100th of a second there, pretty much it's 9 times winning.
Right.
He has brought to Cambridge some wonderful resources in terms of athletic training, in athletic endurance training and technique, and using technology to achieve better technique. And Greg, we salute you for all that you do. He's a past president of the club. He's been the head of the rowing committee. He is instrumental in the juniors program getting going, and he's just a great advocate for the sport. Tom Borer, similarly, former Olympian. He's a head coach for BU. He's also a member here at Cambridge. And Tom is again, a terrific competitor. Russ Cohn, rowing for Wide Load Boat Club, is also a member here at Cambridge. He's the BU boatman. And when he goes by you, you swear he's got a motor in his shell. He's so smooth. It's a different sport for these guys. They're great. Bow number 4 coming up is an ex-Australian surf boat rower, and he lives in Canada. He's lived in Ottawa for the last 11 years, and this is his 11th year racing at the head of the Charles. He's got 2 medals he'd like to add to that. Troy Howell from Craftsbury Common. He was a walk-on at University of Virginia in the fall of 1987, knowing nothing more about rowing and sculling than that Perdy Karppinen had won the '84 Olympic singles. He hasn't been away from one boathouse or another for more than a week ever since. Presently, the director of sculling programs at Craftsbury. We have got an amazing field coming up here, Julie. This is going to be great. Mike Cataldo has been rowing on the Charles forever. He's really getting old. I think that's true. Look at these guys. Phil Bogdan, Harvard lightweight, 80 and 82 Eastern Sprints champ. Jim Ball rowed for University of Washington and Tabor Academy. Keith Wabasser began rowing in Saskatoon in 1984. This is fantastic. I'm just scanning down here. Rob White from Cambridge, from Cambridge Riverside Boat Club, past president of the Riverside Boat Club, and he's a trustee and captain there. His wife Sarah will be rowing in the women's double. He's been 24 years at Riverside Boat Club, and another terrific contributor to the sport of rowing. It's wonderful. Alan Green. Wow, I didn't know Alan Green was rowing again. Alan Green got back into sculling after a 24-year break. He was 15th in the Grandmaster singles last year in the 2018 head of the Charles. That's a pretty good return to the sport. Alan was a great contributor at community rowing way back in the 90s, and just a wonderful guy. Trevor DeCocoke, do you say DeCocoke, has been rowing here a number of times. He's medaled 3 times, trying to make it a 4th. Started rowing in Zimbabwe and then rowed for Riverside and Atlanta Rowing. Now he's living in the Netherlands, but here he is back again. Here we are, coming around the bend. It looks like, could it be, Cambridge Boat Club's very own Greg Benning, bow number 1, all alone, coming into the Elliott turn. Let's hear it for Greg, folks. Look at that turn. He's coming off the buoy just at the right moment. I tell you about that 100th of a second here, 100th of a second there. Pretty soon it adds up. Look at him fly. Wow. This could be a textbook case on how to row this course. He's just doing it beautifully.
Second lead at Weld.
Julie just got the split times for me and tells me that Greg had a 40-second lead when he went by Weld Boathouse. That's a Horizon job.
Two and three.
Now in place is Tom Borer and Russ Cohn. Tom and Russ both rowing out of BU Boathouse. It looks like Russ is putting a little squeeze on Tom. Both again rowing perfect courses. Not giving up too much there is Tom. Tom's going to have the inside of the next turn and make Russ really work for it.
About 6 is on about 4 is red.
Okay, Mark Chapman coming up, bow number 4, all alone from Ottawa.
Jersey is 7.
Now, I don't know if any of you have ever seen Australian surf rowing, but those guys are insane. It is absolutely, it looks like more fun and more dangerous than anything I've ever seen in a boat, but they have a blast doing it. The boats are open in the back to let the water out.
White boat, black jersey is 6. Blue boat, white jersey is 5.
Okay. Keith Wobesser from White Marsh is getting by us now. He's just passed Troy Howell from Craftsbury.
8 is on the inside, 7 is on the
Troy, I mentioned before, he's the director of all sculling programs up at Craftsbury, and if anybody wants to get started in this sport, that's the place to go. Talk to Troy, find out, get involved, have a blast. Number 8, rowing oh boy, number 7 has just done a gentlemanly thing. Albany Jim Ball, giving a little room for his competitor Phil Bogdan to get by, but Phil is not going to get it for free. He's going to have to work at it at this next turn at Belmont Hill.
white boat, black jersey.
Jim's going to have the inside turn.
Black boat, black jersey, bow 11. White boat, white. Grayish boat, striped jersey, bow 12.
Here comes Mike Cataldo, rowing for Union Boat Club. Former national team member, Mike, also founder of the rowing program down in Hingham. Another man keeps giving back to the sport. Number 10, Fred Laux, Great Bay up in Durham. Last year was his first time in the single. His best result was a second. He's getting a little close to the bridge. I hope he makes it through without scraping. Pat McDonough on the buoy line, number 11 from Fort Worth. And he's being pushed by Scott Horney from Merrymeeting up in Maine. Merrymeeting also runs a nice fun regatta up there around the islands. It's a terrific place to row. Rob White, number 12, Riverside Stripes.
Black boat, black jersey.
Rob's no stranger to this course, another one that can row it backwards.
Black jersey is 14.
But he can row it backwards without looking.
15, 17, 14.
We're seeing on your screen now number 15, Jonathan Ross from Pioneer Valley in Springfield. He's been rowing for over 30 years and was one time a lightweight. Not anymore.
Black orange boat, black jersey, bow 16. White boat, green jersey, bow 18. White boat, black jersey, 19.
Number 17 is John Carlson from Redwood City, California. He won the head of the lake in the single. Masters gold in a double, bronze in a single. And he's gotten by number 14, Alan Green, who I talked to you about. Go Alan. Alan is just recently back to sculling. And good for you, competing in this event.
White boat, black jersey,
Number 16 is Trevor de Kook from Hilversum, Netherlands.
20.
Trevor's been in Atlanta. Trevor's been all around the world rowing. Started out in Zimbabwe, and now he's back in the Netherlands. Number 18, taking it a little wide here in order to make some room, is Spencer Cutter from Carnegie Lake. And he's being pushed. He gave a little room to number 19, Don Townsend, but Don is unable to slam the door on him. And so Spencer is holding his own, and he's going to have the inside of the next turn at Belmont Hill and be very well positioned. Now, coming close to us in the red, Mike Sheehan from Amoskeag up and hooks it. Now, coming into view all alone in the shadows, popping out of the shadows just now, is Tom Lowe of Riverside. He's been a Riverside member since '91.
Black boat, black jersey, 26.
And Larry Floyd is making up a little room on these guys. He's number 26. That's 5 boats. He's passed 1, 2, 3, 4. No, he's passed 4 boats. 4 boats, and he's going to be pushing Tom Lowe before the finish, I bet. Larry is a UMass Amherst alumnus, and he's a firefighter. And he's been a great contributor to life here at Cambridge Boat Club since he joined the club a few years ago, he and his brother Joe.
Blue boat, gray shirt is,
Let's hear it for Larry Floyd.
yes, 37, blue boat, gray shirt.
That's Larry now heading under the bridge with a beautiful line.
Next to you on the inside is 25, and the outside is 37.
Okay, Damon Ellingston from Seattle, Washington, Lake Washington rowing. He's on the buoys. Okay, moving hard is number 37, Brian Jameson, unaffiliated. Brian
37 is
Brian has really moved on the field, rowing beautifully,
boat on the
pressing a guy 10 boats ahead of him in numbers.
26. High vis half behind him, 20.
Okay, Russ Fisher, number 27, is on the buoy line in this crowd. This is a good mix-up we've got going on here.
22.
He is just passing number 22, who is Javier Aranzadi from Madrid.
32.
And on the buoy line
Red shirt is
28.
is number 28, who's pushing him. That's Steve Reed from Brighton at CRI. And number 31, close to us, going around everybody, taking the long way around here from Whitemarsh, is Steve West. This is his second try on the Charles. And I think you see here, I think Steve put on a big push through the very difficult part of the course to get by these guys. And I think he spent a little bit too much time and energy doing that
bid has fallen off.
instead of jumping in and squeezing where he needed to. Number 32, John McIntyre, just coming in front of the club now.
Boat, quick getting pushed.
He's a neuroradiologist up at Dartmouth, and he rows at Upper Valley Rowing.
39 is on the inside of him. On the inside of that is 44. White boat.
Okay, Doug Rose, number 35, is from Genesee Rowing,
Black shirt is 20.
and he is just getting by number 33, Scott Killen, 4-time U.S. national championships he's been in.
Okay, 44 on the inside.
Wow, number 44, passing everybody on the inside, putting a textbook case on how you get through. Call for the inside and grab it.
Passing 39.
That's Jim Dundon from Minneapolis, and he's passing bow number 39, who's Pat Reardon, unaffiliated.
Number 24.
And number 24 is Neil Gathbraith from Marlow Bucks in Great Britain.
And number 24.
And number 23, close to us, is Albert Marone, unaffiliated. It's his 5th head. He rode at URI some years ago. Number 46, close to us, is Edward Alpheus from London, Putney Town.
48.
Oh, he's going to take the inside arch. Okay, and now 48 on the buoy line is Eric Zoni from Toronto, and 34 just behind him.
Bow number 49.
That's Paul Podolsky of Saugatuck.
Bow 42.
29 is Jeff Cronick from CRI in the CRI Reds.
This one is Riverside.
Okay, and the Riverside Blades, right on the buoys. It's pretty clear when you see the guys with the hometown knowledge and how to do it.
John Tracy.
That's John Tracy, bow number 49. John, a former, I think, president of Riverside Boat Club at one time.
And 42.
He's getting by John Watt from Three Rivers in Pittsburgh, not Philadelphia, that other Pennsylvania city.
56.
We're seeing some great racing here. This is some very good steering. John Tunnicliffe,
In the red.
longtime competitor from, that's number 57.
In the red.
Red shirt further back is 38.
Rich, close to us.
57 is this one.
30.
This is the
Okay, close to our dock, Dave Kaminsky, unaffiliated.
All the blue line is bow 50.
And bow number 40 from Texas is his sixth appearance here, Eric Cornett.
on the line in the white boat.
And on the line in the white boat, boy, smooth steering. Nice steering, bow number 47, Mark Lewis from Hollis, New Hampshire, HB Crew. And in the beautiful and iconic, distinctive Stemfleet colors is bow number 38, Neil Jackson with that red and white from Marlow, England. And getting by him on the buoy line, number 53 from CRI is Jeff Nelson. CRI's got a great number of participants out here today, Julie. This is great to see. And in the Union Blades coming up with the distinctive chevrons is bow number 50, Bob Menino, former race director of the head of the Charles.
And 58.
Doing great. And 58 is Lars Ripley from Station L in Portland. Lars has gone a little wide here. We'll see what happens with that. Number 54 he's passed is just Steve Chilmade from Virginia. And 52 is Nick Fay from Yankee Rowing in Hadley, Massachusetts, a former Cornell lightweight.
55.
Bow number 55 is Eric Jenden. He's a four-year varsity lightweight for Columbia. He's a physician at this time, third place finisher. One other year. Number 45, Eric Hagberg from Nereid, another former Cornell lightweight. We got 59 getting by on the outside. That will be Joe Linhoff from Boulder, and he's passing bow number 43. That's Tom Beretich from Maine Rowing Association. And close to us now in the yellow boat, the white tunic is Dave Filosa from King's Crown Rowing in New York. He's another former Columbia lightweight, class of '82.
No boats currently in view.
Coming into view, just coming out of the shadows, I can't quite make out doesn't have a bow, doesn't have a bib number. As soon as he gets into view, we'll be able to call his bow,
36.
which appears to be number 36. Okay, this is Harry Sontgarath from Quinsigamon Rowing in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, from the Quinsigamon Rowing Club. Now, I'm sure you all know that Quinsigamon is the home of the Eastern Sprints Regatta every spring. It's a wonderful event to go to, and it's an absolutely beautiful course where you can watch the rowing from any number of excellent vantage points and see and you can see your favorite teams and cheer them on. We had the Masters Nationals out there a few years ago, and there's a lot of collegiate rowing there beginning in March. As soon as the ice gets out, the boats are out there, and away they go. The Donahue Rowing Center is a new facility. Well, not so new now. It's probably 15 years old. Put together for community rowing and to house a number of school and college teams. The town of Shrewsbury has their own rowing program, and St. Pete's School has their own rowing club. There's some wonderful high school programs that have been there for a long, long time. It's supposed to be the best natural rowing course in the East. The way the lake is situated, it runs north and south, and it's protected from the prevailing west winds by the hill, one of the 7 hills of Worcester, where you can see the UMass Medical Center up above the course. And so the water is generally pretty smooth, and it's a great place to be. So I don't see any results up yet, but when I do, I'll be sure to give you a few tips. Meanwhile, I'd like to say thank you to Gentle Giant, who's our partner in moving. Gentle Giant, you'll see their trucks all over the course as you move around. They cart all of the equipment back and forth for the head of the Charles. They do an amazing amount of effort. They've got their Gentle Giant Challenge. If you have not tried the Gentle Giant Challenge, you've got to go up to near the finish line up in the display area, and they've got this wonderful thing that's a set of stairs that you have to run up and then slide down a slide and repeat as needed until you can't move anymore. It's a great little trial. They have this is the way they weed out the weak before they hire their moving crews, and they're very rower-centric, very rower-friendly. Larry O'Toole, who started the company, is himself the Gentle Giant and a wonderful oarsman. They have their own rowing club, and by the way, I'm in the Steinway piano business, and Gentle Giant are the ones we trust with moving our Steinway pianos. So they do a wonderful job. Go see them. We've got the splits now, and it appears that Gregory Betting improved on his split time at Harvard. He finished in a course record. No, I don't know, it's a course record. He finished in 15:42:20.
Those are splits here.
Oh, those are the splits here at Cambridge. I'm sorry. Okay, so he picked up another 3 seconds here to Cambridge. So it's Greg Benning, Russ Cohn, and John Tunnicliffe in that order.
Right and back.
This,
We need 2 microphones because you're hugging that one.
About 60.
okay, we still have one more rower on this event. Andres Carrazzo from Bachelor's Boat Club in Philadelphia is bow number 60. He's first-time competitor in the head of the Charles at age 58, and he's been competing in his Masters team at Bachelor's as a rower and a coxswain. He's got his own single, and his main interest is head racing. So, Andres, thank you. Okay, before we get up to the event number 6, which is the Women's Grandmaster Singles for 50 plus, course records held by our own good friend Saya Remler in 20 minutes and 35 seconds, set in 2013. There's 32 competitors, and last year's first place finisher isn't returning. That was So Maureen Harriman will claim bow number 1. And Saya, the record holder, the course record holder, Saya Remler, is in bow number 2. They finished just 2 seconds apart last year. In 2018, fourth-place finisher Kim Elting, bow number 3, was hot on their tails. This will be a good race to watch. 2016 gold medalist Mitz Carr is looking for redemption, starting in bow number 18 after an unfortunate gust of wind at the finish in 2018 robbed her of an almost certain win. The dark horse in the race might be Sue Brown, starting at bow number 27. Sue's a rower from Cambridge, England, who last raced and won here in her single 10 years ago. She's back with a bone in her teeth and ready to go. Now I'm going to turn it to you, Julie.
That's right. So Sue is also a breast cancer survivor, and she's rowing to celebrate 10 years from both winning her race then and from being diagnosed at about the same time with breast cancer. Sue is very competitive, both on the boat and on the bike, so I think she's the dark horse here. And of course, I'm very fortunate to row with her now in England, Cambridge, England. So before this race arrives, we should just thank one or two of our sponsors. I'd like to thank 5 Hour Energy. They're proud to support the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you're feeling tired and need to recharge, please stop by their tent this weekend and try a great tasting 5 Hour tea. It has ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you back to 100%. So that's 5 Hour Energy.
I got to tell you another story about Saya Remler.
Okay, go ahead.
Saya Remler, a few years ago, was competing in the indoor rowing championships at BU, and she just missed setting the record for her event, the lightweight event, and she was grumpy about it. She didn't think, she knew she had it in her. 3 days later, here at Cambridge Boat Club, I happened to stroll in for an erg session. And sat down at the erg, said hello to Saya, who was rowing kind of intensely. She was kind of quiet, not talkative.
Working on that record.
Working on the record. Saya broke the record that day.
Oh, wow.
Unofficial breaking the record because it wasn't a sanctioned event.
Oh.
But we practically were ready to take the erg out and have it bronzed.
That's great. It's a great story. All right, so it looks just coming around the corner here. This is bow 1. This is Maureen Harriman from Whistler Rowing. Winner of the Head of the Charles 4 years ago, second last year. Previous Canadian team lightweight 4 silver medal at the Worlds in '93. World Master Games at the single in 2013 in Torino, and silver in 2017 in New Zealand. And she's opened up quite a lot of ground here from, as she comes now in front of the Cambridge Boathouse rowing a really nice line. Next we have, it looks like we have a bit of an upset here. We have bow number 4. That's Sagatuck. Kirsten DiBiase. Sorry, DeBiase. I'm corrected. DeBiase has been racing the Head of the Charles since 2005. So then she is followed by Saya Remler from Cambridge and Kimberly Elting from Dallas. So actually we have 2 ladies in pink here. So all right, so Saya, bow number 3. Bow number 2, sorry, is wearing pink in honor of Team Muri. Bow number 3, Kimberly Elting. Also in pink. Was 4th in this event last year and 2nd the year before in the double. proud mom of current University of Washington rower and member of this year's NCAA Championship Women. Right in front of the boathouse now is bow number 5. This is Karen Gress from Rocky Mountain, who rowed at the University of Kansas when she was in college, just heading into the bridge there. Now we have 2 rowers coming up in front of the Cambridge Boathouse here. That's bow number 7. That's Robin Churchill from CRI in Brighton, just down the river. She learnt to row 10 years ago, and this is her 3rd race in a single. She's passed bow number 6 here in the blue boat. That's Dawn Aringis from University in Philadelphia. Just heading into the bridge there. Now coming up close to us in the black jersey, white boat, is bow number 8. This is Monica Tranel from Vespa. She now lives in Montana with her husband and 3 kids. Her victories include keeping up with them on their bikes, getting her boat out at least once a year, and not turning the 8 that is sitting in her yard into a planter. I think that's a pretty funny story. Right behind her now is bow number 9, taking a little bit of a wide course here. That's Tiffany Hogan from Narragansett. Looks like she might be heading for the outside arch. Oh no, she's correcting here. Correcting now to go through the center arch. Little bit of a wobble there, but picking it up again. Nice and steady as she goes under the bridge. All right, on the buoy line now, bow number 12. This is Gillian Haynes-Sharp from Cascadilla. This is her 3rd head of the Charles. She's been sculling for only about 4 years. She's only been sculling for about 4 years and seems to enjoy it more every year. Here we have number 15 passing number 10. So 15 is Julia Fournier from Ottawa, passing number 10 on the inside, Casey Elstrom from Pettyporg. Then right behind them is bow number 11. They passed Kathleen Davis from Sagatuck. Now in the green boat, on the buoy line is bow number 18. This is Mitz Carr from New Haven, Connecticut. Huge competitor. Yeah, she's been racing here for a long time. Actually, she says after 20 years of racing, she was leading the 2018 Grandmaster race by 28 seconds, but then hit a gust of wind. She finished 35 last year, and so is hoping now to return to the higher finishing order. So right now, in the white boat, pushing into the bridge, this is Hilary Parkhurst from Maritime. And right behind her, pushing her, is bow number 17. This is Jill Hathaway from Yankee in Massachusetts. Again in the high vis and on the buoy line. So now 2 more boats just coming around the corner here. In the front is bow number 16. This is Anne Fleet from Narragansett, who's already passed Weatherly Barnard from Duxbury Bay Maritime School. So Anne has rowed in both sweep and sculling events at the head of the Charles, but this is her first time in a single. And she's steering very beautiful. Yeah, steering a good course there for her first time. Really good. Weatherly has steered the head of the Charles from the bow seat of a director's quad 5 times, and so is excited to row the race in a single. And you can see that she's also got the course line down.
Anyone who can steer a quad has got some real talent. They are so fast.
They
you
are.
can get off course so quickly.
It takes a lot of focus. But it is a lot of fun.
Quads are a blast. Quads are really fun.
Yellow boat outside the buoys.
All right, we have a group of scullers coming around the corner now. You can see on the outside, there's bow number 20. That's Catering Cruise from Annapolis in Maryland. And on the inside is being passed by bow number 26, Christine Severson from 612 Endurance.
And you can see how that bow number 20 has just given enough way. Catering Cruise has given just enough room to let the other boat pass in a sportsmanlike manner.
That's right.
Without giving up anything extra.
Yeah, we like to see that. Right behind them is bow number 22. So they passed bow 22. That's Kathleen Faust, who is unaffiliated. And she's picking up again on bow number 20. Or she's picking up on bow number 20 as they go into the Elliott Bridge. Here now, coming wide, is bow number 24. This is Beth Birchall from Genesee Waterways. Looks to be heading for the outside arch of the bridge. A former National Masters duathlon champion and bronze medal age group winner at the 2003 World Duathlon Championships.
You know,
So
Julie,
obviously
that
an
last,
athlete.
that last bit really shows how they might be able to get by you, but they may not be able to stay ahead of you.
That's true. So in the red boat right in front of us now, this is bow number 19, Gail Simmons from Narragansett. She's being pushed by bow number 25. That's Renee Bowie from Merry Meet Rowing in Maine. All right, and here's Sue Brown. This is bow number 27 from the Express Boat Club in Cambridge. And she's being pushed now by bow number 29. That's Loria Wetton from Potomac. As they go into the bridge, so bow number 31 here, this is a Riverside sculler, Trisha Carney. And so Trisha Carney would like to thank the Riverside community for creating an inspiring rowing environment. So we have to bow number 21. She's past bow number 21. That's Kirsten Feldman, who is unaffiliated. Kirsten was the Canadian lightweight champion in the pair and four in 1982 and stroked the University of Western Ontario crew to a silver medal in the Women's Championship 8 in 83. She's back rowing today in honor of her upcoming 60th birthday and is raising funds for CRI's para rowing program. Kirsten currently trains on Lake Warramorg in Connecticut. All right, coming into the corner now, this is bow number 23. This is Sonia Witt from Cambridge. Sonia says she loves to analyze movement in rowing, yoga, and episodes of So You Think You Can Dance. All moves that can be applied to rowing, I think. Jerry, what do you think?
Definitely, all of them. Dance, yoga, movement. It's lovely. Sonia's rowing very smoothly. Sonia came to Cambridge just a few years ago after rowing a long time at Union Boat Club, and she saw the light and joined the proper club.
Okay, so I have some splits here for this race from the finish line. Obviously, all of the competitors haven't finished, but this is showing at the moment that Mitz Carr has actually come back from bow 18 and is currently in the lead at the finish, followed by Julia Fournier and Karen Gress. So a little bit of a change in the top three this year.
Definitely a change, a big change.
But of course, there are still some competitors to go through the finish line.
Mitz is a terrific competitor. Look at this. Allison Collins Maracas from Hanlon in Toronto. Is she rocking the colors or is she rocking the colors? That boat is purple. The oars are chartreuse. And she has got it. And she's going to have to make a little steering correction. She's going to take the inside arch. Perfectly legal.
You have finished times. I love that.
This is only Allison's second time of racing the single at the Charles, so she's to be forgiven for missing that turn. Now we're looking up at some split times up here. We have up here.
That's the finish.
This is at the finish. Oh, this. Ooh.
I just did this.
Julie, was that a Cliff Bar you were just munching on? Cliff Bar is one of our best sponsors. Every volunteer got a Cliff Bar this morning when they checked in. It was great. You got a lovely Brooks Brothers down vest, down jacket, and a Cliff Bar. Cliff Bar is a Nuturian of sustained energy, fueling athletes miles after mile as they row down the course. Come up and visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion at Atterdew Row for samples, coffee, and more. And thank you, Cliff. We like Cliff. I'd like to also say one thing about BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon is our presenting sponsor. They've been with us. This is for the 7th year they've been with us as the presenting sponsor, and that's a huge partner for us. We're in the head of the Charles. They're a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. You'll see their logo prominently displayed on all of the Head of the Charles banners, and we're very happy to have their help getting this regatta on. 7 years in a row. That's terrific.
Thumbs up from you guys. You guys rock.
Ooh, thank you, Delta Airlines. I'll be flying Delta Airlines on Friday, Julie.
Where
One of
are
my
you going,
favorite-
Jerry?
I'm going to Tennessee.
Ooh, why are you going to Tennessee?
I'm going to Tennessee to pick up my new 1969 MG BGT that I'll be driving home.
Awesome.
It'll be a lot of fun. Thank you, Head of Delta Airlines, for being the official airline for the Head of the Charles and presenting sponsor of the Reunion Village venue. So come on up to Reunion Village if you haven't been up there and say thank you to Delta.
All right, before the next race comes down, I think we have some unofficial results from the last race. And that would be that Mitz Carr won in 22:13. And second place would be Julia Fournier at 22:27. Third place would be Karen Gress in 22:46. And fourth place, just for the mention, Robin Churchill, 22:46. Fifth place, Trisha Carney, 22:55. And Maureen Harriman at 22:56. I didn't give the seconds there, and these are unofficial at this point. All right, chasing the geese here is Sue Gath, bow number 32. Sue is a coach for the adaptive rowing.
She's a coach for the LTR at IRC. Been an avid scholar since 81.
And has been an avid scholar since 1981. So she's here just completing the course.
Julie, I got to tell you, you can't say enough about the people who have inspired the adaptive rowers to take up the sport. Our own Ellen Mensner, who's your co-chair with this announcing for, I don't know how many, 15 years she's been doing it. Ellen is putting it back every day, and just amazing the work that she does with the national team Olympians of the adaptive rowing, and just to get people moving on the water.
And you'll see that in the adaptive races that we have at the end of today and the beginning of tomorrow. We probably have more entries than we've had in past years. I think we have 18 fours, 18.
And it's because of the success of these programs that they've built up at CRI. They've got it enormous. They've had that since CRI began, and it's just wonderful.
It's an amazing program.
It's very inspiring.
It is. I'm just coming around the course now. Around the corner now is bow number 28. This is Melissa Macris from Sagatuck. She's been a rower at Sagatuck Rowing Club for 15 years and is fairly new to racing. She's competed at a national level, is a designer, realtor, and mother to a 22-year-old daughter. So I'm not sure if we shared the results from the men's Grandmaster singles. These are the unofficial results. So Greg Benning won in 1843, 251. He was chased by Russ Cohn in second in 1934, 399. So that would be a minute ahead. So powering it down there. John Tunnicliffe finished third in 1940, 412. All right, now the big boats, Jerry. So this is the first of the 8s on the course this year. We have 60 plus entries in this division. Last year, spending 3 categories. This year, they've changed it, and so they've separated the into a Grandmaster 8s group.
I have to prove to Ann Buckingham that I can say this correctly.
Oh, go ahead then.
This is Molesey. Molesey. I did it right, Ann.
It is Molesey from East Molesey in Surrey, the UK. So this crew contains 5 of last year's winning boat and 7 previous winners of the event. They claim
And
to be
they've-
ravished by the passing of time, but I wouldn't say that looking at them rowing past right now.
Boy, they are rowing beautifully. And they have got a lot of space between them and the next boat. Just wonderful performance by Molesey.
Always good.
All right, just coming around the corner now in the blue boat, bow number 2. This is Marin from California, Green Bay, California. The Marin Masters Men Advanced. They also seem to have some clear water, but they've got a long way to go to catch up with Molesey.
That's another great place to row. Marin is just fabulous. I love going to visit other clubs. It's really fun. This rowing really is a universal sport. You have it opens doors for you all around the world, wherever you're traveling. I always feel welcome when I show up at another club.
It is an amazing community.
Okay, these
Right, so
are some studs from the
some-
gold medal crew from the '87 World Championships.
All right, some
Bow
fun
number
coming
6,
around the corner here.
87 gold.
It's always exciting to see a lot of 8s running around the corner together.
Bow 5
6, 7 being pushed by 7 and 5.
Bow 10 is green shirts.
They're holding off bow number 7, the Alumni Blue Boat Club from Toronto, the old boys from the Upper Canada College, Canada, including former World Cup and Olympic rowers.
Red shirts outside.
And they've gotten by the Palm Beach Club, which is a Rolodex club of terrific rowers put together just for this event. They've won or placed almost every time they show up. Now we've got some good passing right here. In the green,
looks like-
number 10
Hawker.
has gotten by number 8. Number 10 is the Irish Masters. There's a few fellas from Cork out there. I think there might be a Murphy in that boat. It's my peeps. All right. And they've gotten by Diesel from Buffalo. Okay. Kent Mitchell in the black outfits with the M. Parker.
Boat 13.
Bow number 3, just going by now.
Second red boat 9.
This is 12.
Next M. Hawker
Wow.
14.
And 12 with the Harvard Blades is North Dakota from New York, New York.
13.
And dirt. 13 is the University of San Diego alumni boat, rowing nicely. Over on our side, bow number
9
9 is close to us, and that's Diesel also from Buffalo. And 14 on the buoy line, Narragansett. Narragansett putting on a good show here. Taking up big boats, not just sculling boats down there now. Now we're going to pan back down the river. We're going to pick up the gray boat is Chinook from Millington, Maryland. Combination of rowers from Portugal and the United States. They're steered by August Feltzo.
Who's steering a really nice line around the corner here.
Beautiful. We got
into
3
the
boats.
bridge. 3 boats side by side here.
Straight in the middle, 18.
On the buoy line is River City of Sacramento, and Riverside is going by them. And there's a little bit of a contretemps going on here, as Riverside is trying to get through past Cambridge. The CBC Masters crew has been forced out. They have to give way. Hannah De Bruyne driving that boat. They're going to be positioned well on the inside coming up into the Belmont Hill turn.
This is Fat Cat.
And in the familiar orange and black, it's a Fat Cat rowing from New York. Number of Tiger lightweights and heavyweights from the 80s. White boat is number 20. Right behind them is Bulldog, Lincoln Park, New Jersey. This is the Yale alumni chasing the Princeton.
Red boat, 21.
Okay. Bow number 21 that you see coming into your screen now is Catawba from Charlotte, North Carolina. It was their 3rd time rowing in the head. Rowing a CRI boat and with CRI blades. This is also a wonderful thing. The sharing of equipment and the sharing of resources is just wonderful to enable some of these crews to race.
23 is the black boat. Trailing white boat, numbers flipped up, can't read.
Okay.
And Parker is 30.
23 with the snappy, flashy blades is Atlanta.
Flipped up.
Atlanta rowing.
29 is white boat, 29 is white boat.
And they're being pressed hard by bow number 29, the white boat. Bow number 29 is Upper Yarra from Melbourne, Australia.
And Parker's 30.
They're rowing a great course. I think Michael Toon must have been here before,
White boat, green shirt.
steering a wonderful course. They're being still pushed by ex-Nemo, Cambridge, Mass., former Harvard heavyweights. Rowing a Harvard boat with Harvard blades.
Can't see boat behind, waiting to come around for bow number.
In the green is New Haven rowing.
Gray boat,
And
24.
And in the gray, immediately behind them, is they've gotten by bow number 24. And again, Julie, this is what it is.
28.
They may get by, but they may not get away from you. That's the Williams alumni in the gray boat. It takes an awful lot of energy to pass, especially in this turn.
2.
You've got to get by the other boat and jump back into the line right as quickly as you can.
On the outside. 25 is the Parker on the inside.
Okay, now here, coming up into view here now is bow number 28. And they've Upper Valley Rowing is behind them, and number 22. Number 28 is Ann Arbor Rowing Club from Michigan.
25 is the Parker.
And the Empacher with the purple outfits is Purple Rain from Situate, Mass.
34.
And on the outside.
And the outside is Upper Valley, number 22. And then,
shirts, 27.
This person needs to move that car to the CBC lot.
okay, this is in the green tunics with the yellow empacher is Viking Berlin, German, Dutch, and Serbian 8. That's a cooperative venture.
So did I do something wrong?
27.
Okay.
Let me leave that with you.
Bow number 27, coming in front of the club right now, is East Bay Rowing of Barrington, Rhode Island. Julie has something to say about a car that needs to move.
Yeah, if Erlene Simmons Gooseberry can hear this message, please can you move your car out of the parking lot before it is towed?
White boat behind him on buoy 33. White boat going wide, black shirt 35.
Oh, good. Actually, I get some coffee in a minute. This is Minchner from Munich. The Minchners is bow number 32, just coming by us.
So a little bit of a clash of oars here between
bit.
these two boats.
Yep. Little inevitable. 35 is close to us. That's Oakland, California.
And 33, the aging
33 is
Aggies.
the aging Aggies from Boston.
Okay, so the clash has pushed boat 35 out.
35 is going to have to take the outside arch, I think, here, Julie.
Yep, they are.
It's going to be very close whether they make it. Yeah, they've got it.
Yeah, they got it, right.
They've got it. Okay, 33 right on the buoy line now is, wait a minute,
Bow number 31.
31, I'm sorry, that's wrong. It's North Palm Beach.
And they're being chased by bow number
Boy,
40.
they pushed hard. 40 has moved way up. In the Empacher, rowing beautifully. Those, that's the Barbarians Rowing Club from Australia.
And in the yellow jerseys here, this is bow number 36. This is Navy Masters, the alumni of the United States Naval Academy.
And they're being pushed hard by another Cornell alumni boat.
That's the red boat.
Greg Wilkins from Cambridge Boat Club is in there. Then 11.
White boat, bow 11.
39. This is another Narragansett boat. They claim to be America's oldest rowing club. How about that? I thought it was one of the Philadelphia clubs.
Inside buoy line 41.
39. And then
Empacher.
that's number 11. On the buoy line in the purple with the white boat is number 11. And that's Western Reserve from Cleveland, Ohio.
All right.
Now a little passing right here going on. We've got bow number 41, passing Wesleyan alumni. That'd be the Warren Rowing Club from Sharon, Mass. Former Harvard lightweights in 1982, racing in the head of the Charles ever since. Rowing very smoothly, and they've just gotten by bow number 37, Wesleyan alumni. Nose in the That
So
that
Jay-
boat had Dr. Ed Dow was in that one, David Margolis, Zach Merriman, Justin Kermond, Sam Barrington, John Roberts, and Wynn Calder.
So Jerry, you mentioned in that race that a lot of the community here enables visiting rowers to row because of borrowing boats, and I don't know. I mean, many people will know that we had a storm here a couple of days ago, and part of our willow tree came down and damaged a few of the boats that we have. I personally would like to thank Riverside and Community Rowing, who offered to lend us boats to race in today, and so I will be rowing in one of those boats shortly.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that's just the way it is here. I think it was within 2 hours of the tree falling down that
Yeah.
offers had come in
Yeah.
for equipment and boats.
Yeah. And that is the community. And I have to say, I moved back to the UK last year, and I'm very grateful to the community that helped to bring my boat back to England.
This is split times at CBC for this last event. This is as they came by here. The order was bow number 30, Ex Nemo, number 29, the Upper Yarra, and in number 3 was Mosey.
All right, as we now come into the Grandmasters 8s, this is bow number 1, Melbourne University. Rowing a nice course around the corner, but they've not made much ground, if any ground, on bow number 2, 1980s from Cambridge. So here, Melbourne University, bunch of Olympic and world champions. In the Cambridge boat, we have Kurt Somerville, Peter Kermond, Michael Totter, Stephen Faber, Bill Purdy, Philip Steckel, Alex Cook, and Brad Whitehead. So just going into the, just coming past the Cambridge Boathouse here.
Interesting, the Melbourne University boat is rowing with USA National blades.
Oh, that's right.
There's Peter Kermond in the bow, Kurt Somerville. This is the 1980 boat that never got to race at the Olympics.
Ah, that's right.
That was the year of the boycott.
Mm-hmm. Now we have bow number 4. This is Marin from Greenbrae in California. All right, just coming around the corner now is the Etatsuni team from Cambridge, the 1980 US Olympic team reunion boat. And I believe you know some people in this boat, Jerry.
We know a lot of friends on that boat. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. Rob Slocum's on there, many times singles champion on this course. Charlie Clapp's on board, Tom Hull, Jim Cooper, Richard Williams, Steve Kiesling. Looking good here. We got a group of 4 boats coming up together.
Second and Parker, numbers obscure.
Bow number 6, which is team manager. This is the Cambridge. This is Cambridge Boat Club, and this is your regatta team, the head of the Charles crew. Just doing a great pass. Dick Grossman driving the boat. Mike Tabay, Nick Kermakov, Chuck Piper, Fred Schock, race chairman, Chris Ives, Roger Borgard, Charlie Hamlin, and John Van Blom. Doing a great job, guys.
All right, passing on the inside in front of us is
Grossman
Motley
can really do it.
from Vermont, and they're just passing bow number 3, which is the Fat Cats from New York, the Princeton lightweights from the early 80s.
Motley crew includes the Dreisig-Acker brothers from Concept 2.
And now we have the Bulldog crew just going into the bridge. That's bow number 7.
That's got Joe Boscarin in it. Joe is our former club champion. He's many times head of the Charles winner and former club president.
And I'm assuming a Yale alumni. Right in red here we have bow number 9, Upper Thames, from Remenham in Berkshire. Actually, no, this is bow number 11, Ancient Mariners, in the red, just passing in the front of the club and passing into the bridge. Right behind them, this must be bow number 9, it is. So this is Upper Thames in the yellow boat. They're followed in being... All right, they're followed, being pushed by bow number 12. That's Occoquan, who are being pushed by bow number 13. That's Chinook. And they've passed bow number 10. So...
In bow number 10 is the gentle giant himself, Larry O'Toole. This is a Northeastern University alumni boat. Bill McGowan's in there too. Larry O'Toole, Brian O'Connor, Al Gahant. We have to say goodbye to Julie because she's heading down to Riverside to get her loaner boat. Away she goes. Now with the red stripes is Mosman from Sydney, New South Wales. They've gotten by bow number 16. Which is another Kent Mitchell boat. And bow number 18 is Melbourne University. So this is the Australians racing off against each other and the Brits. And number 7, oh wait a minute, that's number 17 now is Melbourne. It's just coming by us now. And I'm joined now by our co-director, Nick Copley, who's filling in for Julie to supply the British accent.
Yeah, I've been practicing my British accent all week, Jerry, just to be ready for today.
Well, Julie had to go back to London to refresh hers.
But stopping via Riverside for a race. So this is 14, Avalon. So we've got Avalon coming up with the white blades, actually two boats with white blades, but Avalon are with the mainly blue tops. The selection of blue, pick your blue in that boat.
Can they get disqualified for non-matching unis?
Crew 20 going past now is FIT, or FIT alumni, I should say, just going right under the bridge now. Crew 15 coming up to the boat club is Non-Such Rowing, Non-Such Oar and Paddle Club. They're members of the undefeated Harvard Varsity Lightweight crew from 1968 through 1972. That's Non-Such just going under the bridge now. All Harvard alumni. So that looks like it for event 8. So our next event that we've got coming up, event 9, is the Women's Senior Master 8s. Bow number 1 in this upcoming event is Victoria City, Canadian crew. They're looking to defend their 2018 performance. And there's quite a bit of international competition that they'll have this year. Crews from Ireland, Italy, the UK, and Switzerland in the mix in this upcoming event, Event 9, Women's Senior Master 8s. The hometown favorites are probably Cambridge Boat Club at bow 14 and Community Rowing at bow 19.
Nick, if you've seen the docks that we've got set up, temporary docks up and down the stream, It's just fantastic. This is Easy Dock builds these docks, and it's the name of the company, Easy Dock, and they are also a sponsor of the Head. We want to welcome every crew to this year's event, invite you to visit their booth to see the low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. I think that might be a section of Easy Dock out in front of us over in front of the BB&N Boathouse.
All right, here
Great
we've
stuff.
got the women's senior master 8s coming down. Crew number 1, the defending champions, Victoria City from British Columbia.
Two not giving an inch.
Right behind them, College Club from Seattle. Their note is they're still rowing after all these years, and yes, it's still fun. That's the College Club from Seattle, just going past Cambridge Boat Club at the moment.
A little flip. Where do you see the next image going? Now, as we flip around, just talk about where they hit the buoy line. They're just beautiful.
Bow 3 in the blue boat is Marin, steering a really nice course. And bow 4 behind them is Cornell alumni. They're also got a really nice course. When those blades are across the buoy line, that's the Cornell alumni going past the boat club now, approaching the bridge. Crew 6 are making up speed here. That's Don Rowing from Ontario.
Just got by Lake
Don Rowing Masters Women have held an entry in this event since 2012. And behind them, it's Lake Union from Seattle. Lake Union have been coming across the country for 22 years to race in this, in the Head of the Charles. Welcome to Boston, ladies. Great to have you here.
Next one is this. Let me hear you pronounce that correctly.
Crew number 7 is the next boat coming up. It's Salmonish Rowing Association.
How's that again?
That's Sammamish from Redmond, Washington. So another crew that's come all the way across the country.
Then it's 9, then 8. Nine's past 8.
Crew number 9 is the next crew coming up. This is Masters Coaching. They'll list their hometown as Brewster on Cape Cod. They train together at clinics throughout the year. Behind them is Willamette from Portland, Oregon, another crew from across the country. Crew 11 in the blue tops is Chinook from Maryland. And behind them is crew number 10 from Litchfield Hills in Connecticut. So that's Litchfield, crew 10 approaching the bridge at the moment, just going under the bridge. They're aiming to stay in the top 10 this year. Crew 12 in the black boat and black tops is the Radcliffe alumni boat that contains 2 CBC members in there. Liz Wilder and Susan Mahan. That's the Radcliffe boat just going under the bridge at the moment.
By the way, that's it's two physicians.
Saratoga, boat 13. In the white boat, approaching the bridge. White boat and striped blades. That's Saratoga boat going under the bridge at the moment from Saratoga Springs in New York. Crew 15, actually we've got a bunch of crews coming up here. Crew 15 is a Princeton and Mercer Masters combo. They row on Lake Mercer in West Windsor, New Jersey. That's the Princeton crew, Crew 15.
And our own boat, Cambridge.
Then it's Cambridge Boat Club, Crew 14.
Be impressed by CRI.
Having a tough race with CRI right behind them. That's the CBC crew right in front of CBC at the moment, and right behind them, Community Rowing, CRI, and the red boat and red tops.
Come on, Ken, put it on.
We've got an Irish crew, Tribesmen from Galway in Ireland. They're excited to be visiting from Ireland. They say this is their favorite event. Well, welcome to the Charles.
Friends of King Sullivan. North Suburban crew
17 is North Suburban crew
from Illinois.
from Illinois. Just going under the bridge now, North Suburban.
26 we jumped to. 26 has done some passing.
Behind them is crew 26. They're motoring. Really made up some places here. Having a great row, great race today in these awesome conditions. It's crew 26 approaching the bridge.
Texas rowing.
Behind them, it's Texas Rowing Center. The black boat and white tops approaching the bridge now.
Northern Virginia.
Oh. 19 is Northern Virginia just going under the bridge. So Chinook is going past CBC at the moment in the white boat and blue tops. That's Chinook from Maryland.
This is Old Glory. This is Kelly Pierce. This is also Old Olympians.
Crew 24 in the black boat is Old Glory. That has our own Ella Minsner in that boat.
Kelly Pierce, Ruth Kennedy Sudduth, Sandy Kendall. Go for it, ladies.
25.
Crew 25 is Saugatuck, all the way from Westport, Connecticut. Just going under the bridge now, Saugatuck. Crew 29 is Wallingford Rowing Club. Wallingford row on the Thames in the UK. They're just a little way down the river from Oxford. They were winners of the Veterans Head last year and fourth in 2019.
Annapolis rowing.
And in the white boat, it's Annapolis Rowing Club. We've got Annapolis have a combined 120 years of rowing experience in their boat. Crew 32,
There's no. First ahead is 30, then 30.
crew 30 coming up is Philo Rowing from Princeton. It's their first entry in the head of the Charles. And it's right behind them is Beaver from Zurich. Beaver Ruder Club, all the way over from Zurich, Switzerland. Welcome, ladies. Crew 33, passing the CBC dock now, is River City Rowing Club from Sacramento, California. It's their first time back after 4 years. Passing CBC right now is Cape and Islands Rowing Association in the bright yellow tops. That's Cape and Islands just going under the bridge.
Red shirts, 34.
Crew 31 on the outside here is Jacksonville. Come up, Jacksonville Rowing Club, come up from Florida. They've brought us some really nice weather for the weekend. And on the inside of the bend is Crew 36. 34, sorry, on the buoy. Crew 34 is Ottawa Rowing Club. Ottawa are approaching the bridge now. Yeah, they're really moving nicely.
On the buoys,
36 is Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club, all the way over from London.
then 38, Baltimore.
They're here to celebrate a 60th birthday. Great way to celebrate a birthday. Crew 38 is Baltimore Rowing Club, just going past the CBC dock now in the black boat. Crew 28 in the black boat is Greater Lawrence Rowing from Lawrence, Mass. And in the red boat, it's Crew 39, Genesee from Rochester, New York. They've picked up some places because they started in last place in this event. Crew 37 in the blue boat is Pelham Community Rowing Association from Pelham, New York. That's Pelham just going under the bridge in the blue boat. Crew 35 is Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. They row on the Connecticut River between New Hampshire and Vermont. That's Upper Valley, just going past the CBC dock now. So based on the splits going past here, we had Victoria City going past here in 15-17. They were the top club. Got two more boats coming. This is the women's Grandmaster 8s. Conabear was starting bow number 1, but in fact the first boat we're seeing here is Long Beach. Long Beach are on the inside, taking the buoy line, and Long Beach are on, Conabear are on the outside. Long Beach having a great row here.
Holly hat.
So Long Beach, bow number 2. Going past CBC.
And in the pink,
And then Conabear. And in the pink, it's Etat Uni
Coxbow.
with Holly Hatton. Bow number 3 are all members of the 1980, 84, and 88 U.S. Olympic teams in the bright pink. Just going under the bridge now. It looks like a good race.
4 is next.
Crew number 4 is Chinook. Coming up past the CBC dock. This is a fresh new 8 for the Grandmasters this year. They're saying they'll do everything in their power to get in front of the pack. 3 former Canadian Olympians in there, and some wicked strong former collegiate athletes.
Boat from Cambridge. That is
Bow 6 coming up in the blue shirts. That's the 1980 boat.
that's Kent, Carly Gear, Judy Gear, Nancy Vespoli. Let's read off some of the people.
Yeah, the folks in this boat, Judy Gear, Nancy Vespoli, Bets Kent, Kathy O'Neill Smith, members of the 1980 Olympic team.
No, the 22 boat is from the prior event. Westford Community.
That's 1980 going past. And in the black boat, it's crew 22 from the prior event. That's Westford Community from Westford, Mass. The Westford women often refer to their practice as their rodeo. A lot of school teachers in that boat. Go Westford. Crew number 7 with a lot of bright green yellow hats is East Bay from Oakland, California. They won the 2018 Masters Nationals at their age group. That's East Bay going under the bridge right now. East Bay from Oakland, California.
Another one from Brewster.
Crew number 8 with the red tops is Masters Rowing. Masters Rowing are officially based down in Brewster on the Cape. That's crew number 8, Masters Rowing, approaching the bridge.
5 is next.
Going under the bridge, Masters Rowing.
Red shirt, red blades, bow 13.
Crew number 5 in the blue tops and the white boat is Chinook.
Then this one. 13.
That's Chinook going past CBC at the moment. Then followed by crew 13, Martha's Moms, who are having a great race. They've moved up several places. Martha's Moms Rowing Club is from Seattle, going past CBC right now. One of the earliest Masters women's rowing clubs in the country, founded in 1984. I often send boats over here to the head of the Charles. Bow 11 now is Blood Street Skulls from Old Lyme, Connecticut.
Black boat outside, 9.
Keep on that. Just
White boat outside,
That's
12.
Old Lime Rowing in the blue boat, red tops, going past CBC and approaching the bridge.
Passing going on.
Second white boat, bow 14.
12 on the buoys going by 9.
Got a good race coming up next. Crew number 12, right on the buoy line. Going past crew number 9, Chargers rowing. So that's crew number 12, Three Rivers, taking the inside line along the buoys. Crew number 9 in the black boat closest to us.
14 next.
That's crew number 9 going past the CB dock and approaching the bridge. And following those two crews is crew number 14, Cape Cod Rowing, whose members say they are fortunate to row in beautiful Cape Cod, Massachusetts. It's Cape Cod just going under the bridge right now, rowing in a CRI boat. Crew 10 coming up is Avalon Rowing. They've come up from Virginia. The only comment they say is, "Hi, Mom."
Second white boat, bow 17.
That's great when the women's Grandmaster 8s, this is 60 plus women's 8s, and the only comment they put in there is, "Hi, Mom." That's Avalon going under the bridge right now, taking an interesting approach to getting around the bend.
White boat, bow 16.
Penn AC going past the boat club now. This crew, Penn AC crew, has been rowing together for 3 years.
Red boat,
Crew 16 coming up is Avalon, up from Virginia.
Oh, they got another boat. Second entry. Second entry. They also
Again, this is the second entry from Avalon. They were also crew 10. So that's crew 16. And again, all they've got to say is, "Hi, Mom."
15. Style driven. Oh, these are all the local girls.
Crew 15 is a local crew. It's style driven, who row out of CRI. It's style driven, going past CBC now, approaching the bridge out of CRI, just based up the river at Community Rowing. So that looks like it for the women's Grandmaster 8s, event 10.
Hey, Nick, guess what? Looks
Jerry.
like everybody's having a good time here, and they're going to have even a better time over at the Geico booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Go down to Weld, stop by and see for yourself. Guess what? 15 minutes could save you 15% or more
On your car insurance.
Geico, we're happy to have them be one of our sponsors. They're down at Weld. Get down there and check out the Weld Exhibition Center if you've not been down yet. There is so many fun things to see along the shores of the river today. And it's a beautiful day. Get out and have fun.
Our next event is Senior Masters 4s, Men's Senior Masters 4s, just coming into view here. Returning in 2019 to defend their title is the crew from London Rowing Club in the UK. And they are the leading boat. Here they come. Crew from London. This crew also raced at the San Diego Crew Classic and at Henley Royal Regatta. It's pretty impressive that they raced at the full Henley Royal Regatta as a 50-plus age group crew.
Number 3.
So that's London Rowing Club, just going under the bridge, all the way from London, UK. Behind them is a Cornell alumni boat, approaching CBC right now. It has John Grant, CBC's own John Grant in there, in the stroke seat. It's John Grant stroking a Cornell alumni boat. They're all members of the 84 and 85 Head of the Charles Cruise, which finished third both years. Fastest collegiate crew. Palm Beach are the next crew coming into view. Palm Beach is won, showed, or placed in this event in at least 10 times in recent years. So that's Palm Beach going past CBC at the moment in the white boat and white tops. Riverside behind them. Riverside from just down the river. It's the Riverside crew number 6 now, going past CBC. And then crew number 2, Molesey crew. Molesey all the way over from the UK. 4 of the crew rowed for Oxford, and their Cox is from Cambridge. They let him in.
That's no fair. You know how to pronounce Molesey.
Yeah, you pronounce it Molesey.
I have to struggle with that.
You can practice, Jerry.
I've been working at it.
Crew number 5 going past CBC, Texas Rowing Center. That's Texas just going under the bridge right now. Crew number 10 having a great race and steering a great course. That's Marin Masters. It's crew number 10, Marin, going past CBC, and behind them is crew number 7, Sammamish Rowing Association, all the way over from Redmond, Washington. Crew number 9 is Swan Lake Rowing Club, up from Lambertville, New Jersey. It's a small club, on train on the Delaware River. And in the white boat, closest to the CBC dock, it's Don Rowing, down from Ontario. That's in the yellow Empacker, it's a CBC crew. Coxed by Chris Boyd, Jeff Peterson, Adam, Chris Richards, Rich Sampson. CBC crew going under the bridge right now. There goes CBC. Crew number 12 is Evergreen Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. And their green tops, that's Evergreen. Crew number 13 is Community Rowing in the red boat and red tops going past CBC right now. That's CRI. Crew 11 is Chinook. Chinook are up from Millington, Maryland. That's crew 11 just going past the CBC dock. Chinook. Good race here. Crew in the green is rating 36. That's pretty impressive. Really hammering down the course. Argonaut from Toronto. And they are passing Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut. That's Riverfront Recapture closest to CBC. Crew 19 and Crew 22 coming into view. Crew 19, closest to CBC with the yellow blades, is Mount Baker from Seattle. And Crew 22 on the inside is Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. That's Mount Baker with the yellow blades closest to us, crew number 19. And Upper Valley following the buoy line and the black boat. Crew number 23 in the blue boat, Pelham Community Rowing Association up from Pelham, New York, just outside New York City. That's Pelham just going under the bridge right now. Crew 16 in the high-vis tops are Greenwich Crew from Greenwich, Connecticut. So that's Greenwich in the high-vis tops now. About to go past CBC. And right behind them is King's Crown. King's Crown is Columbia University alumni in the black boat going past CBC. They were the 1980s heavyweight crew at Columbia. Just going under the bridge. King's Crown. Crew 17 is Andover Crew from Wayland, Mass. Their aim is to finish in the top 50% this year for their age group. That's Andover, just approaching the bridge. Crew 21 in the white boat is Chaos Rowing. They're just looking to relive the glory days of their youth. And they're up from Apex, North Carolina. That's Chaos Rowing. Crew 26 has the orange blades and is approaching us now. They're Penguin Rowing from Shrewsbury over in the UK. Seem to have had a good regatta list of wins recently. Though they have been passed on the by Crew 30 in the yellow Empacher and the red tops and red blades. That's Potomac. Crew 30. So that's Potomac in the yellow Empacher there, approaching, just going under the bridge. Then right behind those two crews, Crew 29, Cornell alumni, and Crew 25 is Princeton Masters, Mercer Masters. Crew 32 is Erster Kieler Rowing Club, all the way over from Kiel in Germany.
White shirts is 32. Red shirts 33.
Crew 33 right behind them is Blood Street Skulls, up from Old Lyme, Connecticut.
And in the pink is 28. That's Blood Street.
That's Blood Street, going past CBC right now.
Followed by 28.
Crew 28 with the pink tops is Skidmore from Saratoga Springs. They're a repeat crew from the 2017 Head of the Charles. Crew 34 is Chicago. They've been competing together for several regattas, including Masters Nationals this year. And Crew 27 in the black boat is Litchfield Hills, up from Litchfield, Connecticut. Crew 24 in the green tops is Minneapolis Rowing Club. They're combining youthful energy and wise experience. That's Minneapolis Rowing just going under the bridge. Narragansett, just coming around the bend now. Crew 31. Narragansett is America's oldest rowing club. They're approaching the CBC dock. That's Crew 31, Narragansett Boat Club, just going past CBC. Just in terms of split times, as people were going past here, it looks like Cornell alumni with John Grant at stroke. They have the fastest time going past CBC in 40 minutes, 52 seconds. So they're in the lead at the moment, based on splits at CBC. But they're closely followed by Riverside, just 2 seconds behind them at CBC. And Marin were 15 seconds behind those two boats. Next event, men's Grandmaster Fours. This is age group 60 plus.
Nick, it's been great with you, and I'm turning it over to Tom West.
Way, thanks, Jerry.
All right, happy to be here.
Hey, welcome, Tom. That's Leander from Ontario. Full of Olympic and Head of the Charles champions, this Leander crew.
And bow marker number 4 is Cambridge, coming by the dock now. And they're followed by bow marker number 3, Rocky Mountain Rowing Club. So that means Cambridge has passed Rocky Mountain.
Who's in that boat?
That's Leander just going past us now, in fact. It's the crew number 1 just going under the bridge. That's Leander Rowing Club from down from Ontario.
Bow number 8 is Chinook from Millington, Maryland.
And approaching CBC is San Diego, crew number 5. That's San Diego, just going past CBC right now, and then we've got 2 crews right behind them.
And coming by the boat club now is Chinook on the buoy line, furthest from us, and coming by right now is bow number 6, Yarmouth Rowing Club from Yarmouth, Maine. Yarmouth's oldest sweep club, training in the Cousins, Royal, and Harris-Secret rivers. This is a return trip for the Grandmasters men who placed in the top half of last year. And on the inside, approaching the dock in the yellow boat, the Empacher, is bow marker number 12, is Penn AC. Not surprised to see them moving well. And they seem to have come past a boat with Harvard blades, which is...
Black shirts, bow 11.
Wait, who's in the Oh, and bow marker number 7 is the Kent Mitchell School from San Jose, California. They won last year.
That's 11.
Right here?
11, yeah.
And bow marker number 11 is Jacksonville from Jacksonville, Florida. And right behind them is bow marker number 14, CRI from just up the river. And bow marker 13 is the Fat Cat Rowing Club. They're associated with the Princeton alumni.
The buoy line is...
On the buoy line in maroon is bow marker number 10, MIT grads from Massachusetts, right down the river.
9 outside them in the blue top.
And outside them is Avalon from Chintokeeg, Virginia. And that is... And coming by now, bow marker number 15 is Palm Beach from West Palm, Florida. Very often a very strong crew in this race. And coming by is bow marker number 16 is Cambridge. Let's hear it for the home club. And the Cambridge Road Club, consisting of Ed Ford, Oleg Simonovsky, Steve Hamilton, Christina Cadigan, and William Harley. Let's go CBC. And 17, the Narragansett Boat Club, our neighbors to the south from Providence, Rhode Island. All right, a little bit of a gap here, and the next race coming up will be the women's senior masters fours. That's 50 plus age division, starting with a start time of 10:56.
Cambridge CBC are going...
Gentle Giant Moving Company. Thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company. Gentle Giant is the secret force behind the regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more.
Gentle Giant actually have a bunch of rowers on their staff. They hire a lot of athletes.
Yeah, they sure do. I actually used them for a move recently, and saw a couple of rowers came by. One of them was a surprisingly strong 50-year-old lightweight. So thanks to Gentle Giant.
The next event we're going to have coming up here is the Women's Senior Masters Fours. Bow number 1 is quite a formidable crew. It's our hometown crew. It's Cambridge Boat Club crew. They've won this event in the last couple of years and includes former members of the U.S. national team and medalists at World Championships. But they'll have 30 crews behind them looking to steal their glory.
And by my watch, they went off about 12 minutes ago, right? So they should be hitting the 2-mile mark, I'd say, about now.
Yeah, should be appearing within the next minute or two.
So the 2-mile mark, that's when you have to start making deals with yourself to get that last mile done.
That's right. You ignore some of those crazy voices in your head.
The crazy voices saying, why do I do this? Is this really what I want?
Yeah, those voices. And here they come.
Oh, and it looks like Cambridge may have been passed because I see the first boat coming along the line is a red boat. Oh, my mistake. Okay, that's Cambridge Boat Club, but they are using some different oars and a different boat. And that's got Genevieve Carrillo, Barb Calvert, Sally Salerno, Tricia Miller, and no, I'm reading the wrong names. Amanda Cox, Jennifer Satchcheck Ward, Olwen Huxley, Linda Murray, and CB Sands. Let's go, Cambridge.
They've really got a big distance, really opened a big distance between the crew behind them.
In Cambridge, I just checked. They look to be rowing about a 36. That's pretty good for a 3-mile race with only about 700 to go.
It's crew number 2 coming up.
That's Sammamish, or Sammamish Rowing Association out of Redmond, Washington. And on the inside, it's bow number 5, East Arm from Greenwood Lake, New York, or Greenwood Lake, New York. And they've done some passing. And on the outside is crew number 3, Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. So East Arm has really made some ground up in this race, having passed 2 boats. And coming around the turn now with the, is that MIT blades, Nick? Or what blades are they in the red boat? And San Diego, that's bow number 6. And in the black jerseys, that's Zlack out of San Diego. Or I guess we say Zlack. And coming by is bow marker number 4 is Marin out of Greenbrier, California. And they're rowing with Radcliffe black and white blades. Oh, and on the inside, but moving out to yield, looks like Riverside blades, and that is bow marker number, yep. And they're being overtaken by, they've overtaken bow marker number 9, looks like, which is Berkeley. Looks like they had to do it on the outside.
And then it's 11 behind those two.
And bow marker number 11 coming up behind them is North Suburban Crew out of Skokie, Illinois.
So 10, 9, 11. So you can look on here.
And that's women's, that's Saugatuck Rowing Club coming under the bridge now. And approaching the dock now is bow marker number 13, Saugatuck out of Westport, Connecticut. And two boats in green. The first is bow marker number 14, Minneapolis Rowing Club, and they're followed by Georgian Bay out of Midland, Ontario. Georgian Bay taking Minneapolis taking an interesting line. And
behind them, it's 17 on the buoys, 16 this
and approaching the dock now is Conabear, coming on the screen now, on the outside. And bow marker number 16 is Narragansett Rowing Club out of Providence.
Then on our side is 12. Yeah, 12 on our side and 18 on the buoys.
Closest to the dock is bow marker number 12, Chinook out of Millington, Maryland.
18.
And 18, bow marker number 18, bear with me, which is Prince William Rowing Club, approaching the bridge now. All right, and after a bit of a gap, we've got bow marker number 22, which is Sammamish Rowing Association out of Redmond, Washington. And they're moving well, and I think they've picked up a few places. They look to be rowing about a nice, clean 34, 35. Yeah, they're moving nicely. And Sammamish coming by now, looking good. And coming around the bend
21.
Is bow marker number 21. That's Carnegie Lake out of Princeton, New Jersey. Often, I think it's fairly independent now, but it's also associated with Princeton alumni. You see they've got the Princeton orange and black. The nickname for this club was Clara, Carnegie Lake Rowing Association.
And then 20 behind them.
So there goes Carnegie Lake under the bridge now, and approaching the dock is bow marker number 20 is Long Beach from Long Beach, California. White boats, BU blades. Long Beach, heading for the bridge now. Who's out there? And bow marker number 19, which is Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia, approaching the dock now. Boy, Nick, I'll tell you, we're seeing more and more depth in this race every year.
It is good to see, for sure. And some fast crews, too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we've got a race coming up here.
Okay.
Who's first?
Okay, we've got a knot of 4 boats.
24 first.
And first in this group is number 24, is Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford, Connecticut. And they're being followed closely by Hudson River. So I imagine Hudson River is pressing. Oh, and Crew 7 in the pink must have. Oh, we have a little bit of a problem. We've got some overlap here. There we go. So there must have been a collision or something. They must have had to move out, and they're followed by 28, bow marker number 28, Upper Valley Rowing Association, or Upper Valley Rowing Foundation. So that was, I think we avoided a collision there. Approaching the dock now is bow marker number 31, CRI. No.
That's actually Sammamish.
Oh, Sammamish. 31 is Sammamish. And bow marker 31. Sammamish in the greater Seattle area, just east of it. Bow marker number 23 coming up in the blue and yellow, which is Wilmington, out of Wilmington, Delaware, approaching the dock now.
They're followed by 30.
And they're followed by bow marker number 30, BU Community Rowing. So it must be a. It says this is the first time the club has entered the head of the Charles.
And then 25.
So that's BU, bow marker number 30, and they're followed by bow marker number 25, Riverfront Recapture. That's another boat from Hartford. And that might be most of the crews, unless there's been a. Oh wait, there's one more boat coming down, it looks like.
Yeah.
So here comes in white boat, white uniforms and white blades. It's a nice look, nice and clean. It's the bow marker number 26, Essex Rowing Association out of Methuen. That refers to Essex County up there. Essex Rowing Association is a member-led, newly established rowing club on the Merrimack River. All right, let's hear it for Essex. And again, it's Essex coming by the dock now in all white. And taking a nice tight line on the buoys is bow marker number 29, Greater Lawrence Rowing. Greater Lawrence is a great nonprofit organization on the Merrimack River. In beautiful Lawrence, here they come, rowing nice and long.
So we won by, I think we won by 10 seconds.
And Greater Lawrence coming by the dock now. And that should be it for the Women's Senior Masters Fours.
Well, I got to announce, so... How can I help you guys?
All right, we're swapping over a little bit here. We've got the world famous Charlie Hamlin taking over one of the announcing seats at Cambridge Boat Club. Over to you, Charlie.
They don't come better than Nick, but here I am with Tom West. We've done this for a couple of years, Tom, and so we look forward to yet another year.
Sure do, especially when we're not freezing to death up here. This is quite a day for it.
Okay, what do we have coming up now? The next
Should be the women's Grandmaster Fours.
Grandmaster Fours. This is 60 plus, a grand age, and we can see the first boat coming up around the corner now. It is Narragansett down in a wonderful club down at Narragansett in outside of Providence. And they're a tremendous force down there on the
Especially in the Masters, right?
Especially
Charlie?
in the Masters. It's primarily a Masters team. So they got a nice lead going into this turn, and we're picking up the second boat, which is number 1, Early Lights from Seattle. They're a long way from home. They probably row on Lake Union, along with 5 or 6 other major clubs that row right on Lake Union in the center of Seattle. West Cruise made of lightweight and openweight national team alumni and past HORC champions. Nice stroke here as they come up to the Elliott Bridge.
Bow marker number 3 is Watercat from Sammamish.
Sammamish has a tremendous program that is actually just the east of the city center, and they got a wonderful lake to row on, and they've just built a brand new boathouse that really is all of us must be envious of. Tremendous program there.
Well, they say a coxswain can't win a race; they can only lose it, at least in the minds of the crew. But that coxswain just steered a very nice course, put the buoys right under the riggers.
You got to be careful though, Tom. A couple of years ago, we rode in a race where we got one of the buoys tangled up on the oar, and it turned out to be much slower than we had wished.
Yeah, the anchors on those buoys are only about 5 pounds, but it really does a job.
And so now we have boats 5 and 6, and 5 is the Minneapolis Rowing Club. They're proud to participate in the inaugural event for the Grand Masters Women's 60. So here they are.
And bow marker number 6 is Chinook from Millington, Maryland.
Yep.
Some of these women have won the Grand Masters 4 in previous years. This is a strong lineup.
Chinook is an interesting club because it's a club that people join from all over the country. And there's a wonderful gal that started it, and she passes out working schedules right through the entire year, and then they come together at big regattas like this. It's a new sort of way to improve the community of rowing. So we're happy to see them here.
And after the race, you see who followed the schedules. All right, a few more boats coming down around the bend now.
What's the blue? More boats from Seattle. This is the next boat up with the greenish blue blades is number 11 from Lake Union Club in Seattle. These two decided to train in January to take up the challenge of the river, the Charles.
And they're followed by Riverside.
So who's in second here?
I'll get that is number 9.
This is number 9, Riverside, in the white hull and the white tops and red bottoms. They're moving through.
And they're followed by Union Rowing Club out of Boston, Mass., just down the river.
Yep. What's next? After 15. After 8, we got
10.
So the next boat picked up this is from Atlanta, Georgia.
You need to be reading event 14.
Yeah, that's
10,
the problem.
15.
14.
Go the other way. That's 16.
Yeah, this is it. 10. It should be 10, 4, and 5. No, that's men's. Where's women's?
Blue shirts, bow 7.
We are lost.
Here we go. No. Where did this go? Men's Masters?
No, that's 15. That's a rear run.
What?
Wait, hang on.
No, it's not right. We're on 4s. This should be Women's Grandmaster 4. This is it.
Right.
This is it. So this is 15, which is Narragansett.
Yeah.
There you go.
So we've got Narragansett.
Narragansett coming.
Bow 7 is coming across. There's no one else.
Okay. And here comes bow 7, and that is another Chinook, entry here at the head of the Charles. So powerful, strong, and committed group of women from all across the country come together here at the head of the Charles to race. Yeah, so where are we now? Is that the last one in that event?
I think so. There was only 15.
I saw 15 there. They went through.
Yeah. So unless somebody got.
So now we're in.
Sorry, I just got told you guys were reading from the wrong event.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking. It was just, hey, go.
So where are we now?
Should
what
be
event?
Masters doubles.
We still have a women's 4 coming.
Looks like we've got another 4 coming around the bend.
Bow 12.
Let's get a little closer.
12 in the white.
So
It's
here.
actually Essex.
Essex, yeah. So now, coming around the corner in the white hull and the white jerseys is the Essex Rowing Association out of Methuen, Mass. The Essex Rowing Association, a newly re-established club on the Merrimack River with both youth and masters rowing. And 14 is
Followed by
next one?
14. 14.
And that's Essex coming by the dock now, approaching the bridge.
And in the dark hull, just coming around the corner now, is the Avalon from Virginia, now making a nice course through the buoys. You know, Tom, one of the issues you got to be careful here. If you can get those buoys wrapped around your blades, and it really gets to be slow.
Yeah, and I wonder if you get a violation at that point, as long as you snag the buoy but don't go on the wrong side of it.
Exactly. This looks like a Princeton. What is the number on this one is?
I got it.
13. 13, Carnegie Lake. That's why we see the orange from Princeton. Nice stroke going into the Elliott Bridge here. You know, Tom, we're so blessed to have this weather today after 2 or 3 days of just horrific weather here. It really caused everybody a lot of angst, but now it's just come true to have a beautiful, beautiful day here on the river.
More than just angst, we actually had some damage. We had our beautiful old willow here lost about a third of itself.
And crushed four singles, which are going to have to be rebuilt.
Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be a premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. For 50 years, they've been helping people across New England get healthier and happier. Head over to the Weld Boathouse to show your happy dance and enjoy the fun at the Happy Zone. Get happy, get healthy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim.
So are you the men's masters doubles next?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So he's calling out for the benefit of the people putting it on the screen, so he might not be synchronized with what we're doing.
I'm calling out early so I can get downstairs, they can get on the list, and so they know when the cameras are to cut that they can put the text in. So yeah, I'm calling a little bit earlier than necessarily you guys.
Okay, so we're not going to pay attention to you, and we're just going to do it.
Yeah, I think we should do it old-fashioned, but use this. Be aware of this because that's what they're going to hear you watching this on the web. This is also broadcast.
Right, this is broadcasting along with your voiceover of it. So like when we had all the 8s come through, we had a bunch coming. And so we try to be before the dock, but the camera work was just getting behind following each 8, and we ended up at the bridge at that point. And the announcers were getting behind as well. So okay, the announcers were announcing their crews as they went under the bridge, not coming around the corner.
And sometimes the camera follows through the bridge, and we're working over there. So, you know,
I'm trying to match you guys. So
okay.
You know, to do whatever wherever you are.
I think generally we prefer to be able to do it when they're between this point and here,
Yeah.
right, as
Yeah.
opposed to way down there.
But we try not to chase it too far.
Yeah, no,
up the
totally
race. Yeah,
understand.
okay, so
Yeah.
we don't know.
No,
We're
yeah,
gonna
you
find our
guys,
little-
you guys do what you're gonna do. I'm really only tracked to the
Yeah,
bridge,
I
so
got you.
really
So
have
we're not
to
going to listen to you,
understand.
right? But
So
Oh, okay.
most of the time, I'll try and stick to your guys' sweet spot, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, and if there's a real knot, we kind of need time to untangle the knot. So even if it's even if it's close going through the bridge, go for the knot because it gives us time to kind of work out who's where and who might have passed.
Okay, gotcha.
Because a knot is actually more interesting than.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Cool. Do a sponsor. Hudson Boatworks. Hudson is the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main expo tent, see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. JL Racing. Get your official Head of the Charles racing gear at the JL Racing tent. It's only available for a limited time, so head over to the JL tent before it sells out. As the official sponsor of the U.S. national team, JL Racing is committed to expanding access and to supporting the sport of rowing. Come talk to our team today at our special custom tent to see what we can do for you this season. Hunter Boots. Visit the Hunter powered by Zappos experience at the Attager Row this weekend to experience the best of fall, including spice snacks, car sing-alongs, and Hunter's original and refined collection. All right, the next race up is going to be event number 15, the Men's Masters Doubles. That's age 40 plus. And I don't even have to look because I know that this is going to be Mike Smith and Dan Gorian. They are the class of this regatta. And I'll tell you a little personal connection here. Mike Smith was my two-man in my lightweight 8 at Rutgers in 1984. He was very strong then, and he's very strong now. Maybe stronger.
What number is this?
Oh, I've miscalled it. This is the 40 plus. So this is Riverside.
Yeah.
So
This is Riverside, Peter Morelli and Sean Wolf. And as they say, we skull, we drink good tequila and dance the night away. And here they are dancing through the Elliott Bridge. Great row. Sean is well known on the river and great contributor, as is Pete, who used to work here at the Head of the Charles. So here we are. The second is bow number 2, the Texas Rowing Center, Simon Borschelt and Matthew Nifton, the returning crew here. Number 2. Really nice stroke going through the bridge. Look at the synchronicity of these two guys. It really makes a difference. It really makes a difference. Now on the outside here is
5, 9, and 4. So 9 is next.
is number 9. Number 9 is another Riverside, but Riverside and Vesper composite boat.
So
Michael
they've-
Ferry and Greg Kaplan.
And they've moved up at least 4 spots, so there's a reason they rode with each other. And they're followed by number 4.
Number 9.
Number
9 on the outside is Riverside, again, another boat here with Mike Ferry and Kaplan.
4.
And number 4, following right behind, is Greater Columbus RC Energia. Let's see, they're from Ukraine. Is that possible? All the way from Ukraine. Number 8, now approaching the bridge, is the Valley Rowing Center up in Hanover. Dartmouth Lightweights. And number 10 is Atlanta crew, Max Chickering and Austin Nichols. And then following Austin and Austin and Max is number 3. Number 3 is Rockland crew, Peter Close and Thomas Chila, 45. Tom and Peter are racing double the Head of the Charles for the first time.
13 on the buoy line, 7 closest to us.
On the inside, there's number 13 on the inside, and that is Radley Abington from Oxfordshire, so a long way from Great Britain.
And on the closest to us is Union Boat Club, and they've had to yield, so they're coming through now.
Boy, the doubles are getting faster and faster, Tom. It's great to see them. And now swinging wide on this on the curve here, should be much closer to the buoys, is number 12, the Lincoln Park Boat Club out of Chicago. And that is Thomas Shoemaker, 41, and another Thomas Shoemaker at 42. How that works, I'm not sure, but there we go.
15 on the inside.
So here is number 12 from Lincoln Park, headed for the Elliott Bridge.
15 tight on the buoy lines.
So now looking at the 3 boats rather, coming up. On the inside is number 15, and that is Western Reserve out of Cleveland, Ohio, Charlie Braun and Pityor Sebesics.
And the really wide line here, closest to us, is Lake Union from Seattle.
Yeah. Lake Union Boat Club is a great club in Seattle, among the others. And then the yellow boat is number 14, which is Hampton Roads, Norfolk, with Scotty Smith and Jeffrey Turner.
So it looks like Lake Union had to yield, so they had to come wide and let those 2 other boats through.
So, Tom, I now live out in Seattle, and you've got Lake Union, Lake Washington, Pocock, College Club. I mean, it's just it's a hotbed of rowing, and a lot of masters rowing there, as we see today. Yes. 15.
No. Oh, maybe in the.
I think it must be. Because then we get the masters.
Then we got the 60s. We go 50s men, 60s men.
So that was event 15. Now we got to go to 16. So that concludes the 40-plus men Masters doubles, and now we're going to move up to the Senior Masters double, which is 50-plus. That starts at 11:31, so we should see them moving closely. So it is in this race, event 16, where we see the perennial winners, Smith and Gorierand, out of Narragansett. We expect them to do well, but chased by some very good crews from as far away as Great Britain and Canada. So it should be quite a race, and there are many more participants in this event as the old guys hang on to continue to row here in the head of the Charles.
You know, that's the thing about the double. If you look at international competition, you can get a really good double from just about any country, because even if the country doesn't have millions and millions of people, they can usually put together 2 good rowers. So let's say at the Olympics or the Worlds, the double is almost is often the most competitive event.
I talked a little bit about Smith and Gorierand down from Narragansett. They've won 14 of 16 times they've raced together and hold the course record in the Masters double, the Senior Masters double, and the Directors quad. And so they're really, and they've rowed together for so long that they're perfectly matched, and that makes such a difference in the overall speed of the boats.
And don't tell anybody, any of the people they beat routinely, but they're not able to train together because they live in different places.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I thought they were both there. So anyway, eager to see them as well as the entire, let's see, there's numbers of boats. There are 21, 22, 24, 31. 38 boats going to be in this next race. The Seniors Masters double are 50 plus. You know, Tom, I just finished a race where we raced and we were 70 plus. So there's still some time to get back into this game. You see what I say? 70 plus. There were four boats competing for the right to win the 70 plus 8 this morning earlier.
Well, I hurt my back a while ago, as you know, so I'm just waiting to get weak enough till I'm not strong enough to hurt my back anymore. So I'll thank a couple of our sponsors. LaCroix Sparkling Water. LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head on down to Adager Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. Nielsen Kellerman. Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. Visit NK's Head of the Charles booth to experience our latest offerings. NK Link Logbook Team, Coxbox GPS, and Coxbox Core, and the rest of our connected ecosystem of products and services. We wish all the crews racing this weekend good luck.
You know, Tom, the sport of rowing has, along with a lot of athletic pursuits, has more and more technology applied to it, to make sure that all the rowers are in perfect synchronicity, that the way they row is perfect, and it all comes from a much better understanding of the technology and the physicality of the sport. So here we go now with the 50-plus Masters doubles coming around the corner.
All right, I was early with my identification of Smith and Gorian, but here they come now that we're watching their race.
Right. With a boat with a number one starting order, and here they are, number one all the way up here. Way out on the outside in the greenish day glow, we're looking for the number here.
2, yeah, sorry.
This is boat number 2, which is Twin Donut from Menlo Park, California. Gregory Kingsborn and Jeff Kingsborn.
Kingsborn, that's he's a former national team lightweight.
Yeah.
That's probably why he's they've named their crew Twin Donut.
So they're nice timing together here.
3 in the umpire.
Yeah. This 3? 3. And in the Empacher in the yellow boat is number 3 from Simple, Scotland. Martin Holmes and Paul Geeson, all the way from Great Britain.
And 5 and 4.
Yeah. And approaching in the blue jerseys in the dark hull is number 4. It's our own Jay Manson and Jim Pierce. Yep.
Bow marker number 5, Chinook from Millington, Maryland, seemed to have passed Manson and Pierce,
Yep.
but Manson and Pierce looking good.
Yeah.
Let's go, Jay and
Still
Jim.
a lot
Come
of
on,
race
CBC.
here.
Let's cheer for them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now in the white Felipe, the white hull is number 6. And number 6 is Detroit Boat Club. Roman Lesnow and Greg Walker. Both of these guys. Greg is the national teamer, and Roman Lesnow is a great old friend and a really powerful oar. So they've moved up.
And they're followed by bow marker number 7, Malta Boat Club
Yep.
out of Philadelphia, Jeff Cutler and Ted Trockey.
Eight.
And Cambridge Boat Club with Dan Chernoff and Russ Murphy.
Yeah.
2 MIT grads, both national teamers, looking good. Russ Murphy in stroke, Dan Chernoff in bow. Let's go, E to the U to UDX.
Now in the white hull with the dark shirts is number 9. That's Toronto Sculling out of, obviously, Toronto, Ontario. Phil Mockton, one of the great oars in Canada, and Vetchel Vinge is 27. And 11 is College Club of Seattle, my own club, with Matt O'Beary and Roy Colvin, gold medalist in the 2019 Masters Regionals. And next is boat number 10 from the New York AC. They row out of Pelham. Mark Damon and Charles Winkenecht, to the 2012 Senior Masters W champions.
12.
And following them, and again in the white with the orange shirts, is Chaos Rowing Club. Tim Bukowski and Richard McDonough It's from the heart of North Carolina.
Their rivals are Control, right? It was Chaos versus Control in the old Get Smart.
That's right. That's
Dating
right.
ourselves there. In the green, it's 13.
So making the turn now is hull number 13, the dark hull and the green jerseys. That's New Haven, the New Haven Rowing Club down in Oxford, Connecticut, not too far from the Yale Boathouse and their powerful program on the Housatonic River. These two guys have rowed together at high school and university and at the HOCR doubles since 2006.
And they're getting some length there. They're putting it right in. You know, it's pretty easy to let it fall apart.
Yeah.
Ivan, bow 14. Red.
Dago is 14. 14, and then 15 is CRI.
Oh, number 14.
Dago.
So in the Dayglow tops in the white hull, with the white is hull number 14, which is Berry Hill Boat Club out of the USA here. That's Michael Reisky and Vladis Mikalis. They're both Latvians, and I can plug for Michael. They make some great covers for these boats.
And
Right behind him is, in the red hull, is number 15, which is from CRI just upriver from us, George Hatch and Whitney Hatch, 61 and 64 years old.
And right behind them, or coming up, is Noank Rowing Club. They seem to have picked up a couple places. That's Dale Hoxie and Thomas Stottlemeyer. Anytime you see a boat pick up 4 or 5 places, it means they'll probably place a little better next year.
And following them is hull number 21, which is from
That's RV Isterlinz.
Listerlands from Austria, all the way from Austria. Robert Gischhofer and Dietmar Kuttelwasser. Both rowers are former members of the Australian national team.
Austrian. Österreich.
It's great to see so many of these internationals come to this regatta. I mean, it's really become a bucket list for anybody in Europe to come and race here at the head of the Charles. That's 19. Number 16. Yeah, number 16 is the Berkeley Paddling and Rowing Club, obviously out of California. That is Stephen Shaffron and Don Hunt. Won this event in 2017, 2018, and so they're back in. 22 and 17. And now looking back here with the turquoise oars is number 22. This is from Saratoga Springs. That's a really powerful program up there north of New York.
And they're followed by Partey. That's not party with a Y. That's Partey with an EZ, as in the French.
You don't remember.
Partey.
You've never remembered this, but I actually started numbers of races with Et vous prêt, Partey. You know, the French, this whole sport used to be run by the French at one point. At least the commanding starts were.
Let's go Partey, all the way from Tokyo.
Yes. And number 27 in the white hull with the gray is Western Ontario. Volker Nolte, the guy that writes so much about this sport and all of its technology, and Brian Peaker.
And 18.
Go Volter.
Is that another part? Oops. I misread the other one.
Yeah, 18 will go.
Yeah. And this is, I've misidentified the other boat. This is Partey Rowing Club.
And Partey's from, again, Tokyo. So on the inside with the white shirts and the red hull
35.
is hull number 35, and that is Team Dietrich out of Amherst, New York. Robert Blunt and Jed Dietrich.
And they're coming through bow marker number 24, which is Baltimore, out of Baltimore, Maryland. And we've got a real knot of boats here.
Joe Jeffson and Byron McMahon on there. And on the inside now with the Cambridge hull, Cambridge oars, and the white hull is
19.
Is number 19, and that is Cambridge Boat Club with Bill Urkels and Malcolm Geffner, longtime rowers here.
25.
And the 25 is at Union Boat Club down in the Boston, Charlie Kane and Hugh Spurway.
37 and 30.
And on the inside, is 37, and 37 is Cambridge Boat Club, Matthew Collins and Alexander Packard, and closely rowed by number 30, which is Fairmont Rowing Club down on Boathouse Row in Philadelphia. Whew. They're coming fast and furious here.
29.
29 is the Potomac, out of Potomac Boat Club in Washington, D.C. That's Francis Slakey and Gregory Von Dervink.
And 32 on the inside.
And on the inside, the Boston side, is hull number 32 coming fast and furious from the Duluth Rowing Club, Greg Peterson and Tom Raschenfels.
And just closest to the dock is bow marker number 23, which is Mohawk River out of Amsterdam, New York. Russ Cecil and Charles Hirschler.
Yep. Part of this. Yep. Two friends joined to reclaim their youth. So swinging wide in the white shirts and the yellow oars is number 33. And 33 is Burnstown, Ohio, William Stevens and Mark Robinson, longtime rowing partners out of Burnstown Rowing Club.
And they're followed by bow marker number 26, which is another Cambridge boat. Here we are. That is with Tom Kohler and Rifat Atun.
Yeah, both athletes now regularly row doubles out of Cambridge and compete in local races. So here we are with 26, again with we just said that, 26.
36 is Dayglow.
Now the Dayglow coming behind with the white shells is number 36. And number 36 is Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwalk. You know, down there on Norwalk, there's a beautiful program run. There's growing opportunities to row there. I think there's 3 different clubs down on there against the Norwalk River.
And they're followed by bow marker number 38 or 38 in the blue boat. That's Trafford Rowing Club out of Manchester, United Kingdom. Manchester.
Yeah. Simon Weeks and Andrew Sykes. Gee. A lot of gold medal winners here. They had the gold medals and silver at the British National Championships and a win at Henley Masters.
28 on the inside.
So now we got 2 boats coming up, one swinging very wide. You know, you lose a lot of time. You've got to be in on those buoys.
And on the outside is 34 Cape Cod Masters. I wonder why they didn't take the inside.
Who knows? So what's the in the red shirts? Can you get that number, Tom? In the red shirts, looks like 20.
28.
No,
hold it. 28. Yep.
Yeah, in the red shirts is number 28. The Belmont Hill, right here next door. Tim Wood and Ned Wood. That's surprising. That isn't better than that. 34. And following them is hull number 34, and that's Cape Cod Masters out of Harwich. There you go. And last but not least, in the yellow blades and the Dayglow jerseys is number 31, and from Navesink River Rowing from Red Bank, New Jersey, that's Charlie Gross and Arthur Sorensen. They've been rowing the Charles since 1985. 4s with Cox, doubles, singles. They know this river pretty well. Wow. 38 boats in the 50 plus. That'll do the men's doubles. Now we're going to move to the women's masters doubles in the 40 plus. And then just like the men will move, well, let's see, we've got yeah.
Okay, not surprisingly, we're seeing some of the splits coming by Cambridge, and that was the fastest was Narragansett, Smith, and Gorian at 15:22, and about 9 seconds behind them was the Klingsporns, aka Twin Donut, and then Team Dietrich. But the interesting thing about that is they were bow marker number 35, so they had to fight through a lot of boats to get their racing room. So that's pretty impressive. I think we'll see them with a much smaller number on their jersey next year.
You know, the rules of the regatta is as you approach another boat that's in front of you, they have to give way to the boat that's going to pass them, and they have to give way in a way that gives the advantage to the overtaking boat. So So there's a lot of shouting and screaming. At least there was in my race earlier today about getting one of our competitors to move away so we could have the inside course.
Well, and then there's a little bit of strategy because there are a couple compound turns here. So, for instance, this turn is a very long turn, and if you've got the right, you want to be on the inside. But if you're not going to get it done and you don't finish passing that crew, you're just going to end up on the outside of the next turn.
Well, you're absolutely right, Tom. And perhaps you have to be on the inside on this turn. This turn has more degrees than any other. But as you said, as you come up through the powerhouse, you've got to be in the right position on Weeks Bridge so that you can be in the right position on Anderson, and you can set yourself up for this turn.
Oh, yeah, you would definitely sacrifice Anderson.
Yeah.
If you're not passing a boat quickly, then just take the outside on Anderson, and so you can have the inside on this giant turn that actually, if you look down from the sky, looks like a light bulb.
It's almost 180 degrees. I mean, isn't it? With the total.
Oh, yes, and I know about every one of those because if you've ever rowed starboard, you're the one pulling it around. Right. So you've got to, if you're rowing starboard, which means the coxswain's calling for the bowman and the three-man to put a little extra something, you don't exactly take it easy, but you have to deliver something on this turn.
That's right. That's right.
Pete's Coffee.
One of the things that we do on this in the big boats, in the 8s, but I think you can also do it in the 4s, is that we reduce the size of the skeg, which wants to make the boat go straight, and we increase the length of the rudder so that when you get on some of these big turns, you can make the turns more easily. Whereas all the boats that we ever buy are made for straight rowing. So all sorts of tricks to try to win the Charles.
Now, Pete's Coffee. Pete's Iced Espresso is proud to be an official patron of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Pete's Iced Espresso's signature dark roast Colombian espresso is blended with carefully sourced, quality ingredients, delivering the perfect coffee-forward pick-me-up. Grab your free sample at the Pete's Iced Tea Espresso tent located at the Weld Exhibition. That's right. A little bit of caffeine is a performance enhancer, I'd say.
So let's talk a little bit about the women's Masters doubles. This is the 40 plus. The 40 plus is going to start at just pretty close to noon. Bow 1 from Riverside will be a formidable crew to beat, with both athletes boasting extensive HOCR hardware. They'll have stiff competition from the crews, particularly bows number 2 from Cambridge and 3 from Vesper. International dark horses from Copenhagen in bow and 5 will be looking to clinch the top spot. Carly Schmidt and Tara Murphy in bow 8, representing Union Boat Club, could be top contenders in this field. And in bow 14, hailing from Omaha, will also be looking to represent the Midwest in a serious way.
I'm really interested in bow marker number 3, Vesper.
Yes,
Charlie.
yeah.
Because that's got Ellen St. Clair, whom we've known for a million years. She's 57. She's a longtime veteran of the regatta. She's won the champ doubles before in the days of her youth.
Yeah.
But she's rowing with Lindsay Meyer, who's a 2008 Olympian, which in the Masters world is not that long ago. So we've got Lindsay Meyer, age 31, and Ellen St. Clair, 57. So that's a real barbell approach to the 40 plus.
Right. So we'll be looking to that crew. Riverside is bow number 1 will be Riverside in a composite with Cambridge, Alexis Belikovsky, and Tina Vandersteel. That should be a fast boat. This year, racing as a true 2X. Last year, Alexis had a stowaway. Can you believe this, Paul? Or rather, Tom. In her tummy, she rode pregnant. So this is going to be fun for them. So we're eager to see both of them.
I also, I think we have to look at bow marker number 5, which is Danske Studenters Row Club out of Copenhagen.
Yeah.
And really, just Danske Studenters is fun to say. The row club is fun to say.
Yeah. Danish champions in 2018 in the Masters Women 4X. So, yeah. As I say, I've had a chance, as you have, Tom, to row internationally, and everybody asks, how do I get into the Head of the Charles? How do I get that marked off on my bucket list? So we will see a lot of foreign crews come here on this beautiful day to race this race. I can see the first boat in the women's Masters doubles peeking around the corner.
It's one. It's Riverside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll let them get a little bit closer, make sure we got the right numbers, but they've got a nice lead on whoever's in second. We only are just beginning to see the second boat. But interestingly, Tom, look how wide they're taking this. And it turns out to be hull number 1.
One, then three.
Yeah. And one is Riverside Composite with Cambridge. This is Alexis Belikovsky and Tina Vandersil.
And look, and right behind them is bow number 3, Vesper, with Lindsay Meyer and Ellen St. Clair, and that age barbell that we were talking about.
And did they pass? Did they pass the other boat?
Yeah, it's 3, then 2.
Yeah. So this is boat. So as we look back again at the white jerseys and the white row, and then that boat is number 3, and it passed number 2. So they're flying. And then behind them is in the dark jersey is hull number 2. And that again is the Cambridge representative with Jennifer Sketty and Molly Scannell, longtime members of our club here.
And right by the dock, it's Vesper. Oh, the numbers come off of them. Yeah. I imagine CBC Blades, number 4. The stroke is weird. And coming next is bow marker number 4. For some reason, the stroke is wearing her number. It's Cambridge. Come on, let's Bethany Grant and Christine Collins.
Yeah. Both of these are international oarsmen, but we're still row right here out of Cambridge. 4th year together in the HOCR. Christine, 2000 Olympic bronze medalist.
And let's hear it for Christine Collins, tireless contributor to the rowing committee here at Cambridge.
Yeah, it's 6. Christine, a couple years ago, was honored into the Hall of Fame for rowing.
And bow marker number 6 coming up in the red is Potomac Rowing Club. That's Erica Steve Caldwell and Charlotte Hollings. Charlotte Hollings, a national team lightweight rower from my era.
So in the Dayglow green, just peeking around the corner now, is bow 5.
It's my favorite club, the Danske Studenters Row Club from Copenhagen.
Boy. Tom, I wonder if these boats shouldn't be. I wonder if they'd be any faster if they could be towed, obviously steered.
Look, they're moving nicely.
Yeah. In the red hull now is what?
Bow marker number 10 is San Diego. Bow marker number 10. They've moved up several places.
Yes. And behind them is dark oars and the Dayglow green. That's number 11. That's the Greenwich. Let's say Greenwich crew out of Coscob, Connecticut. That's Kristen Erickson, a wonderful gal, and Katie DeLuca.
9 and then 12.
And 9, yeah, okay. And coming right up along with the green jerseys is hull number 9 from the Minneapolis Rowing Club, Carrie Yusik and Catherine Rosso-Recker.
And they're followed by bow marker number 12, Riverside, out of Cambridge, Mass. And, Riverside Vesper composite.
Yeah, that's Megan Brundage and Melissa Hilton.
13 and 8.
So on the inside now, on the Boston Shore, is Cambridge Boat Club. That's Yvette Martis and Roberta Turi-Vies.
Let's go, Cambridge.
Yep.
And 8.
And here we are. So in the Empacher, in the yellow boat, is from Union Boat Club, is rowing by himself is Murphy. Who is the other one? There we are. Oh, I'm sorry. Tara Murphy and Carly Schmidt.
And we didn't see Omaha yet, did we?
No, I don't think so. I didn't say Omaha. Did you?
So that's the Cambridge split. Look what we have. We have the splits at Cambridge Boat Club. So bow marker number 3 in first place was Ellen St. Clair, and I'm sorry, I forget her first name, is Lindsay Meyer.
Yes.
Were leading. They came by in 16:31, and behind them by 15 seconds was Riverside, Vandersteel, and Belakovsky. So, and then Cambridge of Christine Collins and Bethany Grant. So it looks like the age barbell. You know, if you're getting in your late, say in your 50s, so she's 57. If you want to stay competitive, just get yourself a 30-year-old Olympian. I mean, Ellen is just such a sweet woman. It's nice to see her having a good race.
You know, Tom, you were talking a little bit about the age differentials and how do these boats get put together like this. The crew that I row with is called Team Adager, which is regatta spelled backward. We've been doing this for 15 or more years. And the trick is to have a core group of guys, and then you go out and recruit national teamers to haul you down the course, being mindful of the age group. So this year we rode in the 50 plus, the 70 plus, and we had to really juggle some guys in order to be able to make that number. So but it's a lot of fun, and it's a great part of the community to see this happen. Rage against the dying of the light. That's what us old oarsmen say.
5 Hour Energy. 5 Hour Energy is proud to support the head of the Charles Regatta. Feeling tired? Need to recharge? Stop by our tent this weekend and try a great tasting 5 Hour tea. It has the ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you back to 100%. Aston Martin. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at the Adager Row venue next to Brooks Brothers.
Do I understand you're getting one of those, Tom?
Yes, I'm going to use it with my coaching money that I.
All right, here we go. Let's see. This is the women's Masters double.
Is it the next event or stragglers? 7. They're in 7 in pink.
Prince William Lake. I don't think we've called that. Could this be?
I think they must be stragglers.
You know, we're a little bit of wondering what this boat, and as we've looked more closely with our binoculars, this boat is the last of the Masters double 40 plus, and clearly it looks as if there's some challenge or some problem with this shell. I'm looking at the strokes, sculls, and they're just being rowed out of the water. So it's a little bit challenged here. This is boat number 7 from Prince William Lake in Ringe, Virginia. Stephanie Lewis Vance and Tasha Hill.
And then we have coming around the turn Omaha. So there was a bit of a gap. So sometimes you never know if that's the beginning of the next race or the.
Coming up.
That's Omaha. That's 14.
Yeah. And this is the last boat coming up for the 40-plus women's Masters double. And it's number 14, and this is the crew from Omaha. Catherine Sarla Irvin and Nicole DeRosa. So Midwestern New Englanders. Is that a contradiction in terms? Both of these ladies have rowing homes in Omaha and New England. Omaha is a special place to connect the rowing community. This will be their second time rowing in the head of the Charles.
Well, it's not easy getting out from Omaha. Let's hear it for Omaha.
Yeah.
No, it's Bell marker number 1.
Okay.
Okay, now we're into the next race, the Women's Senior Masters Doubles. This is age 50 plus. That's an average.
Yeah, and Bow 1 seems to be leading the field from Sarasota. Crew led this pack in 2018 and be looking as to hold into that position. So, yet they're swinging wide. It would be much better, faster if they could get closer to those buoys, Tom.
Yeah, and they're, well, that turn sneaks up on you. They're followed by bow marker number 2, Toronto Sculling. So the starting order does seem to be intact among the lead group here. They're their first two anyway.
So, Tom, I have to correct you here. If you've grown up on Lake Ontario, that city is called Toronto. You don't pronounce the first zero.
All right, I'll defer to the locals.
So what the number on this is number 2.
And CBC is third.
Yeah, number 2 is Toronto, as we talked about, Tracy Black and Norma Wilkie. And number 3 is our own Cambridge Boat Club with Mary Mazzio and Cindy Mathis. These two gals have rowed many, many, many miles together, and you'll see that be reflected in how well they row.
Looks like Mary Mazzio in bow and Cindy Mathis in stroke.
Right.
And coming around the turn is bow marker number 4, Lincoln Park Boat Club, and RV Ister Linz. So that's Fran Teuti and Inga Steckel. Inga kommt aus Österreich.
Yeah. Fran Tuitt has been at this game for a number of years, and she lives as a wonderful farm west, or rather east of Chicago, which she plies and has a tremendous. She's been rowing since 1976, and Inga is from Austria, and a great international oars person is she. Go, Fran!
So 9 has passed 5, so it's 9.
So now in the black hull, the white oars is number
That's
9.
bow marker number 9.
Green Mountain in South Burlington. This is Lynn Graves and Meredith Bryland. Green Mountain is a wonderful place to race, and there's a great regatta up there, the Green Mountain Head, that started by Graham King and others, and it's just a wonderful event. And here they are from the same boat club.
And they're taking an unorthodox line. It looks like they might be going for the far arch. You can do the far arch, but you have to pick one.
Yep. And following them is number 5, and number 5 is Munchester from Munich, Germany, Lisa Roth and Jutta Duschel. So 3-time winners of the German national team, 3-time members of the German national team.
6.
And here's number 6 in the white hull, in the red hats. That's from Marin out on the west coast, Dawn Dobras and Marta Benson. The Marin Rowing Club is a real force on the west coast. Number 7.
7 and 8.
Number 7 is another Green Mountain South in Burlington, Lynn Graves and Meredith Bryland. We may have.
And they're followed by bow marker number 8, SAC out of Gold River, California. That's Maureen Lamb and Christine Flowers.
Yeah. Maureen and Christine have been racing a double together, representing the Aqua Center for the past 3 years. And they're eager to be here and to take on the challenge of the head of the Charles.
Four in the black, 10 in the green.
Now in the white hull, the dark jerseys is number 4. And again, it's from Lincoln Park Club, that strong club just north of Chicago.
14, sorry.
Sorry, wait, correction on that. It's 14.
Sorry about that. A little wind folded over the number. I couldn't see
there
it.
you go. From Dallas, Texas, and Minneapolis Rowing Club, Chris Miller and Gina Tomeski.
They're moving well if they've passed bow marker number 10, which is Minneapolis Rowing Club, just behind them by 2 or 3 lengths.
The challenge with the Cambridge Arch, Tom, is that you try to go through that arch, you're right on the bank when you get through the arch, and you might have to drag oars in order to be able to stay on the course. Well, here we are with number 10. Number 10 is the Minneapolis Rowing Club. Jill Cooper and Christina Lund, 171 and the other 62.
And coming around the bend is Saratoga Springs and composite boat of Saratoga and Station L from Portland. So that's
Yes.
Carol Fisher. They're moving well because they've passed a Cambridge boat, number 13, which is Mary Farrell and Louise Macassack.
Both Louise and Mary love to scull on the Charles. They're very happy to be rowing a 2X in this year event. They've been here many years, many regattas before. And on the yellow boat, which is number 16?
And we've got a real...
Number 13. It's number 13. It's Mary Farrell, and we said that earlier. Okay.
All right, we've got a knot of boats coming up here. Bow marker number 22 is in first. They've passed a few boats.
Number 22 with the U.S. oars. Number 22 is Marin. Again, the Marin, Christina Battani and Liz Thorhon. So
16, 19, 18.
yeah, and then it's 16, 19, and 18. So quickly, 16 is De Hoop from Amsterdam. We got to come back to them. And 16.
Then 19. Bow marker
19
number 19.
is Cambridge Boat Club, Lisa Pierce and Betsy Harling.
And 18.
And then 18 is Bayak from Redwood City, Heidi Schley and Renata Perry.
17.
On
17.
the 17 on the in the inside. 17 is the boat on the inside. No, I think it's 12, isn't it? 17 is the red boat. We got it now. The red boat is from Sammamish Association out in Seattle.
And then coming by the dock is bow marker number 12.
From Narragansett, that's Joan Martin and Dawn Nardone.
And in the white boat is bow marker number 11.
And that's from Fairmont, again, from Boathouse Row. Barbara Hogan and Sarah Sargent. Sarah's been at this game for many years and a great oar and a great representative of the boat of Philadelphia. Welcome, Sarah.
Bow marker number 23.
Now, after a little gap, and in the Empacher yellow is hull number 23. This is the Maritime Rowing Club from East Warrock, Heidi Johnston and Jessica Sherman. And again, they represent that burgeoning club on the Norwalk River down in Connecticut.
Yeah, they're rowing nicely, making use of the running rue they have. And then it's a Cambridge boat, or with Cambridge blades, bow marker number 21.
Julie Moore and Elaine Hansen.
Julie Moore and Eileen Hansen out of Cambridge. Let's go, Cambridge.
Those two gals used to row out of Marin, so they've come east. Let's see. And now in the red jerseys, with the red.
That's 20, Potomac, 20.
Potomac, and you can, those distinctive oars, the red oars with the white stars, the Potomac Rowing Club.
24.
And behind them, with the white blades and the reddish hull, is number 24 from Great Britain and the Walton Rowing Club on the Thames in London, Carol Cornell and Anne Hodkin.
And bow marker number 28 is coming around bow marker number 27, evidently not taking advantage of their right to come through on the inside.
So in that black hull is the Occoquan Fairfax crew, Gabriella Kolozik and Karen Udler. And on the 1027 is the Potomac Rowing Club again, but not the distinctive oars that we just talked about. Linda Porter and Jane Lytle.
25.
And in the black hull approaching Elliott is hull number 25, and that's from the Albany Rowing Club, obviously in Albany, New York. Ann Murphy and Louise Farrell, 70 and 58. So that's, and the next is 29, and 29 is moved up. This is from the Baltimore Rowing Club, Paula Merkel and Emily Erbelding.
And they're followed by Lake Washington, bow marker number 30, coming by the dock now in the white boat.
Another Seattle Rowing Club. I mean, it's just a thicket of clubs right on Lake Union. There right in the heart of Seattle.
26.
And in the reddish hull, the white jerseys is number 26 from an international crew. This is one.
Canottiere Anienne.
And representing Italy, and a member, I think it's Pamela Chang from Union Boat Club, and Asia Rosati from Italy.
I think we have a couple more boats to come. I don't think we've called them all, Charlie.
No, we haven't heard of North Palm Beach yet. Yeah.
Slow moving 31.
31. North Palm Beach. What a day, Tom. It couldn't be better, and for the oarsmen and the oarswomen. It's just, it's so much nicer to row in flat water than it is in heavy water and in a blasting headwind. And I remember only a couple of years ago, we rowed up this course with 25 to 30 knots of wind on the nose. And what you did is you got the blade out of the water and you put it back in as fast as you could before you're blown backwards. Anyway.
And bow marker number 31.
I think this may be the last, Tom. This is North Palm Beach, obviously from Palm Beach, Florida, the Treasure Coast. This is Linda Mergold and Leslie Freed, 67 and 73. So, go Linda, go Leslie. Take it home.
Bertucci's. Bertucci's Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta welcomes you to the 55th Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit the Bertucci's tents located at Weld Exhibition and Attager Row near the finish line for freshly baked brick oven pizzas, in-store coupons, and a chance to win a $200 Bertucci's gift card. To place your next catering order or to schedule your next reservation today, visit bertuccis.com. How'd you do? You look good.
Go on the website. Go on the website and you can find the time.
But on the screen here, Charlie, we see some of the splits from the last race, the women's Grandmasters doubles. Coming by, the fastest time coming by Cambridge. So this is not a winning time, but this is who had the fastest time, is Sarasota, Wygant and Marischal in 17:05. The second fastest, 3.5 seconds behind them, was Toronto Sculling. Toronto, as you say. Wilkie and Black, they were 3.5 seconds behind. And then behind the winners by 10.7 seconds was our own Cambridge of Cindy Mathis and Mary Mazio. So, I would say it's either going to be Sarasota or Toronto, barring some buoy violations or anything like that.
So next is event 19. It's 12:14.
How many of them are
17. 21. Next up, starting at 12:14, which means they're probably on the course now, is the men's Masters singles. Now we're getting into the younger guys. This is for men 30 plus. So you've got to be over 30 in order to be able to race in this event. The records go to Andrew Hashway that did it in a little over 18 minutes and 13 seconds.
Now, 30 plus is it's kind of a little bit of a lull in the Masters world because it seems like so many people compete actively while they're in school or, on a national team after university age. And then they go off and do their thing and come back to rowing in their 40s. So I think we don't have quite as many in the 30 plus as we do, say, in the 40 and 50 plus.
Right. You know, you take time off. You take time off from rowing to build a family and a career and those kind of things, and then you come back. There's this never-ending tug to get back on the water and to re-embrace the community, which is the rowing community. I say to people, if you've rowed in anger the last 500 meters of a race, and you can find somebody else that's done that, you have a friend for life. You know.
Well, here they come, Charlie.
All right, 30 plus men here. We've got 21 entries. This race will be one to watch with Brendan McEwen. Will look to hold bow number 1.
And it looks like we've got the starting order intact, but with bow marker number 1 in first and bow marker number 2 in second.
Yeah.
But they're pressing. That does not look like the starting gap. So that means Brendan McEwen is holding off David Ringham, but it looks like David Ringham has probably made up a little bit of time.
Yeah. All depends on what the split was when they went across the starting line, but clearly a very competitive event here between these two good scullers. So number 1 again is UCLA, Marina Del Rey. That's Brendan McEwen. And number 2 from Red Cedar Rowing Club, David Ringham. And that's 31 and 33. So they average the right number.
It's 3 and 4 again in the starting order, staying in the starting order. 3 and 4.
Okay. 3, hull number 3 looks like an Empacher. The guy is in a sort of a turquoise suit there. That is from the Maritime Rowing Club, and again from Norwalk, Connecticut. That's Nathaniel Kelly. And right behind him is number 4, and it looks like he's closed the gap a little bit, from Marist alumni. That's Brendan Mulvey. Both these guys 32 years old.
And then bow marker number 5 approaching the dock now is Union Boat Club with Jeffrey Toto.
English teacher and rowing coach at BC High. This will be his 14th HOCR.
You know, it's not surprising to see, the starting order of the top 5 retained.
Yeah.
Because, these are people who've got their guaranteed entry by virtue of their finish, and they're going to be more consistent. You see a lot more mix-ups in the higher bow markers.
Talk a little bit about that, Tom. What is the, in order to be able to row next year, to get an entry, if you finish, I think, within 5% of the winner, then you have a guaranteed entry for the following year.
Yeah, I think they used to do it by places, but then they decided, that might make it too easy.
Yeah. So here we are. Who we had this in the white
This
white
is
jersey.
Rich Connell from Middlebury, Vermont.
Yep.
And Rich Connell has passed bow marker number 6. We haven't seen 6 yet, so he's moving well, evidently, and has got some running room. So I don't know. On the one hand, it's nice to have somebody to race against. On the other hand, it's also nice to have some, get to pick your line.
And then just peeking around the big turn in the...
Bow marker number 11, Charlie. Somebody's moved up.
Yeah, they moved up. That's from the Undine back there on Boathouse Row in Philadelphia. This is Cody Lowry, 40 years old, former lightweight U.S. national team rower, 2006 and 2009. Now dad to 2 kiddos, back in the game.
Well, those kiddos aren't slowing him down any. He's rowing every bit of a 34, I'd say, 35. Yeah. What do you think? I'll bet you we're going to see him in the top 3 splits.
Yeah.
8.
Number 8. So now in the white jersey and the white oars is number 8 from New Orleans, Louisiana. This is John Hoopy, 30 years old. He won the Silver Goblets in 2009, 2000 Henley, the Royal Regatta, in the Britannia Cup. This is a very strong international oarsman. Masters, Nationals, FISA. This guy is everywhere in this rowing world.
12, 16, and 9.
Okay. And following in the red boat, or the red jersey and the red oars, is number 12. And number 12 is from Germany. And you better try that, Tom.
That is RV Kreuzgasse from Köln, or Cologne. And that's Gero Mimberg.
Yeah.
So let's go Kreuzgasse. Gibt Gas. Gets to.
And follow from him is number 16 from our own Union Boat Club here. That's Chris Storm. Chris has already previously raced in the championship double and masters here with Bob Menino for several years, but here he is by himself, and followed by 9.
That's David Mercanti from Fairmont Rowing Club down in Philly.
And according to this, he likes cats and rowing at the head of the Charles. Behind
14.
him in the dark hull is number 14.
That's 14, Charlie.
Yeah, number 14 from Nashville, Tennessee, John McLaughlin.
And
rowing
he's followed
since
by
college.
bow marker number 10 in the maroon.
And that's from Vesta Boat Club in Great Britain, right down on the Tideway. This is Michael Cannon, 39 years old.
Let's go, Michael, all the way from Tideway.
Yeah. And number 10 is
18.
Number 18 is next, and that is from Fairmount again on Boathouse Row, Tom Oston.
18, and he's followed by bow marker number 17, which is Riverside from just down the river, Chris Dyke.
You can tell the Riverside guys with those blue and white stripes. They really dominate the river here.
And bow marker number 15 on the inside.
He's from Nashville, Tennessee, Jordan Pollock.
And he's past bow marker number 6 in the yellow.
Pollock, that's a great name in rowing. And number 15 in the blue, well, we said that, didn't we?
Yes, he's past bow marker number 6.
In number 6, from the Nashaquista and from Chilmark, Mass. is Scott Stewart. That is a wonderful little club down in Chilmark, out on Martha's Vineyard. Ken Iskell is the head of that group, and it's great to see some of his oarsmen and oarswomen up here.
Now we've got a crinkled bow number in this next oarsman.
On his back, can you read it?
I think it's bow number 12. No,
No, it isn't.
13.
13. Number 13 from Cambridge in Great Britain. This is Francisco Duarte. Won the sculling regatta for the first time he competed. Won the head of the cam last season. A really very experienced and to look from here, strong oarsman.
Strong oarsman, long and low.
Yeah. You know, Tom, it looks from afar. It looks so easy, the rowing stroke. But when done right, those blades go in the water. You load up the power and drive the legs, and make the boat sing.
And coming by the dock now is bow marker number 19, Dan Krokmalnik from Union Boat Club, our neighbors downstream.
My sons are really hoping I don't come in last place again. So, Dan, push it along. Your kids are watching.
And we've got bow markers number 21, then 20. So that's Steve Aller from Wilmington, Delaware.
Yep.
And he seems to have passed Ziling Kui from SDBC
Shanghai.
in Shanghai.
Wow, a long way from home. 5-year single rowing experience. Attended a number of things in Japan and records on in the East.
So Stephen Aller coming by the dock now.
Number 21, Stephen Aller from Wilmington, Delaware. He learned his sculling in the Thames Rowing Club in the UK in 1944.
And Ziling Kui in the white boat coming all the way from Shanghai. Let's hear it for Ziling. All right. It's good to know we can count on you on the bridge.
So I think, Tom, that may be it for the 30 plus, and upcoming would then be the next tranche, which is the 40 plus. They started at 1225. There are 33 competitors in this event. All-star lineup of former national teamers. This race will be really exciting. Leading the pack is great friend and great oarsman and a great contributor to rowing, Jamie Coven will be the bow number 1. Jamie is one of the only people in rowing that has won the gold medal in the single and the gold medal in the 8. It's really quite a tribute to his commitment to the sport. He's also one of the head directors of the National Rowing Foundation. So he's giving a lot to, he's enjoyed a lot of rowing and he's giving back to rowing. So we're waiting to see Jamie and confident he'll do well.
Well, while we have a gap, we'll thank some of our sponsors. BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor for the 7th year, is a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. And of course, Brooks Brothers. Brooks Brothers is proud to celebrate their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Visit us at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and at the Weld Exhibition all weekend, as well as our Newbury Street store here in Boston to shop for the limited edition Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection. And Cliff Bar. The Head of the Charles Regatta is proud to have Cliff Bar as a supporter in the 2019 regatta. Cliff Bar, nutrition of sustained energy, fuels athletes miles as they row down the course. Visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion at Adiger Row for samples, coffee, and more. Thank you, Cliff.
Okay, here they come, the 40-plus singles men. We're just peeking around the corner now in that white hull, and we'll let you know who that is shortly. Bow marker number 1, and it is Jamie Coven representing Riverside, Connecticut. Really opening a big lead on the rest of the field here. We're gonna have just now seeing people maybe 20 lengths back. Again.
Yeah, and it looks like, they're just coming around the turn, but it looks like bow marker number 3 has passed 2.
Yeah. Go, Jamie! Thanks for all you do for U.S. rowing.
Oh, there is a real battle here, Charlie. We've got David Deschaines in bow marker number 4, and he's coming through or passing Jeff Watkins of Maritime, and they in turn have passed Shane Madden of Undine. So we've just as they came around the corner, 3 past 2 and 4 past 3.
Now, so Dave, let me do a little bit.
And look at this knot of singles.
Yeah.
This is something.
Dave Deschaines here, number 4, rows on the same lake I do up in Bellingham, Washington. Very powerful guy, and as you can see, can row most any rate he wants.
And Jake Watkins is not giving up. He's saying, yeah, okay, you got ahead of me, but I'm going to get it back. And Shane Madden in bow marker number 2, he's staying in the fight too.
Yeah. Whoa.
So it looks like Jake is going to get the inside because I don't think David will have passed him by enough to retake the inside.
But he's just an amazing athlete. He rows up and down Lake Whatcom at 37, 38 and never slows down.
And here's another shakeup. We've got markers 6, then 5, then 7.
Well, 6 is Greg Meyer, our own Greg Meyer from Cambridge Boat Club.
And so that means he's passed Zachary DePace from Holyoke.
Right.
So Greg Meyer looking good.
Greg Meyer has been the longtime coach here, and we're so sorry to lose him. He's headed to coach another collegiate group, but a wonderful, wonderful guy.
And here comes William Castle.
Willie Castle, as we call him, and a great provider and an oarsman here at Cambridge, and a great supporter of the National Rowing Foundation. I got a son that's coming up and just did well in the head of the queue. A great family of rowing.
And bow marker number 8 is Eric Breland.
Great oar from Green Mountain.
And he's followed by Alistair Adam, bow marker number 9 from Union Boat Club, our neighbors downstream.
And a big opening there between 9 and the next boat back.
Which is bow marker number 11. So that's Paul Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
He's passed probably a boat or 2. And he's got some good running room. If he's got some gas in the tank, he can capitalize on that.
God, the conditions are getting better and better by the moment as the wind drops off and we have just flat water for these guys to do their jobs.
Then it's bow marker number 10.
Bow number 10 from Mississauga, Ontario. That's Andrew Bellerby from Canada. That Mississauga was just next door to Toronto.
And then behind them, we've got, bow marker 12 and 13. So that means that that Michael Sivigny.
Mike Savigny, a great oar here. Now out in Gatos, California, and Kevin Dutt from CRI.
So Kevin Dutt, he came around on the outside, so he'll at least have the inside of the final turn.
Yeah.
Let's go CRI!
Big gaps here between these oarsmen.
18, 14, and 15.
So now we have 18, 14, and 16, did you say?
Yeah, so that's Albert Maher from Ireland. So it's probably Maher.
Maher.
So, all right, Albert, he's doing well. He's come all the way from Ireland. He's passed a few boats.
Yep. 46 years old and rowing like a 30-year-old. Here we go. So the next one is
14 bow markers 14 and 15.
15 from Riverside, Cambridge. This is Paul Canestraro, I guess.
And Anthony Falls.
Yeah.
Bow markers 14 and 15, respectively.
And there again, Lake Union, Seattle. It's a real hotbed of rowing out there in Seattle.
Lake Union coming by in the red, all the way from Seattle. 17.
And on the outside, of the
Well, 17, bow marker number 17, coming by the dock now.
From Potomac, from Potomac Boat Club, this is Stephen Titus from McLean, Virginia. I wonder if he's any relation to Bill and John who run Pocock. I don't know.
And here comes Till Andreessen. That's bow marker number 16 from Thames, all the way from London.
Yeah.
Let's go, Till, all the way from London.
From the Tideway, let's go. Again, rowing with U.S. blades. That's rather interesting. So there you go.
And then it's a bow marker number 22. That's Julio Sanchez from Argentina, from, is that Piranha Rowing Club?
World Masters champion in the single at Sarasota, 2018.
Look, he's rowing, he's evidently moving well because he's moved up a few places. I wouldn't call that I don't have my stroke watch, so not a terribly high,
But he handled that turn very well. I think that's going to gain him some time. So now we have two boats on the Boston side in the white jersey and the yellow Empacher.
So that means that's 23.
And 23 from Riverside, that's Igor Belikovsky. Igor is a great friend of rowing, a great photographer. If you go up on Sculling Fool, you can see all of his pictures.
And then closer to us is bow marker number 21. That's Daniel Ellis.
Yeah, born and raised in Portland, Oregon. This is 5th HOCR.
And bow marker number 20 approaching the dock now.
From Mark Skasel from the Maine Maritime Association in South China, Maine. There you go. I always thought it was going to be Hong Kong or something, but there it is from South China, Maine.
And bow marker number 26 in the blue boat approaching the dock now.
Lincoln Park.
And that's Lincoln Park with Ned Carman, age 46.
This is 11th HOCR, number 26.
And then leading this group of four scullers is bow marker number 28.
And that's Carolina Masters, from the Carolina Masters, Yuri Fedor, 42 years old. Yuri started rowing at St. Ignatius High School in Cleveland, Ohio.
And he's past bow marker number 27 with Riverside blades.
It's nice to have said that nobody can pronounce his name, and so
that's 27.
Forgive us. So 27 is Riverside. Tom Keister, great oarsman here on the Charles, well known. And following him in the Empacher is boat number 30 right here. That's Ken Etrado from the Cambridge Boat Club, as you can tell by the oars.
And he's followed by Greg McClure from Penn AC.
Yep, Penn AC, Greg, past competitor in the Champ 1X.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I said Penn AC. It's New York Athletic
New
Club.
York from up in Pelham. The New York Athletic Club, obviously, there was this big clubhouse in New York, but then out on the
And then Eric Wilhelm,
Yep.
bow marker 31.
From Quinsigamon. Yep.
And he's followed by Michael Desney from Detroit Boat Club. 33 and 19.
33 is is that the dark hall?
Yep, 33.
33 is a dark hall from Lincoln Park, Chicago. That's Sean Casavecchia, 40 years old. BU crew in 2002. Member of the Lincoln Park for since.
And the red hull coming up is bow marker number 19. It's Fulham Beach Boat Club, or Fulham Reach Boat Club.
Fulham Reach, yes. Fulham Reach Boat Club in Great Britain. That's a part of Hammersmith, I guess. Clarkberry.
And then we have bow markers 24 and 31. So 24 should be yielding to 31.
Kansas City Boat Club in 24. Ruben Perrin.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's bow marker 32 in the dark hull.
And then the 32 in the dark hull is Georgian Bay, Midland, Ontario. That's a long way from up. Doug Rourke from Canada. Georgian Bay is a long way up. It's part of the Great Lakes. That may be it, Tom. That may be it.
Concept 2. Which Concept 2 oar is right for you? Learn more about the best match for your crew. Visit the Concept 2 tent located next to Hudson Boat Works. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta.
You know, Concept 2, Tom, is just a tremendous story of Peter and Dick Dreisigacker starting a whole new business up in Vermont and succeeding beyond their wildest expectations. They started with oars. Were first to put carbon fiber into the oars, which is infinitely better than the wooden ones we both grew up with.
Well, you skipped a step. They went to fiberglass. That was the innovation. And they had to learn how to wind it into a tapering tube.
And I understand that one of the things they did was they hooked it up to a bicycle, and one of them would ride the bicycle to turn the. One of them would ride the bicycle in order to turn the oar to put the carbon fiber on, and then they went and built the ergometer, and that's the worldwide standard for rowing off when you're not rowing on the water.
Delta Airlines. Thank you, Delta Airlines, for being the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta and presenting sponsor of the Reunion Village venue. Easy Dock. Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier of and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew to this year's event and to invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth and see how our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. And Geico. It looks like everyone's having a great time over at the Geico booth and at the Weld exhibition venue. Stop by and see for yourself. Geico, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Well, Tom, we move next to the women's Masters single, the 30-plus women. They'll be starting at a little after noon down there at BU. The course record is held by our own Cynthia Mathis, 19 minutes and 55 seconds. And there'll be 19 individuals trying to break that record today. From Germany, there's Kohler Koln, who was the 2018 winner, and I'm sure she wants to be back in the medals today.
No, Charlie. That's the club.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my mistake.
Wiebke Gebauer.
It's 35, and she did win this last year, and is back again this year. She'll be up against Laura Corbett from the Sarasota crew.
But here they come, and here comes Laura Corbett now, who's bow marker number 2. Should have started second, but is now leading by a decent margin. So that looks good for Laura. Yeah. And she's got a little speed to burn. She's taking it a bit wide.
They truly,
Oh.
you know, it's
But then also is right behind her is Emily Rocket with a well-deserved name, bow marker number 5. And so we've got bow markers number 2 and 5 coming by in first and second. So they've done some work here.
they have done some work. Emily was sixth last year in the HOR Masters singles, so she looks like she's going to improve her performance.
Coming around the bend is 6.
And just poking in the white hull with the white blades is number 6 from Mossman, Sydney. That's a great club in Sydney, Australia, and that is Wendy Miller, 33 out of that great club.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and she's got a lot of racing results to talk about.
Yeah.
Too many to read, I'm afraid.
Oh, very good. That's very. No, we sometimes think of them as a sister club to Cambridge Boat Club. They've been great to us, and we to them.
So I wonder what happened, Charlie. We didn't see bow marker number 1, right? And we still haven't seen 3. So we've really got some shakeup here, I think. Here comes bow marker number 4. Who's that?
From the Maine Maritime Association, this is Allison Chase, 5th place winner of the Masters single last year.
Okay, now we've got a bit of a knot. Leading a group of 4 scullers is a woman in black, but bow marker number 8.
Leading the pack in number 8, that is the Albany Rowing Club, Rebecca Clark.
And then close on her tail is bow marker number 10 on her stern.
And that's Carnegie Lake. That's Allison Mueller, 38 years old.
And they've come through bow marker number 3, who's closest to us on the dock.
And that would be Laura Corbett from Sarasota. I wonder if that Allison Mueller is one of the...
And then the Riverside jersey is, looks like
11.
bow marker number 11.
And that 11 is Riverside, as you said, Tom. And that's Alexandra Bailey, 39 years old.
She's moved up, and she's taking advantage of her local experience, steering a nice line. And we've got another knot of 5 boats.
This
bow
looks
marker
to be,
number 9.
yeah, led by the river front recapture entry, Laura Kristoff, 37.
And in the green blades, it's bow marker number 12 next after that.
And that's the White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, PA, Laura Roberts.
And coming on the inside is bow marker number 18. That's our own Cambridge Boat Club.
Yes. We don't. Oh.
And she's
that's Corliss Gross, number 18.
And she's passed bow marker number 15, which is Potomac Boat Club.
And that's Samantha Houston.
And
Potomac.
And they in turn have passed Lori Serrato, bow marker number 14, from Alexandria, Virginia.
Right. More to come. There's 2 more boats coming around the corner now.
Boy, you start at head style, but there's always a race everywhere along the course.
Tom, I think having just rowed today, and I think it's probably the same for all the events, there's about a 15 to 20, maybe 25 second gap at the start.
Yeah, that's usual.
Yeah. And so as we watch these boats come up, we wonder, have the leading boats held that 15% or 15-second break, or have they closed, or have they just worked out from it? So this is from Boulder, Colorado, in boat number 17. That's the dark hull. That is Catherine Walker.
And she's battling it out with bow marker number 7. That's Cassandra Stockholm from Park City, Utah. Where do you row in Park City?
We've got a
All
great
right,
friend.
Cassandra.
We have great friends from out there. Lisa Pierce, who's a member here, rows out there. So there must be water someplace.
Coming around the turn in the dark red, it's bow marker number 13.
And that is from our own CRI here up, and that's Caitlin Barrett.
Yeah, she's swinging nicely.
So in the red jersey and the red oars is Kelly Leshinsky from the Aqueduct Rowing Club in Scotia, New York. This is Kelly's 7th time participating in the Head of the Charles and 3rd as a sculler. Way the white boat is 19.
Yep.
Wow. Notable victories include winning a wing heating contest, getting married to the without getting
And here comes Sandra Fair, representing Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford, Connecticut. And that might be it for the for this regatta, for event number 19. I mean, for the 30-plus singles.
30. That's the 30-plus singles. That I think concludes the 30-plus, which means that the next group will be the women's senior masters singles 40-plus. 17 competitors in this event. Shannon Kaplan leads the field on bow number 1, boasting 6 HOCR wins. Sherry Klein, Catherine Infantino in bows 2 and 3 respectively will be looking to take home gold.
Like a guest. I'm like, you're supposed to weave me into the commentary now. Oh, we opened the box today. We have Matt Collins here.
And just stopping by the announcing booth here is Matt Collins, former world champion.
He used to be somebody, didn't he, in this
yes,
sport?
he did. How was it out there, Matt?
It's a beautiful day for the Head of the Charles Regatta. It doesn't get any better than this, Tom.
So not much wind, and it looks pretty calm from here. Were there any nasty gusts anywhere, or was it?
There were a couple of little good gusts there at the end of the powerhouse, just after Weld, as a matter of fact. And, but you got to expect that in the middle of the day. There's always going to be a gust or two.
All right. Well, nice racing out there, Matt.
And Christine has done well, has she not?
Christine has done very well, yeah. She came by. In fact, I heard one rower say, watching her row was like watching perfect sculling. How about that?
That's how you keep harmony in the household.
Yeah, just so as long as we never row in the same boat at the same time.
Good idea. It's Carol and I take also a Saudi Arabian approach to exercise. We exercise at the same time, but not together.
Yeah, it's in my locker. I texted you. Locker number 61. It's unlocked.
Yeah.
Your money's in there. Sponsors?
Gentle Giant Moving Company. Thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company. Gentle Giant is the secret force behind the regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more.
Tom, I used to be here. This used to be home, and my wife and I moved out to the West Coast, to the far, far Northwest. And who should have made that possible but Gentle Giant? And fantastic job. We took 7 shells out there. 3 went on the car, and 4 went in a bespoke trailer that organization put together for us. They're great people, and run by a wonderful guy that is a great benefactor to this sport.
Oh, here we come. We've got a boat coming down the course now.
This again is the Women's Senior Masters 40+, and number 1 leading the pack by a good deal. As we see her coming through, this is Shannon Kaplan with a nice long lead. We just see the next boat perhaps 20 lengths back. So Shannon is really showing us today what a great oar she is. Nice high stroke.
Yeah, looks like about a 34, 36. 2. You know, I think that people are rowing a little higher than they used to. I don't know if that's because the standard of rowing has crept up, or we've just sort of gotten used to rowing a little higher.
They're just better than we were, Tom.
Yeah.
They're all.
And it's bow marker number 2 coming by next. That's Sherry Klein from Long Beach.
Former national lightweight member. Won gold in lightweight 4X in 1999. So this is a person that truly knows the ins and outs of rowing, of sculling rather.
And here we go. We've got the next 2 boats coming by are bow markers number 3 and 4. That's Catherine Infantino from Union, and Rachel Perry from Dolphin Rowing Club in San Francisco, California. So again, as we were saying before, it's not surprising to see the starting order preserved in the top 5.
And both of these gals are long time competitors here. 2016. Both of them have rowed consistently here at the head of the Charles. So in the black hull, Tom.
That's bow marker number 5.
And that is Erin Lallemund, 44 years old, mom of 3 boys, started rowing at the University of Mass. And here she is. This will be her 9th HOCR in a single.
And the next 2 boats to come around the bend, it looks like our own Molly Watkins from Cambridge in bow marker number 7. And she's ahead of bow marker number 6. That means she's doing well. That's Jennifer Figueroa from Gainesville.
Yep.
Let's go, CBC. Let's cheer for your own. It's Molly Watkins coming by. She's taken a place on bow marker number 6. That's, again, Jennifer Figueroa.
Boy, this field is really spread out, hasn't it, Tom? I mean,
And Jennifer is followed by Alice Taggart. That's Taggart, bow marker number 13. That means Alice has moved up a few points. So I wouldn't be surprised to see her in the top of the race when all is tallied. And 11 in the light blue.
You don't know.
11.
So now looking down the course here in the light blue jerseys is number 11 from Orleans, Mass. That's Auntie Flanders. Yes, that's the Flanders, Al Flanders, Auntie run a rowing program down there on the Cape, and it's been very, very successful.
And right behind her is bow marker number 10, which is Lauren Scheffner from CRI.
Yeah. Former head of the Charles Race Committee member, so she knows this course.
And in the white, it's number 14.
And from Winnipeg, all the way out in Canada, Sheila Wilson Cowell, competing for over 10 years, including from 2016 to date. World Masters regattas and all over the world.
And steering a very nice line,
Very nice.
bow marker number 8, is Samantha Karasik from California Yacht Club.
Yeah. That is a perfect picture of how you got to go around this corner to save lengths. The farther away you get from the Boston shore, the more time and the more distance you row. So here's the case, number 9.
That's Biljana Biertrick.
Yeah. From the USA. From the main rowing association up in China, Maine.
And then closest to the buoys, farther from the dock, is Chandra McCarthy from Union Boat Club.
Yeah. This is her 25th year rowing here on the Charles, so that's great.
Marker number 12.
So in the black hull and the black jersey, number 12 from Putney Rowing Club up in Putney, Vermont, is Kristen Dawley. Kristen is a power rower in Putney, Vermont, and again, the home of the Green Mountain Head.
17.
And following Brittany in the grayish hull with the red blades is number
17.
17 from Dallas, Texas. That's Amy Molinar. Raced ahead of the Charles a few times in the single in the late 90s, and now she's back.
Let's go, Amy, all the way from Dallas.
Big D, little LA.
Number 16 in the dark outfit.
And in the black hull with the white blades is number 16 from the East Bay Rowing Club down in Barrington, Rhode Island. This is Karen Antons. Karen is a club rower with her East Bay Rowing out of Rhode Island, having enthusiastically taken up the sport just a few years ago. But she's rowing pretty well, so I'm sure she's got a great future.
And you know, it's not easy to take your show on the road. It's one thing to get rowing, but you know, just getting yourself, your boat, getting to this race, figuring it all out, it's easy if you've been doing it 20 years, but as a novice, not so much.
Oh, right, you're a vegetarian.
I haven't eaten meat, dairy, or fish in 10 years.
Mozzarella, tomato, basil.
Yes.
So we have a look at the splits now from the last race, the women's 40-plus single. So in first place, coming as of coming by the Cambridge dock, was Shannon Kaplan from Vesper at 17:12, and she had quite a gap on bow marker number 2, Sherry Klein from Long Beach, who was 37 seconds behind, and then Union Boat Club, which is Catherine Infantino, was 45 seconds behind that. So Shannon has looks to have held on to her win. We'll see. All right, we're back on, Charlie. It's event number 23, the Men's Alumni 8.
Tom, these boats are young, average age in the high 20s, and they represent colleges all up and down the East Coast and across the country.
And in first place right now, it's MRI alumni from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Right.
And they seems to have passed BMA from New York, New York. That's Bellmarkers number 2 and 1 coming by the dock now.
And they've opened quite a lead on the next group, but they're very tightly packed. This is good.
Oh, we've got a real race here. It's obviously Fat Cat out there in the orange, which is Bellmarker number 3. So that must be, I'm guessing, UW alumni?
Well, Fat Cat, of course, is Princeton.
And that's Bellmarker number 4 on the inside in the white. That's UW alumni.
UW. Just UW.
Just UW, but
Great
it says
program
Newton
out
Center,
there.
Mass. That's odd.
Maybe that's where they're staying, but University of Washington, UW in number 4.
And breathing down their necks is Evergreen from Hanover, New Hampshire. Must be Dartmouth alumni.
Yeah, there you go. You can see they're rowing a much higher rate than any of the boats we've seen. So number 5, of course, is Evergreen from Hanover, so that's a Dartmouth boat. Whoa.
Yeah. I imagine you can get anything, you might get an alumni 8 that's really fast one year and then maybe not so much the next. I think it's a great event.
That may be the case of what we're seeing now, because we've now had these boats open quite a lead on the next 2 boats that are coming through.
But there's a battle there. It looks like Bellmarker 7, which is Butte, is from Weston, Mass. I don't know.
Maybe that's a Harvard.
Well, it's Butte, B-U-T-T-E.
Yeah.
And they've passed passing Bellmarker number 6, which is Linwood.
Haven. No, it's got to be a Yale group. But you would have thought that maybe that's a Yale group in the white boat with the white. Because there's nobody else in New Haven but Yale.
I wonder if that Butte is a variation on, or variant spelling on their coach, Charlie.
Or maybe that is.
Charlie Butt.
Charlie Butt. That's it.
And coming around the bend in yellow is Bellmarker number 8. Looks like Navy, I'd say.
It is Navy. That's the Navy alumni of the United States Naval Academy who are currently serving or have served their country as officers in the United States Navy and Marine Corps.
All right.
Couldn't tough on the turn.
Let's go Navy, working it around.
There they go. They hold it.
You know what? That was better to take their medicine. Nobody wants to stop, but it's better than stopping on the abutment.
Right.
And that's Bellmarker number 9, Virginia.
Virginia from Charlottesville. Sure, the boys are back in town and they're looking for trouble.
And Bellmarker number 10 in the light blue. Is that Columbia?
1754 New York. It must be Columbia University lightweight alumni. I'm not so sure they look lightweight anymore, but anyway.
Well, and they're followed by Bellmarker number 11 in the black.
Delaware. That's the Delaware graduates. University of Delaware men's crew alumni.
Boy, and it must be a lot of alumni affinity up at Dartmouth and Hanover, because here's another Evergreen crew.
That's number 11?
13. Sure.
13, and that is Evergreen, yes, you say, and Hanover, New Hampshire.
And it looks like Bellmarker number 16, which has passed Bellmarker number 14 in this next group of 4.
And you recognize those blades from nearby Brown University.
So that's Brown, and they're and
the
who's
Brunos.
14, Charlie?
Excuse me?
Who's Bellmarker number 14?
Number 14 is Blue Cheese Rowing Club from Santa Barbara. That's the Yale lightweight alumni.
And Bellmarker number 15 has come through 12 in the orange blades.
And that's the Purple Calf Boat Club from Pittsfield, Mass. Now, who could they be? It's not clear what alumni they are. Anyway,
And charging up hard on the inside is bow marker number 18, which is St. Joseph's.
alumni in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
That's
they're
right.
really coming up.
The hawk will never die, as they say. That's 18 and 12. What did we get for 12? 12. Did we do 12? That was Virginia. See you at Hong Kong, they say.
17. And it looks like Williams. Is that 17?
What's the number?
17.
So number 17, the black hull and the yellowish orange is the Chocolate Lab Boat Club from Williamstown, Pennsylvania, Williamstown, Mass. So obviously Williams College with the purple.
And another blue cheese, which is says Santa Barbara, California.
Yale,
okay,
another
blue cheese, but that's Yale lightweights.
Yeah.
So these would be the Eli's.
And why blue cheese, Tom? Who knows? I'm sure it's a lot of fun naming these boats and having fun with that. So, oh, here comes a knot. 1, 2, 3, 4 boats tightly packed as they come around the Cambridge turn.
And it's bow marker number 20 on the outside.
On the outside, farthest is Hobart alumni. The crew comes back for another strong year.
And they've been passed by bow marker number 22 on the inside.
And 22 on the inside is Crabtree London.
All right.
So there you go.
But 20, they're being pressed in turn by bow marker number 23 in the red.
And the 23 in the red is St. Joe's Prep from Philadelphia. The crew was alumni from 2008 to 2012. And in the red,
and then there's bow marker number 23 in the black boat, and the is bow marker 21.
that's St. Joseph Prep. And in 21 is Georgetown, Washington, Georgetown University. So that's Georgetown University Alumni 8.
So it's bow marker number 24, rowing a pretty high rate coming by us, coming up to the dock now.
Now that's the Friends of WPI in Worcester, Mass. Worcester Polytech.
But they're being pressed by 25, so it looks like it's been a battle with MIT grad the whole time.
That's exactly right. MIT grad there at number 25. So.
And they're being pressed by P150 alumni out of Oyster Bay. So who's that? It says plucky and ready for fun. 28.
28 is P150. Plucky and ready for fun. They don't tell us who. Plucky and ready for fun, but without a name of an organization behind it. But anyway, happy to have them.
27 on the inside.
On the inside, on the Boston shore, is number 27. That's George Washington Rowing Association. And on the outside, Tom, is number 26, Bucknell alumni. It looks like the Princeton colors to me, but maybe that's Bucknell's choice also.
No. Well, Princeton's just orange and black. This is orange and dark blue.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at the blades.
So I wasn't sure. I thought Bucknell was going a little wide, but they found some rudder.
Yeah.
Or here's another a knot. 32, then 30.
So leading this knot is number 32, Syracuse University. We got the colors right on that one, Tom.
Yeah, and they've passed bow marker number 30.
Is that the blue blades?
That's in the dark blue and the light blue blades.
Is number 30, and that is a Harvard boat. BHRA, Boxborough Scholastic rowing team.
A 35 does look to be Harvard coming up hard on the outside.
That's Ex Nemo, and that is Harvard's alter name.
Yeah, they're moving nicely. They're passing some boats. It looks like they were coming by so fast they couldn't even take the inside.
And 31.
And then
and number 31 from Bologna Creek Bandits from Marina del Rey. This is UCLA's rowing alumni.
This is 37.
And in the red hull is number 37, the Blue Star from Newcastle, Northumberland.
They're rowing well. They're managing a fairly high rating. I got to say that's every bit of 36.
They're
making it look pretty good.
This is a club, one of the largest and most successful university rowing clubs in UK. It's a great way to see so many alumni. It's called the Blue Star Club.
Northumberland gets its name from the land north of the Humber River, Northumberland.
There you go.
I've got a folded up number here. Looks like Yale, though.
In the dark hull, with a nice tight turn here, putting their port oars right over those buoys. We haven't got the number yet on that, but they're rowing quite well. Perhaps it's Yale with the white and blue blades.
That's bar marker number 34.
Number 34 is the Yale Old Fellows, obviously for representing Yale.
And they've passed number 33.
And number 33 is MHH Ramrod Boat Club. Members of the 1987 freshman heavyweight Harvard Ramrod boat. There you go.
But they're being passed by the WAC alumni. Old Geese are made up of former rowers of Washington College in Chestertown, Maryland.
Yeah.
And leading this next group is bow marker number 43.
And that is Old Dog, New Haven, Connecticut. That's got to be the Yale alumni.
And they've passed bow marker number 42 in the yellow boat in the blue blades.
And they go by the name of the Dragon Retirement Home in New York, New York. This crew participants were elected the best looking in rowing history by popular vote in 2019.
And here we have bow marker number 39 in the dark uniforms. And
that's NU, Northeastern University in Medford, Mass. Former captains and most valuable oarsmen from Northeastern.
And they're followed by bow marker number 38.
Marietta College, the long blue line.
Now here comes 47. Looks good. They're rowing every bit of a 36. Look at those. Look at that timing, Charlie. Who is this?
This is Blue Star Club out of Newcastle, Northumberland, as you said. Winners of the UK Alumni Championship for 4 years in a row.
Okay.
Multiple Henley winners, Fred Gill, a whole host of good guys.
All right. 40 said we're going to see them in the top 5.
Yeah.
I think.
Look at the catches on that. It's just right.
Yeah. And leading the next group of boats is in the Harvard Blades, bow marker number 44.
And 44 is the Harvard alumni. Harvard heavyweight team, mostly comprised of the class of 2016.
Oh. And something's up with the next boat. In the yellow, the bowman is dropped out.
And they need him right now.
Unless they're trying, I don't know what they're trying to do. That's bow marker number 41. They're being passed by bow marker number 46.
That's the Navy Masters. That's the Navy Masters from the Naval Academy.
And sort of compound passing is bow marker number 50 on the very inside.
And the 50 is King's Crown in New York.
And they're also in the mix is bow marker number 49 in the yellow boat.
49 is another Hanover, another Dartmouth crew.
And it looks like a Cornell boat, bow marker number 48. Is that Cornell?
That's Cornell, definitely. And then 51 is Ilsa Vista, Santa Barbara.
And they're followed by number 45.
And number 45 is UVM alumni up in Burlington, University of Vermont.
And then bringing up the rear of this group is bow marker number 40 in the Northeastern Blades.
The Northeastern Blades are the Northeastern alumni, so that works. And they look up a little longer in tooth than some of the other boats, but we're glad to have them here.
Let's go Northeastern. Let's go Huskies.
Hey guys.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good, good.
Good. You guys need a spotter, or you guys kind of sound like you're killing it on your own?
Yeah, we're okay because if you like, I guess there's a spotter for the TV. But
Yeah,
we're all right.
she's the audio assistant. So if you guys need anything, this is Alex.
Okay.
She's your
All right,
go-to.
Tom.
Hey, nice to meet you, Tom.
This is
I was just
Charlie.
relaying the numbers to the downstairs team only, but I'm happy to relay them to you
Can we get
also
Regatta
if
Master
you'd
on
like.
screen?
No, you know, I think we got it because otherwise it's too many numbers.
Yeah, I need to tell them ahead of time so they
Yeah.
can type it in.
So if you get them, we can use that.
Well, I also have for you guys is we have the splits of the top votes that have gone by
Yeah.
CBC, and I only put those on screen during a lull. So if it's in between stuff, check that out and kind of relay that to the audience.
Yeah, we'll do. Yeah.
Because we got like I think
you Grant?
I am. You are.
Charlie Ann.
Oh, Charlie. Hi. Good to put a face to the name.
Yeah.
And Tom.
West.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
we got another.
You got it.
Grant, do you see how it comes fast and furious here?
I do.
Okay. 52. Yeah. Okay. You're still.
And it's bow marker number 52, which is Holy Cross from Shrewsbury, Mass. Or, well, not just Holy Cross, but the College of the Holy Cross.
Right.
And what do they have on their bow? It looks like a little antenna there. Is that a video rig?
We see that in international competition, but it's a much smaller rig up on the bow, so that everybody that's watching can know the stroke rates and the speed of the boat, etc.
Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be the premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. For 50 years, they've been helping people across New England get healthier and happier. Head over to the Weld Boathouse to show your happy dance and join in the fun at the Happy Zone. Get healthy, get happy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim.
We got a list of names of people who are about to be towed by the police. Do you guys?
I don't know if
that's.
Do we want to put that on the video feed? Is that?
No, I'm not making that decision. No, I don't. There's no way of making an announcement, right?
You know, like where did they park?
I don't know. Just trying to be helpful. and
No,
nice.
I mean I just don't think that we're supposed to be putting that on the. I mean unless it's a safety.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Right.
I mean, we're just trying to get, you know, the.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Is it Women's Alumni Aids next?
Yeah.
The next event up will be event number 24, the Women's Alumni 8. That's got a nominal start time of 1:22.
The Alumni 8 from the University of Virginia will go for the third title in a row, having won the past 2 years in this event. The top crews are familiar faces from previous years, with alumni from Brown, Michigan, Princeton, who will try to upset UVA from the top spot. So Virginia alumni, Fat Cat, which is Princeton will be in this, University of Michigan. Radcliffe alumni will be in this race. The Bula Bula crew from New Haven, Connecticut, that's Yale, and there'll be representatives from Hanover and from Dartmouth and Toronto. Toronto alum are going to be here. Stanford alum are going to take place. Virginia, Pennsylvania, DeWolf, Drexel, William Smith, all of them coming here to do a reprise of their youth.
And we'll thank a couple of our sponsors. Hudson Boat Works. Hudson is the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main expo tent, see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. And Hunter Boots. Visit the Hunter-powered by Zappos experience at the Adager Row this weekend to experience the best of fall, including spice snacks, car sing-alongs, and Hunter's original and refined collections. And JL Racing. Get your official HRCR racing gear at the JL Racing tent. It's only available for a limited time, so head over to the JL tent before it sells out. As the official sponsor of the U.S. national team, JL is committed to expanding access to and supporting the sport of rowing. Come talk to our team today at our special custom tent to see what we can do for you this season.
So this is.
Tom, there's 44 entries in this event. That's a lot of eights coming up, and it's so much fun to see the big boats with all their speed coming around the corner and then trying to make sure that they've got the best possible line through the Elliott Bridge. So here we go.
And it's Virginia.
And it's
Bow marker
Virginia,
number 1.
Right. Won the event for the past 2 years, and if they can hold off the guys behind them, they'll win it again. They really have. They're right there on the buoys too, so they will be saving time than anybody that goes outside of them.
And they're being pressed by bow marker number 2, the Fat Cats.
From Princeton, the Princeton following the Virginia alumni.
It's a battle of the oranges. Both boats looking pretty good. I'm just guessing the Fat Cat crew has picked up a little bit because they look to be a little bit more spacing to the next boat. The next boat is bow marker number 6, Charlie. Who's moved up?
Number 6 is Bula Bula. Bula Bula. It's the boat from Yale.
And they've passed several boats, but they're right ahead of bow marker number 3 from the starting order.
Number 3 is the UM alumni, University of Michigan's women's rowing program.
And you can see it's University of Michigan in the maize and blue. Okay, and a little bit of a battle here. It's bow marker number 8 on the inside, passing bow marker number 7. So who's passed whom?
The Evergreen team is on the inside. That's Dartmouth, and again
that was 7 on the outside. So
it's Brown.
Yeah. So Dartmouth has passed Brown. All right, a little bit of old Ivy rivalry there. Then 5 and 4. So, even if you don't win the race, it's nice to win your little battle in your corner of the race.
Exactly. And here comes the next battle right here with the black and white blades. Is that...
That's bow marker number 5 and the Radcliffe blades.
Yep, and it is Radcliffe alumni, closely followed by...
That's bow marker number 4, whom they've just recently passed.
And that's Cornell.
All right. And moving well, evidently, is bow marker number 9, coming around the bend now. Who's moved up?
Number 9, Toronto. This boat from the University of Toronto in Canada has requalified every year since 2015.
Yeah, they're looking good. Good length there, wouldn't you say, Charlie?
Yep.
And around the bend following Toronto is bow marker number 10.
Number 10, Stanford alumni from Stanford, California. Stanford women's young alumni coming from all over the country to warm up on the Charles for our current crew on Sunday.
And they're followed by bow marker number 12, so they've picked up. So 12?
12 is Penn.
Yeah, I was going to say, they look like Penn blades.
Yeah. Go Quakers.
Penn's moving nicely. They're, you can tell the coxswain's got every bit of that rudder on, and that boat is just creeping around.
We have a little bit of a break here, Tom, and maybe I'm repeating myself, but these boats are designed and built to go straight. And to make them turn is really a challenge, and some of the boats make adjustments to the size of the rudder in an effort to be able to make the turns on this course.
Well, and sometimes the coxswain will call for the starboard side to pull harder to bring the boat around, but that might just cause a tired athlete to start rowing badly, and to just compound things.
Right. So now we see this with the black and white blades.
That's bow marker number 14.
And 14 is Drexel, hailing from Philadelphia.
And they've passed 13, which is...
And they passed 13, which is DeWolf, Boston. This is a crew from Boston University. This is their home waters. They should be right on top of this other crew.
And then, just after them, with the green blades, is bow marker number 15 on the inside.
That's William Smith in Geneva, New York.
And they're just ahead of bow marker number 18 with the white blades.
And 18 is Trinity. You know,
Call them out as they're a bit closer in. We put them on screen right about in this part. You guys are calling them as they're coming around.
Good. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
And then with the orange blades coming up to the dock now.
is number 11.
Sorry.
Is that 11?
Yeah, it's 11.
11, that's Virginia. UVA. We should have known that from the V on their backs.
And then bow marker number 16 just coming into view.
16 is the DWR alumni. This is Duke. This is Duke.
But they're being pressed by bow marker number 19.
And 19 is Radcliffe.
All right, Radcliffe using the home court advantage.
So I guess they want us to kind of call it a little bit more here, less there,
Okay,
and we
okay.
can keep it.
And bow marker number 20 in the dark boat in the white blades. Who's that?
That is number 20.
Rhode Island.
And that's Rhode Island as they pass the dock here.
We're trying to keep up.
Yeah.
You guys are ahead.
Well, what we'll do is it is better if we keep it closer, but if there's a big knot, you have to start untangling it early.
I'm okay. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
Because then, look, we're getting footage all the way through the bridge. We
Yeah.
just changed that here. Because especially for the spectators here, they like to hear, if you're saying the green blades out there, they don't, by the time it gets to the bridge, I don't think they're really going to remember who it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's a big knot, you
Yeah.
start knocking them out.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's bow marker number 21, Wesleyan University, in the red blades approaching. They're coming around the bend now. They were a bit wide, but they're cutting it a little closer now. That's a nice turn.
There we go.
Okay, here comes holy cow.
Let's hold off quite a bit here. And then we'll.
But it's going to be 24 is the Fat Cats.
Yeah.
And 26 is Michigan.
Wow, looks like Fat Cat Rowing Club in the orange is going wide, and they're pushing Michigan. So, this is going to be interesting.
And who's that sneaking through on the inside, Tom?
That's bow marker number 30.
And number 30 is UW. They have a nice turn here.
All right, so let's see.
As we pick it up on the screen, we can see all of this. It's really dynamic.
So we're 3 boats across here.
Yeah.
Fat Cat has pushed out Michigan.
And we're going to watch here is how all 3 of these boats get through the bridge.
Looks like we're going to make it.
It's going to make it with 26. Really, the meat in the sandwich here, the Navy crew.
And and then we have. Looks like everybody's through safely. Bow marker number 23.
And that's Simmons. That's Simmons, coached right here in Boston.
And bow marker number 28 in the light blue.
That is Tufts, the Jumbos, right here.
And then right behind them is the UVM alumni with the big V.
Yep, that's the black hull that just went by. There they are on the big screen. And following them is hull number 29, the red hull. This is Blue Star, Newcastle, Northumberland in the red boat.
Boy, is anybody left?
Newcastle University alumni.
Is anybody left in Northern England? It seemed like they're all here this weekend.
32 on the inside. 32 on the inside, 27 on the outside.
What's on the inside?
32.
So now, as the two new boats come and approach the Elliott Bridge on the Black Hull, that's number 22.
32.
32, my mistake, 32, and that is the Friends of WPI, Worcester Polytech. And right on their heels is number 27.
That's Friends of Georgetown rowing.
Friends of Georgetown, all the way up from Washington, D.C. There they go.
The next is 34. But they'll probably show us.
It's brown, yeah. And following them in the Black Hull, as we pan back towards this boat, we see the gals from Brown. Up. Yes,
Rowing nice and long.
Nice and long. Good catches. There we go.
So 35 on the outside is Mount St. Joseph Academy. And they have to move wide here because they're making room for bow marker number 39.
That's Northeastern.
Yeah.
Northeastern certainly knows how to run this course.
So they've moved wide, but they're not being overly generous, are they? So things are going to get a little close here. As Northeastern approaches...
yeah, it's getting very tight here now.
Mount St. Joseph's is
matter of fact, Northeastern just stopped rowing.
That's right. Now, Northeastern should not have to.
They're the overtaking boat.
Yeah.
The overtaking boat has rights of way here, and everybody has to move away from the overtaking boat.
Well, as exciting as that was, we've got another knot of boats coming up here.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4 boats, all tightly packed as they come around the corner.
40. They say at the alumni, bout marker number 43.
Number 40, the alumni is in Columbus, Ohio. Right.
Then it's 36 and 38, which looks like Middlebury alumni, and then Alabama alumni.
The Bama. What is it? The Bama. Bama. That's it.
And then 38 is University of Alabama.
38 in the Black Hull here.
And then
both are black, but...
Then 41, the University of Pennsylvania crew.
Penn, yeah. Penn in the white hull, you can see on your screen.
Okay, and the next group to come up is bow marker number 40.
And that's Colby College that's coming into view now.
And they've passed bow marker number 33.
Which is... UGA, University of Georgia in Athens, Georgia.
And 17 must have had an issue because they're back in the different numbers. Who is bow marker number 17, Charlie?
17? We really have to look back for that. That must have been... Is a DR alumni from Durham, North Carolina. Duke again.
And bow marker 31 is doing some interesting steer. They have the bow pair dropped out, which is an odd way to do it.
31, is that? Did you say 31?
Yes, 31 with the bow pair.
It's the alumni from Connecticut College. This is Concord College.
And then closest to the dock is bow marker number 37.
37 is University of Virginia.
And then sneaking up on the inside is bow marker number 42, St. Joseph's from Philadelphia.
St. Joe's. So here goes one of the crews in the Cambridge Arch.
So Friends of Vanderbilt, that's going to be tight with those two boats.
Yeah. I think we can put 3/8 through there, can't we, Tom? If it's just done right.
I've seen it done. All right, we have some preliminary times.
Bula, then again, obviously Yale. when they passed here, was they 14 minutes flat to here?
And coming around the bend, that's number 44, Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols.
Oh, that's the alumni from BB&N.
And then right behind them in the Harvard Blades, that's going to be 25.
25. That's
Archbishop Carroll following them.
That's Philadelphia.
Archbishop Carroll. There you go. Archbishop Carroll coming around the turn now, number 25, approaching the dock. They've got some running room.
What number is that?
Number 25.
Archbishop Carroll. Who follows us?
Me, and Marlene, and then Mazio's taking over from Marlene as soon as she gets here. So maybe do a quick thanks to the sponsors. Are we still through this field or no?
What?
Is that the end?
I think that's got to be it. Archbishop.
Yeah.
So you mean knock out of the sponsors, not a All right, I think that's it for the Alumni 8, Women's Alumni 8.
Think so.
We'll thank a few of our sponsors. LaCroix Sparkling Water. LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to Adager Row and Fitness Expo and try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. Nielsen Kellerman. Nielsen Kellerman. Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. Visit NK's Head of the Charles booth to experience our latest offerings. NK Link Logbook Team, Coxbox GPS, and Coxbox Core, and the rest of our connected ecosystem of products and services. We wish all the crews racing this weekend good luck.
And that was Charlie Hamlin and Tom West on the mic taking you through the middle of the day. They did a fantastic job. And I am Ellen Minsner, and I will be announcing for the rest of the afternoon. We have a little bit of a break in the racing. But up next is going to be event number 25, the men's Club 4s. And indeed, we have the first crew of the men's Club 4s headed out into the front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now. The Dartmouth crew of Hanover, New Hampshire. They've opened up a nice gap on them and the bow number 2, Riverfront Recapture. Dartmouth of Hanover, this is Elizabeth Fossis, Will Sanford, Nick Salazar, Will Berkowitz, and Bogdan Belnicevic. They're doing a nice job getting through the Elliott Bridge there. Take a look over their shoulder. Right out in front of Cambridge Boat Club now is Riverfront Recapture, bow number 2. They were on the men's senior and elite straight 4 this year at Club National, so a very strong crew from Riverfront Recapture right down in Hartford. Bow number 4 is Harvard crew. They're Club 4. This is their A boat in this event. They're doing an incredible job on the buoy line there in the crimson jerseys. Just wide of them are the men from BU. This is their A boat, coxed by Catherine O'Neill. So bows 4 and 3 entering the Elliott Bridge right now. 4 having passed 3, so that little home river rivalry so far has been bested by Harvard. And coming into view right now, looks like the Blades of Union Boat Club, another hometown crew. This is the oldest continually operating rowing club in Boston. They say they're never going to give up, but they've got some room to make up on those young crews from BU, Harvard, and Dartmouth. Well done, Union. Bow number 9 doing a very nice job here. CPWRC from Wallingford, Pennsylvania. Express Mail, Virginia to Boston. Bow number 9 in the orange jerseys, just heading in to the Elliott Arch. This is the Charlottesville Postal Workers Rowing Club. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Bow number 7 now, so the postmen have passed. Bow number 7, hometown favorites, Riverside Boat Club. They're alumni from BC, BU, and St. Lawrence. Go Riverside. Bow number 8 in the black boat now is Wentworth Tech from right here in Boston. Royce Peace is in this crew. He's a alumna of the Row Boston program out of community rowing. And they are right next to bow number 10, New York Athletic Club. Peter Choi is the coxswain, who's also at the High Performance Center for para rowing in community rowing. Bow number 12, Texas. Celebrating their 50th anniversary this year, but they're a young team looking to prove themselves and get a guaranteed entry. Go Texas. Bow number 11, the Bowdoin crew from Brunswick, Maine. They are the easternmost college team in the U.S., so they see the sunrise first. Pretty cool fun fact for Bowdoin College. Let's give them a round of applause as they come through the arch. They've clearly got some fans on the bridge here. Great job, Bowdoin. But bow number 15 is charging through. This is the Bulldog crew. This would be obviously the Yale alumni. Joe Hanley, Vincent Granata, Jack Volsgang, Pat Purdy, and Andrew Collar doing a great job on the course today. Beautiful line for a visiting crew. Bow number 14, Mosman from Sydney, New South Wales. They are returning from Mosman and looking forward to racing here today and hopefully getting a guaranteed entry so they can make the trip again next year. Bow number 17 now coming into view. Oriole Kensington from London. They are based on the Thames in England. And 19 in red is right with them. That's the Fairfield crew from Fairfield, Connecticut. Again, striving for automatic qualification. Right on the buoy line with them, though, is another crew from Riverside. Bow number 13, a little bit closer to the Cambridge Boat Club now. Bow 13 has been passed by a few crews. That's Wilmington, Delaware. And behind them with clear water are the Lake Washington crew. Bow number 21. Bow number 21, Lake Washington. Chasing them down, though, is bow number 20, the Lincoln Park Boat Club from Chicago, Illinois. So these crews have a nice line, not having to tangle with anybody right now. That was the Men's Club 4, Lincoln Park Boat Club, going through Elliott Bridge. And out in front of Cambridge Boat Club right now, just approaching Elliott, is bow 16. This is the URI Boat Club by Coach. The Rhodey Rowe from URI. And you can see we've got a tight pack. Leading this tight pack is bow number 23, Flower City from Rochester, New York. They've champion crews from IDR, Hen of the Genesee, and Masters Canadian Henley, so they're leading this little pack, and everybody is clear the buoys very nicely. Bow number 25 in the yellow and green blades are the UVM alumni from Burlington, Vermont. That's University of Vermont. And right in behind them is bow number 24, another crew from Harvard. This is their B Club 4, and they're tearing it up in the middle of the pack here. They've already gone through bow number 23 and 22. Bow number 22 is another crew from Bowdoin. And bow number 27 now approaching, so they've clearly passed bow number 6. Bow 27 here in the red hull and the red and white blades is the University of Cincinnati Rowing Club. This is their top 4 from the program. 26 now are the Aging Aggies from Boston, Massachusetts. This is their alumni 4. Go Aggies. And what's coming up next might be too close to call. I'm going to do my best to give you some bow numbers, but I'm going to talk to you first about look like the Gentle Giant blades there nearest to us. That's bow number 28, the Gentle Giants. Great competitors of the regatta and the rowing community in general. Bow number 25, right next to them on the buoy line. Bow number 29, the Georgia Tech crew. They've got a lottery entry and they're making the most of it. Bow 32 in the middle is Riverside Boat Club. And bow 34 in the red boat, that's the Cambridge 99 crew from Cambridgeshire, England. Bow number 30 in the red hull is also part of that pack. That's the Miami University from Ohio. Entirely student-run organization, so they've managed to get themselves here and do a great job through the Elliott Bridge. Bow number 31, the Narragansett crew from Providence, Rhode Island. Narragansett is America's oldest boat club rowing on the Charles. And now just coming into the middle of the screen on the camera's bow number 33, Fairmount from Boathouse Row down in Philadelphia. Excited to be part of this Head of the Charles tradition. Mike Cipollone, Pat Rufo, Kevin Kelly, Alex Hurtado, and Miguel Ruiz Garcia. Have a great row, Fairmount. And we've got another line of 3 crews coming through here now. Not too tightly spaced together. What have we got in the bow number 37 here? This is the Case Western Reserve University from Cleveland, Ohio. It's the largest and most successful club sport at the university, and they're pretty successful out here today too. Bow 36 is right with them. That's Penn State. This is their men's varsity 4, Penn State. And right behind them in maroon is bow number 38. A bunch of old timers looking to relive their glory days from Denver, Colorado. This is the Courier crew. Courier Rowing Club from Denver, Colorado. And bow number 40, the Polar Rowing Association of Alumni of Bowdoin College, crushing through. Bow number 35, a second entry from the Union Boat Club. Bow 41 now is approaching. Bow 41 is the Binghamton crew from Binghamton, New York, another student-run rowing team, meaning non-varsity, but they're doing a great job here today. On the buoy line right behind them is bow 47, the Camp Randall. These would be the alumni of the University of Wisconsin, a perennial rowing powerhouse from the Midwest. 48's pressing them hard, though, trying to pass on the Cambridge shore. That's the BU men, Boston University men. And right behind them is bow number 43. That's an East Bay crew from Oakland, California, rowing with Community Rowing borrowed hull and blades. Bow number 44 in the yellow hull was the Penn AC crew. Bow 44, Penn AC in the MPOCR. Bow 42 out in front, this is Mitsubishi from Tokyo. They've come a long way for this row. They're doing a great job here. Let's cheer them on through the bridge. The Mitsubishi crew from Tokyo. 30 now in the blue shirts. 39, excuse me, that's the Conn College crew from New London, Connecticut. And now 52, bow number 52 leads the next pack. That's the Chicago crew, Chicago, Illinois. Bow number 54 in the green hull. This is the Amherst. 54 is the Notre Dame crew from South Bend, Indiana. This is their second varsity crew in the bright green hull. And they have moved through bow number 50, the Christ Church Oxford from Oxfordshire, England. Bow number 56 right next to them on the buoy line. That's Ohio State from Columbus, Ohio. Got some freshmen in that crew, just averaging age 20 for the Ohio State crew. Out in front now is bow number 49, the Rocket Legs Rowing Club from Miami, Florida. This is the Miami Rowing Club alumni boat. And we're going to swing round to the bend. We've got a nice line of 4 people, led by bow number 58. MIT.
Hey, sister.
They have just moved through the Vanderbilt crew at bow number 57. Vanderbilt in the yellow and black blades. 53 also in black is their second entry, the Friends of Vanderbilt. So Vanderbilt tag teaming along down the middle of the course here as they come into the final stretch in front of Elliott. In the purple, that is the bow number 55, the Amherst crew. Purple blades, purple jerseys, right along the buoy line.
Purple's a feminist color. Is there
All right, so I'll just have a few mini results before we bring the next division, the women's four. At this point at CBC, we don't know what happened at the finish line, but at this point it would be, in this event, would be the Dartmouth crew had the fastest split, Riverfront Recapture, and Harvard, 1, 2, 3. So Harvard might not be too happy with that, but you never know. They may have cut a great line through the end, but that's the splits as they came by Cambridge Boat Club. The leaders at that point were Dartmouth, Riverfront, and Harvard. Next up, we're going to have the women's club force, and I'm going to be assaulted on a co-microphone by my friend Mary Mazio.
Yeah. I'm sitting next to the great Ellen Minsner, world champion.
Oh, I thought I was sitting next to the great Mary Mazio.
In fact, you are.
All right. Well, we better get going because we got work to do, Mary.
All right, we got first one's coming around the bend, Ellen.
Actually, this may be our some trailing crews in the men's division. We have a 51, a Rensselaer alumni crew from Troy, New York. I think we have rounded out that field of club men. Let me just check my notes. So we don't know really what happened at the start, if they started in time or in order, or hopefully didn't have any mishap, but they're a bit of a gap behind the rest of the crew, but this is the final crew in the men's club 4, the Rensselaer alumni crew from Troy, New York.
There they go, hauling on it.
So just, even though there's a long... We'll do some sponsors here first. Mary, why don't you take us through a couple of sponsored notes here in the brief gap in the action?
I'd be delighted, Ellen. So first, many thanks to LaCroix Sparkling Water. They are the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They are right now down at Adager Row and the Fitness Expo, and would be thrilled to serve you up some of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. Ellen, you want to talk about the coffee today?
Sure. If seltzer is not your thing, Pete's Coffee is here, and they are proud to be the official coffee patron of the Head of the Charles Regatta. I love their iced espresso.
I love all their coffee.
Yeah, exactly. So Pete's Coffee, they've got a location right here in Harvard Square, but they're here at the regatta venue, and we're really glad they're helping all of us stay awake through the end of the races.
And what else do we have? Bertucci's. Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta welcomes all of you to the 55th Head of the Charles Regatta. They, too, are located at Weld Exhibition in Adager Row near the finish line, and there you can taste some fine, freshly baked brick oven pizzas and a chance to win $200.
Hey, that doesn't suck.
Who doesn't love that? Pizza. Breakfast of Champions.
And we can't really ever thank enough BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor for the 7th year in a row. They are the global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets, and we're so grateful to have them back to the Head of the Charles this year. They really help us put on a heck of a show, we hope, for everybody here at the venue and at home.
So should we talk about the upcoming race, Ellen? Like any good previews for the Women's Club 4s?
Sure. The Red Foxes from Marist College are going to lead at bout number 1, so we'll see if they actually emerge around the bend first. They're looking to hold off a very tough field, though. There's some strong club teams looking to move up in the ranks. Community Rowing is here. They took top club honors last year in 2018.
Penn is bout number 3,
Yep.
right? Coached by the amazing Wes Ning at UPenn, and it's a very, very young boat. They only average age 18.
And Potomac should be very strong today, and we've got some friends from across the pond. The Tideway Scullers back in the middle of the pack. So we'll see how well they contend with the bridges and the passing and everything.
And Tideway Scullers in the UK is home to many an Olympic sculler, and fast one too. So don't be surprised if they emerge from the middle of the pack. Beautiful day to be alive, Ellen Minsner.
And I'm happy to be so after racing this morning, I tell you.
Are you feeling like death warmed over, or are you just looking like death warmed over?
I think I look great, and I think I feel great. Others may disagree.
You'll get no complaint here.
All right. Longer a gap than I thought.
Yeah.
So, Mary, did you race yet this weekend? Or you
just got off the water
you did?
Yeah, about an hour ago.
Tell me about your event.
Had a Masters event. I rode with my longtime doubles partner, Cindy Mathis. We've been rowing together since the time of dawn. 1992 Olympic Games together, and we're still together. And for us, it's super meaningful to go down the course together, and we had a hell of a piece. It was a great race. We had some Canadians and others in our event, and it's always good to just like knock it silly with those guys. So it was a great row.
Yeah, sure. There's so many national team alumni crews coming down here, collegiate alumni crews. You know, they call it the fall rowing, America's rowing celebration, and it really is. It's just the racing is only a part of what makes this regatta so great.
Without a doubt. Sometimes it's called the New England Christmas. Really? Yeah, and for all of you looking to stock up on your Christmas gifts, head down to the finish line because there are many trinkets to be purchased.
Yeah, if you had enough money, you could even buy an Aston Martin.
Oh, Aston Martin.
They're one of our sponsors here. They are official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Their iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. You can visit their studio and check it out over at Adager Row, right next to Brooks Brothers. Speaking of Brooks Brothers, thank you for these jackets. Amazing.
Right? Down, comfortable, stylish. You see all of our volunteers walking around in what I would call a maroon-colored, not red, maroon-colored jacket. So if you need help, directions, food, just ask somebody in a maroon jacket.
Yeah, we've got an amazing group of volunteers that help put this regatta on, but we're going to turn our attention to the race course right now. Bow number 2, the women from Tennessee have overtaken the favorite Marist here. So bow number 2 will emerge from around the bend, first of this pack of 3, and they are followed by
Duke, bow number 4.
Wow, so some big upsets already on the course.
All freshmen, or first years, I believe is the correct way to refer to them, from Duke. And look they are just charging. This is really exciting. Bow number 4 is looking to make a move, Ellen, as they come right around this bridge. And it's all going to depend on what coxswain has the best line here. Exactly. They are moving.
Exactly. So bow number 2, the euphoria of passing bow number 1 is obviously vanished as they look at bow number 4 breathing down their stern.
That, yes, and over the head of the Charles course, euphoria can vanish in a heartbeat.
Yes, exactly. Bow number 3 now, the Penn Quakers. As you said, a very young crew. Coming through the Elliott Bridge right now, Emmeline Anderson, Maya Mora, Kim Troller, Camilla Ryder, and Catherine Kionga.
Coached by Wes Ning. Wes Ning was the U23 coach for the women about a year ago. Really strong program that he's been developing at UPenn.
And here comes bow number 1. That's Marist, so they're having a tough time in the early 2/3 of the regatta, but they are well underway in a good line through the Elliott Bridge. And they're followed by bow number 6, the Jacksonville University from Jacksonville, Florida. Their 4th year in a row at the regatta.
Dolphins. Yep, and the Dolphins are looking for a top 5 finish, so they're going to really have to press ahead, but they've passed bow number 5.
Yep, and they've passed bow number 5, which is hometown community rowing right here in Brighton, Massachusetts. This is the Comp Women's 4. And they've opened up a big gap between them and bow number 7, which is a UMass Amherst crew. They've got a new head coach there, Eric Karsick.
Brand new, spanking new.
Yeah, so they're looking to build the program or take it to a new level. Bow number 7 right out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
Yep, and in fact, Eric Karsick just took over for the great Jim Dietz, who had been UMass for quite some time. Jim won multiple titles as a sculler here at the head of the Charles.
And bow number 9 emerges in this tight pack here. That's the Vesta crew from London. And they've moved through bow number 8 in the red jerseys from Potomac.
And this is their first time here at the head of the Charles.
And sneaking up along the buoy line, though, are the St. Joe's crew from Philadelphia.
Love that. Home of national team coach Mike Tatey.
And
Little known fact.
The Hawk will never die. Bow number 11 doing a great job. They've moved through bow number 10. That's the Connecticut, University of Connecticut from Storrs, Connecticut crew. Bow number 10 doing a nice job on the buoy line. They're trying to hold off a charge from the Georgetown crew, bow number 13. And you can see when the tight gap like that passes, you see quite a distance between them and the next crews. You're just pushed by that adrenaline with that crew side by side. So it really does, even if you're getting past, you have that adrenaline and it can carry you
It's exciting,
through.
and it's noisy. And sometimes there's profanity and sometimes not.
So bow number 12 now out in front, University of Connecticut. This is their B crew.
They are being pressed hard by bow number 14, Ellen. For our friends from down the river, Boston College. Looking good, looking strong. Boston College. All right, everybody. Oh, they're moving now. Excellent.
Bow number 16, these are lightweight alumni from the MIT. They call themselves the Angry Beavers.
We're not going to go there.
The lightweight crew, this is their exact lineup as when they rode the varsity crew several years ago.
And they're made up of PhD hopefuls. E to the U to UDX, E to the UDY is the MIT cheer.
I love it. Bow number 20 is the BU women. They're pressing hard.
They're passing bow number 15, Ellen.
That's the Bear Island Aquatic Center from Redwood City, California.
Oh, and this is going to be a coxswain's dream underneath this bridge, Ellen. Who's got the right line? There goes bow 20. They're going to have to cross over to get the inside of the next turn.
Yeah. Well, there's only 2 of them, but they should have enough room, so they're doing a nice job at that close quarters there, but the coxswains did a great job.
All right, who's bow number 18?
That's the San Diego Rowing Club from San Diego, California.
They call themselves the Young Guns. And they're being pressed by Lincoln Park Boat Club. Lincoln Park hails from Chicago, Illinois. Lots of young athletes coming out of Lincoln Park these days.
Bow number 17 in the bright blue and pink.
Fuchsia.
They call themselves the Bad Unicorns.
We're not quite sure why, but they're hoping it will be a magical row.
There you go. Yeah, they're from Jacksonville, Florida, the Bad Unicorns and the Women's Club 4.
They would like to remind everyone to always be you. That's just a lovely sentiment. All right, who do we have now? Bow number 21, Ellen, from Ariel Kensington, from across the pond, from London. They row on the Thames, and exciting to welcome them here to Boston. Oh, we got a scrum now, Ellen. We got a scrum coming around the bend.
Bow number 22 is on the buoy line. This is Isla Vista from Santa Barbara, California. Sloan and Sloan affiliates.
Sounds like a law firm.
23 right behind them, the Rhodey Rams from University of Rhode Island.
Oh, little roadies in the house, making a press. They're going to try and pass underneath this bridge, Ellen.
But they're trying hard to hold off a charging bow number 27. Riverfront Recapture has passed a few bows already. They're moving their way through bow number 24, Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. And bow number 5, the Williams College Boat Club from Pittsfield, Massachusetts. They love rowing, and they're doing a great job at it today. Just 19 years old. Georgia Ganser, Olivia Straw, Lexi Cooper, Alameda Chapman, and Emma Worth. Well-rowed Williams.
Fantastic.
Did we do Fairfield? I don't think we misspoke. Fairfield already passed. Oh, sorry.
Bow number 29, the Undine crew from down on Boathouse Row in Philadelphia. This is Natalie Hart, Catherine Napoli, Mary Donahue, Emery Strawn, and Adrian Kasperwicks.
And they've opened up quite a lead, Ellen. On the next place crew, which is just now coming around the bend.
This is bow number 27. This is the Riverfront recapture. So
There they are.
my error earlier, I must have called them as Fairfield. So this is indeed Riverfront recapture.
Both from Connecticut, so your mistake was not so egregious.
I think they might disagree, but we'll move on. 34 is Tideway Scullers. They might be using CRI blades. Is it 34?
All right, bow number 34 coming around the bend, the Tideway Scullers again from London. It's really exciting when athletes from the UK and all over the planet come to Boston to race here, and good for them. Tideway Scullers trying to press ahead, bow number 34.
Bow 32 trails them by about 3 lengths of open water. That's the New York Athletic Club from New York. Very strong club that puts a lot of their athletes onto national teams. So the New York Athletic Club having a great row today. They've moved through bow number 28, the Camel Crew. These are alumni from Connecticut College.
Camel Crew. Interesting title.
The Connecticut Camels, that's their mascot.
Oh, now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boats coming around the bend.
And the first one in the yellow hull is the Drexel Crew, bow number 38. 39 is pressing them hard, though. Vesper, a Philly rivalry. Let's see who's going to do
Philly
it here.
on Philly carnage going under the bridge. And we've got 4 coxswains now angling for the bridge and the best line on the bridge. Bow number 41
is the red hull.
Is Lake Lure Racing from North Carolina.
And they're passing another Connecticut College crew, bow number 33, with the white and blue blades, and 2 black boats now entering the hull behind them. This is going to be tight. Bow 37 is Flower City.
This is where coxswains earn their stripes, Ellen. And so far, no crashes. So far, nobody went into the bridge.
And bow
this is a good
30
day.
snuck through there unscathed. That was the Middlebury crew. You know they have the Holstein cow pattern on their blades. And 36 also follows them. That's the Fordham crew from the Bronx, New York. They have won this event twice in the past. And coming up now, 44 in the black hull. That is the Carnegie Mellon crew. Right behind them, though, is bow number 35, the Ann Arbor crew from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Wow. Carnegie Mellon passed through a number of crews to get to where they are. Good for them.
And one of those would be 43, who's right behind them now, the crew from Bryn Mawr University, another crew from just outside Philadelphia.
Oh, and somebody's mom has the cowbell, Ellen. There goes the cowbell.
Bar number 40 now approaching the green hull is green blades is the Manhattan crew. White hull, green blades, Manhattan from Riverdale, New York. And right on the buoy line is bow number 45 from Montreal. Wicked Fast Ladies from Canada.
Yeah, look at them pass.
Bow 31 now in front of us. Bow 31, the New York Maritime from the Bronx.
All right, who's coming up next? Bow 47?
47, the Holy Cross Crusaders from Worcester.
Fantastic.
Yeah, white hull, purple unisuits there, white and purple. Bow number 48, the Fat Cat from New York. This is the Princeton Lightweight Women from the great class of 2012.
Good
Fat
for
Cat.
them.
Bow 52, moving up well in the field. That's the Lake Washington crew from Seattle, Washington. Bow 55, though, Radcliffe charging from the back of the pack. You don't see that very often. A Radcliffe crew starting way back. Probably a pretty young crew. They're averaging age just 19, so these would be very
Right.
new to the Radcliffe crew, but they're doing a heck of a job. Bow 55.
Good for them. And you can see they're really hauling on it as they come through this bridge, Ellen. A lot of power coming out of that Radcliffe boat.
And they've moved well through bow number 46, who's 3 or 4 lengths behind them. That's the Bryant University from Smithfield, Rhode Island.
And one note about the Radcliffe women, it's the only women's team at Harvard that has adopted the Radcliffe moniker and did not go to the other side.
Yeah, they've got a great tradition
them.
of women's rowing and putting many of their former rowers on National Olympic teams.
Right,
So a tremendous program.
Coached by the legendary Liz O'Leary herself, an Olympian and world medalist.
All right, but we've got a nice tight pack here in the yellow hull with the blue blades. Is bow number 51. That is the Merrimack College crew.
They're in their very first year, Ellen, as a D1 program.
Yeah.
Terrific.
And in that first year, they've passed bow number 49, Wharton crew. These are a graduate program from the University of Pennsylvania, bow 49 in the silver hull. Oh, excuse me, in the orange hull. 56 is on the buoy line in the silver hull. That's the BC crew. Go Eagles. Bow number 50 is the black hull. That's another Bowdoin crew from Brunswick, Maine.
And a young crew.
Yeah.
Very young crew. It looks like they're all first years.
Average age 18, so
Wow.
welcome to the head of the Charles, Bowdoin. Bow 42 in the yellow hull. This is the Bachelor's Barge Club from Philadelphia.
One of the friendliest houses on Boathouse Row.
Yes, I rode out of that when Villanova was beneficiary of their hospitality, housing the Villanova crew for several years back in the dark ages.
Back in the day, Ellen, back in the day.
Bow number 53, Christchurch, Oxford, from Oxfordshire, London.
And at this
Oxfordshire
point
GB.
in the race, at least coming through here at Cambridge Boat Club, Duke had the fastest time of the day, followed closely by Tennessee and then Georgetown. So we'll see if those results hold up. A lot can change between here and the finish.
And we have bow number 54, West Point, a very young crew getting pushed wide by the first crew to come by of the men's event. So let me check my notes here. We've got bow number 6, which is a men's crew.
From the Navy, Naval Academy. Extraordinary. You know, Navy has really had a resurgence over the past couple of years, Ellen. Really strong program that is really emerging.
If they have started in order, this will be a pretty dominating performance because they're through Elliott Bridge, and from the announcing station at Cambridge Boat Club, not another bow in sight.
Nothing. Zero.
The top times for the women's division that just went by would be Duke, Tennessee, Georgetown, in that order. Fastest times as they came by Cambridge Boat Club. So about 10 and 11 seconds between them. That's raw time, uncorrected by any buoy violations or anything. So unofficial, fastest splits by the Cambridge Boat Club for the women, Duke, Tennessee, Georgetown. Yeah, that's true. So Georgetown did a great job. They started bow number 13 and so far standing in third position. That's not an easy thing to do. You've got to claw your way through a lot of
And that was a
crews to
young
make that
crew.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah, exciting. Little known fact, Georgetown alumnus Bradley Cooper of Hollywood fame was a Georgetown rower. Did you not know this?
I did not know that.
You need to really buff up on your Bradley Cooper history, Ellen Minster.
I do, among other things. Well, we never really do this in the middle of an event, but we're going to go to some sponsors right here.
That Navy crew is just, unless they start at the halfway mark, which, we don't think that happens ever here. It happened at the Boston Marathon, Rosie Ruiz. That crew could have gone rogue, Ellen.
No, they're the slowest one of the men's division. That ain't it. That ain't it.
So, a little addendum to the Navy crew that we just told you was crushing it. They were, but we believe they were the caboose of the men's event that went off before the women. We believe. And they may have had equipment damage.
We think that was the Newport Beach 4. The men's club 4 of Newport Beach was bow number 6. So we believe that they...
That's who it was. Okay.
So we stand corrected. We have not seen any of the men's club 8s come round the corner yet. But this event should be very, very exciting. There's going to be a deep field of Harvard crews. So there'll be a lot of boat speed coming out of Newell all weekend long, I'm sure.
Brown and Dartmouth coached by Wyatt Allen, who's doing a great job. They just inaugurated a new boathouse at Dartmouth a couple weeks ago.
We've got somebody joining us in this event all the way from China. Back in the pack will be bow number 25. And a special welcome to bow number 36, the nation's oldest LGBTQ rowing club, the DC Stroke. So this is going to be a great event.
Fantastic.
We've got 39 competitors in this event. The course record was set by Brown University back in 2013. That course record, a blistering 14 minutes, 26 seconds.
That is FAST, fast.
Yeah, well, the wind has died down quite a bit. It was really blustery earlier in the day, a lot of headwind down at the start and even through the powerhouse stretch. And there was even some gusts earlier today at Cambridge Boat Club, but you can, see right out here in front of the docks, hardly any wind. I don't know that we're at world record conditions yet, but if the wind continues to die down and this balmy weather, we might
Especially
actually
in the late afternoon when it gets down to about 2 miles an hour. That's record setting.
Yeah, that will be fun.
Pretty stiff headwind out there this morning, so you're going to see times that may be a little bit off world record. But later this afternoon, we could see some really fast times.
Yeah, we'll take this opportunity to thank Delta Airlines. They are the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They're the presenting sponsor just downstream at Reunion Village. So they're having a great time down at Reunion Village right now. Thank you, Delta Airlines, for being our official airline sponsor. And across the river from the Reunion Village down at the Weld exhibition venue, you can stop by the Geico booth. You can see for yourself where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
So they say. Fantastic.
Always trust the Gecko.
And how about our friends at Gentle Giant, Ellen? They are one of the, I believe they're the official moving company of the Head of the Charles Regatta, started by Larry O'Toole, a rower himself, and one of the nicest, most hospitable group of people that could possibly move you. They're generally very tall. They're almost always rowers,
And
very
they're-
strong, and they don't complain.
And they're very fast. They fast on the water and fast when they're packing your boxes up.
Exactly.
So.
They run up and down those stairs. Used them a couple times myself.
And they're currently hiring. So if you're looking to work for a great company that does a great service to the rowing community and people who need to move, call them up.
Gentle Giants.
That's way downriver, but we got to get ready.
Okay.
So now the club 8s, as they come up, these will be, by definition, will have been rowers who have not have competed in the finals of Royal Henley, Canadian Henley.
Canadian Henley cannot have competed on any U.S. national team or development team. So generally, these are either your walk-ons, your first years, up and coming, but generally most universities reserve their top athletes for the championship cruise. So the club is where people are really just cutting their teeth in the sport of rowing and on this river.
Yeah, indeed. A number of the first crews in the first 10 bow numbers are averaging age 19 or 20. So we've got some young blood out on the course trying to make a name for themselves here. And bow number 1 from Harvard, of course, the MHOCR and the familiar crimson and white blades of Harvard. They're doing a great job. This is their A boat in the club division, averaging just 19 years old.
This is a young boat, and the coxswain is looking to cut a very tight course. Nicely done by the coxswain. However, Ellen, there's a crew in hot pursuit, so in the pink. That's Brown.
That is, they're no stranger to that competition, though. They won't be rattled. They've got a little bit of a gap, maybe more so than at the start, so they'll be happy with that. The Harvard crew looking very long here, very long as they enter the Elliott Bridge. Nice long strokes. Brown looked to be a little bit
on Brown, but not by a lot.
Now Brown looked to be a little bit higher cadence than them. They've got the
look at
pink
Dartmouth.
unisuits.
Dartmouth, the coxswain for Dartmouth, their oars are right over the buoy line. You want to see that? That's a very aggressive, well-steering coxswain out of Dartmouth. Wyatt Allen's team is really putting the charge on.
Sure, and they'll got to be pleased with that result against the Bruno so far.
That's a nice looking Dartmouth crew for young rowers.
Yeah, sure. They are just average age 19 as well. So they are a combination of their second and third varsity. So they're doing a great job against some perennial powerhouses from the IRA. Bow number 6 is the Naval Academy in the gray hull and the yellow and blue blades. Bow number 5 are the men from BU in the white shirts and the red and white blades. This is their third 8. Boston University, yellow hull, white blades, white and red blades. And Potomac is putting pressure on them, so they are one of the older crews and more seasoned crews in this event, averaging age 27. Potomac with the familiar red field with the white star. Potomac Boat Club. And they've passed bow number 4, Riverside, so a little club rivalry going on there. And so far, Potomac has got the upper hand on that one. The Riverside blue and white blades entering the bridge. Bow number 8 now is the second Club 8 from Harvard. This crew averages age 20, so just a little bit older than the one we saw at bow number 1. And bow number 9 pressing hard there. Bow number 9 is another entry. This is the third entry in the Club 8 from Harvard University. So an incredibly strong program. No surprise whatsoever. Harvard Crimson doing a great job on the course this afternoon. Bow number 10 in the royal blue and yellow are the Delaware men's crew, University of Delaware, fighting Blue Hens, and 11 from Trinity, Ireland, Dublin University Boat Club is pressing hard. I love that aggressive line there. 11 challenging 10, 10 refusing to yield. Trinity in the striped jersey. And the Bruno are chasing them. Bow number 12 in the pink unisuit, black hull. And bow number 15 now, the yellow and black, the Georgia Tech. They guaranteed this entry last year, and they're looking to move even further up in the pack this year. Bow number 13 now, coming right out in front. Bow number 13 reads as Tufts University. Bow number 18 is next, another entry from MIT. They've got the white blades with the red T on there. Bow 14 is very wide. That's the Wesleyan crew from Middletown, Connecticut. Correcting course right there. Bow 17, right on that buoy line, are the Coast Guard from New London, Connecticut. And bow number 16, just a little bit wide, are the Favorite Rowing Club. They're from Hamburg, Germany. Returning to the course from last year after getting their guaranteed entry, our friends from Germany. And coming up in this pack, bow number 21 have claimed the buoy line from bow number 20. So Riverside moving through Boston College. You can see that Riverside coxswain really leaning on that rudder. They want that line. And Boston College is trying to hang on for the inside of that next turn. 19. Right behind them is bow number 19 from MIT. This is their second varsity 8. And 22, just a little closer to Cambridge, is bow number 22, Holy Cross. 23 is going through. And 23 is going through now, Dartmouth. Dartmouth 3 and 4V. Well, that was an incredible to get all those crews through without any clash of oars or any contact. That is not an easy thing. These boats are moving very fast, and the corners are a lot more challenging than they might look. And that was a lot of excitement, but we are barely halfway through this event. So folks at home, don't leave your sofa because we're going to have a little bit more action as soon as these next crews come around the bend. And the Northeastern University is benefiting from that tight pack because they are no strangers to this course. They're right here in Boston, Massachusetts. Northeastern can now row unaccompanied through the Elliott Bridge. They're coming up here in the black blades with their red stripe and the yellow empauker. Bow number 29, so they're doing very well in this field, not having to tangle with anyone at all. Northeastern now through the Elliott Bridge. And they've moved well past bow number 26, the West Side crew from Buffalo, New York. 31 in the red. Bow 31 in the red, another strong crew from Potomac, though, wants to make their name here. Pushing out 33. They are pushing out. 33. Bow 33, though, is giving them some pressure. That's another crew from the Naval Academy. This is their heavyweight crew. So the Naval Academy in the yellow and blue blades, they're bow number 33. They're trying to overtake Potomac. Potomac is holding on. They're going to go through the bridge right together. Very important. They want the port side of this turn, but then they will all want to move over to starboard. So the real battle with these two will happen on the other side of the Elliott Bridge. 28. Bow 28 out in front. The JL Racing Ambassador team from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, bow 28. JL Racing is the unisuit and rowing gear provider for many college and high school teams and national teams. Bow 34, the Williams College Boat Club from Pittsfield, Massachusetts, another very young crew, just averaging 19 years old. They're in the white hull with the purple and gold blades. Bow number 30 now out in front. This is the MIT Rowing Club right here in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Bow 32 right with them. That's Washington College from Chesterton, Maryland. But we've got another Northeastern crew, and something has happened. Somebody got pushed quite wide. Bow number 24, the crew from Binghamton was pushed wide. Hopefully they do not have a rudder issue, but they seem to be back underway and heading back on track. Bow 38 right out in front. Bow 38 in the yellow hull is Northeastern University. As we said earlier, they have moved past bow number 37, the MRA alumni from Ann Arbor, Michigan, claiming to be the hottest thing on water. Okay, 27 is that Binghamton crew who had a bit of a steering mishap, but look like they are safely underway. Excuse me, bow number 24, Binghamton, yes. Bow 27 now following them. Bow 27 is the Manhattan crew from Riverdale, New York. Bow 39 in the gray hull is the Kent Mitchell crew from San Jose, California. Kent Mitchell crew always puts a strong crew together for these big races. They've moved past bow number 36. That's the DC Strokes crew from Washington, D.C. Bow number 25 now approaching our friends here for the very first time. This club was only founded in 2013, and they're already here at the head of the Charles. This is the Mukden Xinjai Rowing Club from Shenyang, China. Bow 25 all the way from China. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, there we go. And bow number 35 with the pink and black checkered tights. Legend has it that this was the first overseas club to actually participate in the head of the Charles. This is your Ariel Kensington crew from London. Seen a few crews with that pretty classic harlequin pattern on their unisuit. And I'll take a little opportunity to tell you, at this point in the race, Harvard would be first. Dartmouth and the Naval Academy. We did say that Naval Academy was doing a great job. Bow number 6 they started, and they're currently holding a third place split as they had come through Cambridge Boat Club. So Harvard, Dartmouth, and Navy in that order, at least when they passed by Cambridge. And I believe that rounds out our field. That was your men's Club 8 complete. And right about now, I could use some 5-hour energy. They are proud to support the head of the Charles Regatta. If you're feeling tired and you need to recharge, they've got a tent this weekend where you can try their great tasting 5-hour tea. Ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you right back to 100%. Thank you, 5-hour energy. We'd also like to thank Cliff Bar. The head of the Charles Regatta is proud to have the Cliff Bar back as a supporter for this year. The nutrition of sustained energy that fuels athletes mile after mile as they row down the course. You can visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion on Adager Row for samples, coffee, and more. And I'll tell you, they look like some of the most comfortable seats on the regatta watching course. They've got a great setup. If you're down by Adager Row, do stop by the Cliff Bar tent. They're also hosting one of our announcing tents and keeping them warm and out of the wind. And who could forget Concept 2, though? Between oars, rowing machines, and all manner of service to our national teams, club and collegiate teams. Concept 2, you can choose which oar is right for you. You can learn about the best match for your crew. You can visit them located next to the Hudson Boat Works tent right down on Adager Row again. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the head of the Charles Regatta. Thank you, Concept 2. You know, and many rowers don't really enjoy the erg so much, but it's become quite a thing, whether it be CrossFit or erg marathons. And in fact, you can race your friends in an ergathlon. You can bring your teammates and friends over to that booth at Concept 2 tent, and you can race in one event with 3 ergs: an erg bike, a standard rowing one, and a ski erg. Each winner receives a raffle entry to win one of their bike ergs. And Easy Dock, proud to be the official dock sponsor of the Head of the Charles. They've been providing the additional launch platforms for the visiting crews all weekend long. They'd like you to stop by and see their Easy Dock booth and check out their low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards, designed specifically for the rowing community. Thank you, Easy Dock. And we'd also like to thank Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. They're the official healthcare service provider of the Head of the Charles Regatta. When you get Harvard Pilgrim, you get more than a health plan. You get a partner on your journey to better health. You can bring your partner with you to the Happy Zone, HAPI that is, over at Harvard Pilgrim, the pop-up tent by the Weld Boathouse. Get healthy, get happy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim. All right, we've got the women's division coming around the corner here. Course record was set back in 2014 by Brown University, but Potomac is going to start bound number 2 here, and bound number 1 from Yale is first around the bend. This is their 3V, third varsity, but they're getting a lot of pressure from Potomac. That's bound number 2, Potomac in the red jerseys, red blades with the white star. The women's sweep team at Potomac celebrated the first anniversary of their founding. They're doing a great job, average age 27 here, pushing, giving pressure onto the young Yale crew. Bound number 4, the San Diego crew. This is a private Catholic university in San Diego, California, coached by Stacia Carl. So San Diego is bound number 4 in the white hull, white and light blue jerseys here. And bound number 3 is UNC Chapel Hill. And Drexel is moving up well from bound number 6. Drexel hot on that buoy line. Coxon doing a great job. Nerves of steel with blades over the buoy line, which is legal. So 6 giving some pressure to 3. 3 trying to hold them off so that they can maintain position for the next starboard turn. And bound number 8, the Louisville women doing a great job. This is their 3rd year competing in the Head of the Charles, and they've moved through Northeastern University. Northeastern will not be happy about that, a hometown crew. Northeastern University in bound number 5 with the white blades, black and red painted on them. And bound number 8 have already passed bound number 7, another crew from Boston College. Go Eagles. But Louisville having a great row as they move past Northeastern and BC. And that Louisville crew has even opened up a bigger gap behind them to the next bound number, which would be bound number 9 from MIT. A very young crew from MIT here, 19 years of age is their average. Bow number 11, as we said, a UMass program with a new head coach. Bow number 11, they have moved past. Or they're trying to hold off, excuse me, bow number 13 from Eastern Michigan, from Ypsilanti, Michigan. That program's really been on the rise lately, so the crew from Ypsilanti, Michigan, giving some pressure to the MIT crew at bow number 11. And Riverside, the striped jerseys and the matching striped blades right there on the buoy line. Riverside Boat Club, bow number 14. They lead this pack of 3. And they've moved up past 12, which is Old Dominion from Norfolk, Virginia. This is their first varsity 8. The Old Dominion crew in the silver hull with the blue and black unisuits. Bow number 10, the University of Rhode Island, the Rhody Rams, coached by Shayla Donahoe. Bow number 18 now is the Radcliffe crew, a very young crew, another one averaging just 19 years of age, so a lot of young and up-and-coming collegiate athletes in the Radcliffe program here in bow number 18. So they've passed a few already. They've got nobody near them as they enter the Elliott Bridge. All black except the coxswain, who's in bright purple and pink. And now we look to bow number 19, the Penn Quakers. University of Pennsylvania in the M-Parker with the blue and red blades. Bow number 19, and they have moved through bow number 15, Yukon from Storrs, Connecticut. Yukon in the white hull, dark jerseys. And bow number 15 looks to have moved out maybe a boat length or so on bow number 16, who's behind them. That's the hometown favorite, Community Rowing Inc., right here in Brighton, Mass. This is the competitive Masters Women's Club 8. Bow number 16, red hull, red blades with the white field and the black wave. No mistaking that pattern. Community Rowing has been around a long time, and they've got great competitive crews out here on the course all weekend. Bow number 20 from GB, bow number 20. And obviously borrowing equipment from Radcliffe in the black and white hull with the black and white blades. They represented GB at World Cups and European Championships over the past years. Oxford Blues and Henley Women's Champions. Kelly Evans, Tamara Simmons, Anuska Bartlett, Katrina Hay, Faye Sanford, Liz Cottrell, Ray Hodge, Georgia Francis, and Louise Palmer. Bow 17, they have passed bow 17, which is another MIT crew. And 22, motoring up that buoy line, though, is another crew from Boston University. Another very young crew from BU doing a great job as they get through that Elliott Bridge. Bow 25 now rowing solo out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. Plain white blades, maroon unisuits. Fordham, they finished second in this event in the past. Not sure they'll claim that today, but nonetheless, they've got a great line here as they set themselves up for the Elliott Bridge. Alex Timnello, Steph Daly, Sophia Singh, Erica Solowski, Danny Orisa Humard, Erin Stepka, Liz Carrington, Alexa Jornson, and Brikenna Prendage. Bow 24 now with the green blades. That's Riverdale, New York, Manhattan crew. Bright green blades, green and white unisuits. That's Manhattan. Bow number 26 is giving everybody some pressure now. That's the Holy Cross Crusaders from Worcester, Massachusetts. They are in the black hull with the purple and white jerseys. And they're moving through bow number 21. That's another crew from Oriel Kensington from London. And all of these boats have moved through bow number 23. They are representing Champaign, Illinois, from Farmer City, Illinois. The Illinois crew, bow number 23. Black hull and blue and orange unisuits. The Illinois Rowing Association. Bow number 28 now, the Fairfield crew from Fairfield, Connecticut. They're trying to work their way up in their league in the MAAC. Erin Dobbs, Florencia Casas, Morgan Connell, Emily Dweck, Mallory Burlington, Anastasia Zeminski, Grace Fallon, Caroline Maroney, and Molly Roche. Well rowed, Fairfield. Bow number 31 from River City out in Sacramento, California. This is their open women's team, club team, averaging age 37. So River City look like they're also borrowing equipment from Community Rowing. They've got Community Rowing blades, but River City unitops. 29 now in the red jerseys and white blades. That's another crew from the JL Racing Ambassador Team. JL Rowing clothing provider, putting crews out on the course this weekend. Very exciting to see. Red jerseys, white blades. That is the JL crew. And following them are the varsity from Penn State University, from University Park, Pennsylvania. Bow number 32. Bow number 32, Potomac. Potomac Boat Club out in front, black hull, red jersey.
30's right behind you.
How? And that's bow number 30 trailing them. That's the Penn State crew with the blue and white jerseys. This is their women's varsity 8. The blue and white from Penn State. This looks to be maybe Connecticut College. And it is, yes, bow number 27, Connecticut College, blue and white blades. And I believe this will be the final crew of this women's club division. Connecticut College rounding out the field of your women's club 8s. That was some pretty good racing out there and some pretty clean racing. No major clashes. All the coxswains doing a tremendous job. As we said, the Club 8s are for the young up-and-coming athletes who have not yet competed in the finals of the top collegiate races or Canadian Henley, Royal Henley, or any other major international regatta. Unofficial results, at least from here at the Cambridge Boat Club, we have 1, 2, and 3, all from the middle of the pack. Not that usual. Eastern Michigan, Riverside, and Old Dominion. And for the women, the previous results I just announced for the men, the women's Club 8 split time as they came through Cambridge Boat Club put Potomac at first place, Yale in second, and San Diego in third. And that's, again, unofficial and only up to this point at the Cambridge Boat Club. There's still one more treacherous corner on the other side of the Elliott Bridge and then a mad dash to the finish line. It gets a little chilly here at the end of the day. We'd like to thank Hunter Boots. You can visit the Hunter powered by Zappos experience at Adager Row this weekend and experience the best of fall, including spice snacks, car sing-alongs, and Hunter's original and refined collection. Thank you, Hunter Boots. We'd also like to thank Hudson Boat Works. Incredible service, incredible hull design. I've seen many a Hudson flying by the Cambridge Boat Club today, and they are the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles. They are hosting over 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers over in the Shark Zone. They're located directly beside the main expo tent. Stop by and see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. Thank you, Hudson Boat Works. I would also like to thank Nelson Kellerman, the global leader in rowing performance electronics. I don't think a crew has gone by that wouldn't be using one of their Cox boxes, Coxbox GPS and Coxbox Core. They've got the NK Link logbook team ready to show you the latest technology that they have put together to improve rowing performance. And they're looking to introduce all of their products onto a connected ecosystem. And we wish all of their crews using NK products a fabulous regatta. Thank you, Nelson Kellerman. Oh, here we go. My favorite sponsor announcement, Teddy Peanut Butter. I actually love them. They are local, homemade, and they're pleased again to be a sponsor of the Head of the Charles. Teddy Peanut Butter, it's all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. Thank you, Teddy Peanut Butter. Okay, my other favorite would be Sierra Nevada Brewing. Sierra Nevada Brewing, they are also proud to be back as the official beer of the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your favorite brewer's favorite beer. In fact, it's on one of the top 10 pale ales that are a must-try. So you can try one today over at the Beer Garden at Reunion Village and the Falls Bar at Attanger Row. Thank you, Sierra Nevada. Up next, we have the Men's Masters 4 will be next. There'll be some interesting racing going on. We may even see a bit of an upset from the back of the pack. Bow 18 Western Reserve, because they won the gold from Henley Masters Nationals this year. Bow number 1 and 2 will no doubt be fighting out at the front of the pack. That would be your Club Nautico de San Juan from Puerto Rico and Crabtree from GB. And bow number 4, the Greenwich crew, is potentially a favorite here as well. All right, we've got action on the course here. We got two boats dueling it out right on the, well, a little bit wide of the buoy line. It's bow number 2, the Crabtree crew. In the yellow hull with the northeastern blades, that's Crabtree from London. And bow number 1, Club Nautico de San Juan from Puerto Rico. So bow number 1 had a hard time holding off the charging crew from Crabtree, who are in the yellow hull and looking well on their way to that final corner of the course. Bow number 1, though, still having to fight back the rest of the pack, and looks like they've opened up a pretty good gap, so they're using the pressure of the bow number 1 to help carry them through and keep themselves ahead of the rest of this field of 20-some-odd competitors. Bow number 4 having some steering issues, but bow number 4 looking well underway. This is the Greenwich crew from Cobb, Connecticut. Gary is the head coach of the program and is also rowing in this crew today. Bow number 5 in the red unisuits is the Sammamish Rowing Club from Redmond, Washington. The water's nice and clean here for these competitors. Nice flat water. Sammamish doing a good job opening up a gap behind them. It's Lauren Lozier, Patrick Eames, Jonathan Calais, Tyler Simpson, and Mark McGinnis. Sammamish open up a big gap between them and the next crews coming down. They've already passed the Minneapolis crew, who may be the ones next emerging. Yes, indeed. So Minneapolis is bow number 3 in the green. And 7 also pressuring Minneapolis. So 7 is the Pocock crew from Seattle, Washington, the Pocock Rowing Center. Very strong club, and they're doing a great job. There's pressure on the buoy line. There's a little bit too close for comfort, but blades overlapping blades. Looking pretty good. And bow number 6 have been passed also by Pocock. Bow number 6 of the Fairmont crew from Philadelphia. This is their 3rd year in the event. Bow number 3 is choosing the wide option through the Elliott Bridge. And may have made a decision to change, and it's maybe, just going to correct herself right in time. That's a good job. Making sure that they don't make any contact with that abutment. It's a difficult corner on the other side of the Elliott Bridge, and they are well underway. But bow number 9 now, the Capital crew from Washington, D.C., rowing on the Anacostia River. Bow number 10 pressing them from Occoquan. This is the George Mason University alumni crew. And bow number 8 in the red hull are the Riverside, rowing in a different color hull, but the unmistakable blue and white striped jerseys of Riverside Boat Club. Bow number 13 is right behind them, though, Lake Union from Seattle, Washington. They were hoping to contend for a medal at this year's regatta. They traveled all the way across the country to try and do it. And they've gone through bow number 11 and 12. So 11 in the red jerseys are the Potomac crew from Washington, D.C. And Mount Baker is number 12. Mount Baker on the buoy line in the white hull and the blue jerseys. And Potomac in the yellow hull and the red jerseys. Bow number 15, the San Diego Rowing Club. They've got red and white jerseys, red and white blades, the San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego, California. Getting some pressure, though, from bow number 18. This is the Western Reserve crew from Cleveland, Ohio. This crew from Western Reserve are the U.S. Rowing Masters National Champions, winning gold and also winning 2019 Henley Gold. So a strong crew from Western Reserve moving up their bow into some of the lower numbers. They've opened a very good gap on the crews that are following them. And just coming into view in front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now is the Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas. Eric Meesk, Scott Forrest, Bob Morse, and Khalil Shalabi from Texas. And bow number 14 now. Bow number 14, the State Police. All members of this crew are members of the Massachusetts State Police. So we thank you for your service, keeping our communities safe. We've got Sean Maloney, Jonathan Swift, Patrick Moynihan, and Patrick Mahady. Right here in Boston, Massachusetts. This is the Massachusetts State Police entry. Let's give them a round of applause. Bow 14, red hull, and of course the dark blue and light blue unisuits of the Massachusetts State Police. Bow number 17 from Osprey, Florida. This is the Sarasota crew. A new lineup, although they've qualified this crew a number of times. This is a different lineup from last year. Bow number 17, the Sarasota crew. Gregory Simons, Sean Wolardzik, Gordon Fullerton, and Joshua Herring. Christina Conti coxing. Bow number 20 from the Quinsigamond Rowing Association out in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. They've got a competitive travel program that they just reestablished in 2018, so they're really enjoying getting out on the race circuit after being host to many a high school and collegiate regatta all year long. This is Lauren Donaldson coxing Kevin Casey, Mike Sangillo, Seth Fagans, and Craig Nicholson. And so far, we have, at this point, Crabtree is in first position split-wise through the Cambridge Boat Club. That Greenwich crew was second. They were bow number 4. And the Club Nautico de San Juan is third. So not a huge upset, but the low bow numbers finishing 1, 2, 3, at least when they came through the Cambridge Boat Club. All right, and up next, we're going to have event number 30, the Women's Masters Fours. These are all average age 40 and higher. Course record was set by Saugatuck Rowing Club in 2013. The time of 18 minutes, 20 seconds, .36. We'll have 22 entries in this division this year. Bar number 1 will be the Marlow Masters from Great Britain. They'll be very tough to beat. Bow 2 and 3 will likely be in the mix from Lake Union and Vancouver, respectively. And another crew from China will be in the middle of the pack, back at bow number 14. And we'll look for maybe a bit of a sleeper crew a little further back in the pack at bow number 19 from San Diego. So tough to tell year to year with the Masters Fours what lineups they'll come up with, but we know we have some strong crews and we expect some very, very good racing. So this is a new development for the head of the Charles to have this wonderful graphic display. We really thank the Rowing Channel for putting this together for us. If you're watching from home, I hope you're enjoying this very significant upgrade to the viewing experience. But for everybody here, we have the first crew coming around the corner in the women's Masters fours. And it's indeed bow number 1, the Marlowe crew. Oh, and they've got some fans here on the Cambridge Boat Club dock. They've got the cowbells. In this crew, we have a 5-time Olympic medalist, Catherine Granger, a former world champion Olympic silver medalist from the women's paired stroke, recent chairwoman of the Cambridge University Boat Club. Kate McKenzie, Jillian Lindsay, Catherine Granger, and Catherine Tillett, coached by Lee Heyman. Go Marlowe. And indeed, they've opened up quite a gap here on bow number 2, which is Lake Union. If they've started in order and in the proper time margin, I would say that Marlowe have moved out on the Lake Union crew because they are well through Elliott Bridge and probably at the corner by the Windsor Belmont Hill Boathouse, and Lake Union still just to enter the Elliott Bridge. And in turn, Lake Union have pushed bow number 3 back quite a distance, maybe moved about 2 to 3 lengths of open water from the start. Bow number 3 is the Vancouver crew from Vancouver, British Columbia. They're looking for a medal, but this gap between these first 3 bow numbers makes me think we may have that upset from further back in the pack, but we will wait to see. Bow number 6 now is closed up, so they've clearly passed 4 and 5, so that will be a challenge. As we said, the Western Reserve crew would be a very strong crew this year. Western Reserve, bow number 6. In the purple blades, that's Western Reserve from Cleveland, Ohio. Emily McCauley, Sharon Romilly, Cara Siberth, Rebecca Lucan, and Jennifer Goodman, Western Reserve. And bow number 5 trails them. That's the Carolina Masters from Carborough, North Carolina, coached by Lisa Schlenker, former U.S. lightweight national team rower. And bow number 4 trails them, the Lake Merritt crew from Oakland, California. And coming around the corner in a tight line, the first of which is the Conabear crew from Seattle, Washington. Bow number 9, Conabear, right on the buoy line, and right behind them is the Minneapolis crew from Minneapolis, Minnesota at bow number 7. So Conabear have moved through 8 and 7. And they've separated themselves nicely here. So bow number 7 looking to hold off a charge now from back of the pack. Bow number 12, the Greenwich crew from Cos Cob, Connecticut. Bow number 8 in the pink jerseys here. Pink jerseys is the Alexandria crew from Alexandria, Virginia. And then 13 right on the buoy line are the River City crew from Sacramento, California. River City, obviously borrowing Boston College equipment there. Silver hull, BC blades. Bow number 13, River City. Bow number 10 now, the dark boat with the high-vis green stripe down the leg are the East Bay crew from Oakland, California. This is Abby Resnick, Jen Mullen, Carla Jordan, Erin Griffith, and Florencia Prada, averaging age 47 from East Bay, a homegrown club from Oakland, California. And we have got some early results. As we said, splits coming through. Marlowe, Lake Union, and River City, 1, 2, 3. But we have many, many boats to go. But River City, bow 13, looking very strong as we just saw them go by a few moments ago. Holding third position right now. It's a pretty good gap, though. Marlowe, assuming no penalties, buoy violations, Marlowe is 21.59 seconds ahead of Lake Union at this point at the Cambridge Boat Club. So don't anticipate much of an upset there, but the back of the pack is yet to come. Bow number 18, the Avalon crew from Chincoteague, Virginia. Bow number 15 in the green is another crew from East Bay. From Barrington, Rhode Island. So we've got East Bay from Oakland, and this is East Bay Rowing Inc. from Barrington, Rhode Island. And we've got quite a pack here. We're going to let them come through Cambridge Boat Club. Bow number 21 is Radcliffe trying to charge hard on the lane nearest the Cambridge Boat Club. They're back at bow number 21, but they're hauling up into the lower numbers. They are in hot chase on that bow number 15, the green crew. Bow 15 is the East Bay from Rhode Island. 19 is on the buoy line. That's another San Diego crew. So Radcliffe hauling it up from the back of the pack, doing a great job. 22 right on the buoy line, the Mount Baker crew from Seattle, Washington, doing a great job on that buoy line. They've moved through bow number 16, the Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas. 17, though, giving them some pressure. This is Top Row, New York City, an international organization focused on expanding the sport. Bow number 20, Sarasota crew from Osprey, Florida, in the blue hull and the white blades. I think we are still expecting 2 crews. I haven't seen 14 or 11 yet, or 4. Got a few crews left to go here, so. And I don't even need to know the bow number on this crew because I can tell by the blades that this is the Windsor crew. Red, white, win fight, go Windsor. These are alumni who rode together back in the day, averaging age 49. I maybe have coached 1 or 2 of them back in the day as I coached the Windsor crew some years ago. This is Polly Snyder, Liz Townsend, Bonnie Baker, Jen Hoffman, and Elizabeth Skates. Go Windsor. And bow number 14 now are the Beijing Deep Dive Rowing Club from China. They were the first place in the women's quad at the Toda International Masters Regatta. Their stroke was also on the Chinese national team in the 1984 Olympic Games. Welcome, Deep Dive Rowing. We think this is a men's crew here who obviously have their 2 seats sitting out. It's bow number 16. We think of maybe the previous race. Yes, this is the 612 Endurance crew from Minneapolis. So hopefully they did not have a mishap earlier in the race, but that is the final crew of the men's division. That was bow number 16, 612 Endurance. And it looked like Marlowe and Lake Union maintained their gap here. We still have Marlowe looking in first position, Lake Union and River City third. That is unofficial and only at the Cambridge Boat Club checkpoint and does not include any assessed penalties if there were any. But it was a very strong crew from Marlowe with Dame Catherine Granger in that crew. Very exciting to have her here at the regatta. All right, we'd like to again thank our sponsors, Bertucci's, their brick oven pizza, not pizza. They've got some tents located along the Weld exhibition and Adager Row over near the finish line. You can stop by for freshly baked brick oven pizza and a chance to win $200 Bertucci's gift card. And it gets a little more chilly announcing from the deck of Cambridge Boat Club in the later part of the day, so we're very grateful to Brooks Brothers for helping our volunteers stay warm all weekend. You can visit them at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition area all weekend, as well as their Newbury Street store here in Boston, where you can shop the limited edition Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection gear. All right, up next is going to be the men's Master 8s. It's event number 31. The course record was set by our friends from Ireland, the Shannon Rowing Club, back in 2014. That was a very fast year. The record of 14 minutes, 46 seconds. But they have not represented here today. We think bow number 1, the Kennebecasis crew, will maybe look to defend their title. They were the winners of the event last year. We got the Beijing Olympic quad bronze medalist from France in that crew. A very international field here in the men's Master 8. A lot of former U.S. national team members, Molesey Boat Club, with multiple former GB national team members. So it's going to be a very intense race. A lot of experience out here in this men's Masters 8. Many of these will be alumni crews from their various stints on the national team, international race circuit. And indeed it is the Kennebecasis from New Brunswick, Canada. This is Jeff Adamson, Anton Shearing, Liam Look Parsons, Ben Edward Story, Edward Winchester, Rob Thatcher, Pierre-Jean Peltier, Cedric Barrest, and Julian Bain. The Canadian lightweight alumni crew, their 10th year in the 40 plus and looking for their 4th win. Kennebecasis. Bow number 2 in the orange and black, though the Fat Cat are having none of it. They look to have either maintained or maybe even edged up on the bow number 1. This is alternately known as the wrecking crew of the ejector set of a star-studded lineup. Jameson Pesci, Rob Millam, Sean Ahmad, Will Goldham, Daniel Garbett, Alexander Hearn, Tom Welsh, Paul Tatey, Sean Kamen. That's your Fat Cat crew, averaging age 41. Bow number 4 has passed bow number 3. Bow number 4 is the California crew from Oakland, California. Pete Cipollone, Wes Pirani, Josh Grunberg, Arthur Mann, Will Miller, Jake Wetzel, Andrew Gallagher, Henrik Rummel, self-proclaimed legends of the California crew. Bow number 3 now, the 1992 Junior World Championships. Michelle Darby, Josh Steinman, Terence Senfelbin, Sean Hipp, Matt Guerreri, Pete Strobel, Dave Rain, Michael Callahan, and Josh Crosby. That was bow number 3. Bow number 6 out in front, that's our Molesey crew from Great Britain. Phelan Hill is an Olympic gold medalist from Rio in 2016. Molesey crew have some fans here on the shores. And a very strong crews going by, just these first 4 crews, just unbelievable speed, and they're opening up quite a gap on the crews behind them. Bow number 5 is another crew from the California club. These look like Cal alumni from back in the day, Cal/national team alumni. Number of bow number 7. Bow number 7 is the Diesel crew from Buffalo, New York, full again of national team Olympians. Porter Collins, Bob Price, Wyatt Allen, Donald Ryland, Cyrus Beasley, Garrett Clue, Tyson White, and Ben Holbrook. Rajana Peterson coxing the Diesel crew. Bound number 9 now. The folks who brought you the Concept 2 erg. This is the Concept 2 crew from Morrisville, Vermont. This is the factory team with a lineup of Concept 2 employees, but no strangers to the actual international rowing scene. We've got Dan Gilbert, Alex Dunn, Ken Stevenson, Aaron Thurston, Martin Stride, Oscar Rineveld, Sylvan Zender, Ken Smack, and Itzhak Kopp. Incredible crew. Bow number 9. And they've gone through bow number 8. That's the East Bay crew from Oakland, California. Red Hull and CRI Blades, East Bay from Oakland, California. And bow 13 have a way to go, but they've moved up well in the field. This crew is from the Netherlands. De Lock Rowing Club, the Dutch Masters crew, full of former lightweight rowers. They've got the green jerseys on. This is our crew from the Netherlands. And they've passed bow number 12, who's about 2 to 3 boat lengths back, and that is the Northeastern alumni. Bow number 11, trying to come back on terms with bow number 12. That's the Michigan Rowing Association from Ann Arbor. Bow number 16 moving up very well. This is Old Glory. Old Glory are the representatives of the National Rowing Foundation out here on the race course. These are national team alumni. Old Glory. Edmund Del Garcio, Simon Cargano, Andrew Bolton, Colin Farrell, Gavin Blackmore, Gabe Winkler, Tom Paradiso, Pat Todd, and Matt Muffelman. Old Glory, bow 16. Bow 18 now out in front, the Marin crew from Greenbrae, California. Always a strong masters and junior program from out on the West Coast. "19 are the former heavyweights from Harvard. They call themselves the ex-Nemo crew. Bow number 19 with Harvard Blades, Alex Sopko, Jim Dahl, Jody Marcon, Craig Webster, Nick Peterson, Paul Daniels, Johan Rigonde, Adam Creek, and Michael Blomquist. Averaging age 44, rowing the M-Pocker with the Harvard Blades, 19. And 17 is a crew with us from the Czech Republic. I'm going to do my best with some of the names here, but they've come all the way from the Czech Republic. Their average age 44. In the yellow hull with the white jerseys and the Harvard Blades, Jan Wallish, Philip Schmidt, Peter Massops, Peter Styler, Andrzej Blaudik, Andrzej Helvanik, Andrzej Simic, and and they've passed bow number 15, the George Washington Rowing Association. Bow number 15, averaging age 46. And they've moved through bow number 14 from Saugatuck. Very strong crew out of Westport, Connecticut, Saugatuck. Bow number 20 is the Crimson Death Barge. These are the former lightweight crew from Harvard from the early 1990s. They've raced together in variations of this lineup for many prior Head of the Charles races and the San Diego Crew Classics and even the World Masters in 2018. And they're doing a nice job on the buoy line. That's your Harvard alumni crew rowing under Death Barge, Crimson Death Barge, right on the buoy line. They were the last bow number to start, and they're going to try really hard not to be the last one to finish. They may be able to pass, but it's a difficult one to do at the Elliott Bridge. And all crews are well through the Elliott Bridge. I think we've seen all crews come by. And we've got some preliminary results, at least from what we see here at the Cambridge Boat Club. Looks like Marin, by a very narrow margin of 4.59 seconds over the Molesey crew from GB, with Kenneth Becasis back in third. I already heard a no way being yelled from the shoreline, so somebody's going to check the results and the buoy violations. But Marin, Molesey, and Kenneth Becasis, 1, 2, 3, as they came by Cambridge Boat Club. Bow number 10 is probably our last entry in this event. This is, again, the deep dive crew from China. Again, we've seen a few entries from this deep dive rowing club. They were only established back in 2014 and already have traveled to many Masters Regatta and making their first showing here on the Charles. This should be our last crew to come by in the men's Master 8s 40 plus. Let's give them a round of applause. They've come all the way to China. Let's send them home in strong fashion. All right, and while we wait for the next division to come down in the Masters 8s, we've got a special guest up here at the Cambridge Boat Club. We've got Mia Levy, who just came off her very first summer on the junior national team. Now, she's not racing today, but she came down here to see some of the best of the world, and just wonder if you could maybe tell us a little bit about what it was like being on the national team and then maybe coming here and seeing all these internationals.
Yeah, thank you. It was a really incredible experience, super rewarding. I grew so much as a rower and as a person over the summer, and it's been a lot of fun seeing my teammates today at Head of the Charles. So, yeah.
Well, awesome. Well, hopefully one day you'll still be around and rowing in this event as a 40-year-old rower, but not today. You're too young, but we're glad you came up to join us, and good luck with your season. And we'll turn our attention to the race course. We've got the Women's Masters 8s now coming around the corner. It's bow number 1, the Chinook crew. This is last year's winning 8, but with 2 new athletes, Terry Gilmartin, who I know well and have rowed with, is in this crew. So they've got a few ringers now, and they've got a few national team people in this crew, and they've opened up nice, comfortable lead on the crews behind them. So bound number 1, Chinook in the blue jerseys, doing a great job here. Huge gap behind them to bound number 2, which is a Canadian crew from Ottawa. This is the Masters crew from the Ottawa Rowing Club. Ottawa is one of the oldest and largest clubs in Canada, founded back in 1867. There are some former national team rowers from Canada in this crew. And they maybe have even spacing between them and bow number 3, which is the Pocock crew from Seattle. And as I said, about even spacing, maybe a little bit more than that from what they would have started at, but a huge gap behind bow number 3 and the next competitor. So these will be among your top finishers, I would expect, with Chinook and Ottawa making a strong push, and Pocock really just running down right with them. Bow number 4, the CRI Comp women are taking control of that buoy line, and they're pushing out. Oh, bow number 5, excuse me, College Club Seattle pushing the Comp women with a little bit of oar-to-oar overlap there. So in the black hull is bow number 5. You hear a little contact there, very tight. Everybody seems to be well underway, though. We've got the Comp women in the red hull, red jerseys from Community Rowing. Now they're going stroke for stroke here. A little bit higher cadence from the College Club of Seattle. And it looks like 5 is maybe taking a couple of seats as they go through Elliott. A very important move. Bow number 5 now also has the inside of the turn on the other side of the Elliott Bridge. So very good steering there. Both coxswains, a little contact, but no problem. Bow number 7 in the striped jerseys is again the Riverside Boat Club, having a very strong showing already this regatta. They actually started their race season a bit early this year. They rowed at the Heineken Regatta in Amsterdam, and this will conclude their racing season for the Riverside Masters. From right here in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Riverside, black hull, red and white jerseys. Excuse me, blue and white jerseys. Bow number 6 leads a very tight pack coming up now around the corner in the green jerseys. That's the Minneapolis Rowing Club. Bow number 8 is trying to charge hard on the buoy line is Ann Arbor, bow number 8. But number 10 also pressing hard. That's the Mendota crew. So a very strong Midwestern pack we've got here. 6 from Minneapolis, 8 from Ann Arbor, 10 from Mendota, Madison, Wisconsin. Bow number 9 is the Diesel crew from Buffalo, New York. It's going to be very tight through the Elliott Bridge here. We got 10 and 8 still duking it out. You see a little bit of contact there, bow number 8. Yeah, a little contact, but everybody's safe and everybody back underway. It's great job. Bow number 11 and 12 now approaching out in front. The Union Boat Club is bow number 12, and bow number 11 are the Bad Unicorns from Jacksonville, Florida. So Union have closed the gap a little bit, but they'll have to work a little harder to actually catch bow number 11. Bow number 15 now out in front, red and blue. That's the Capital crew from Washington, a very strong Masters program. Bow number 13 are the Station L crew from Portland, Oregon. These some of the members in this crew finished first at the Women's Master A category in the regional championship. It's a very strong Masters program out of Station L. That's a Portland, Oregon crew. And it looks like the Northeastern Blades, and it is in fact bow number 14, the Northeastern Alumni Crew. Very clean here in the nice flat water. This is Kate Vatter, Rika Gerald, Julie LeBlanc, Carrie Feek, Kristen McIntyre, Jennifer Costu, Jen Cray, Nancy Steckel, and Kara Mulvey. Averaging age 46, these are alumni from Northeastern University. And right now, we'll take an opportunity to give you some unofficial preliminary results. 1, 2, 3, Chinook in first, Pocock second, Ottawa third. About a little over 20-second gap between each of those, and the winning time was a 14:30. No, excuse me, winning split right now. We still have a little ways to go. 14:39 as they came through Cambridge Boat Club. All right, well, once again, we'll give a shout out to Delta Airlines for being the official airline sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. And they are the presenting sponsor down at Reunion Village. And Reunion Village is a great place where the college alumni can have a table and all get together and share some fun. They've got great announcing down there, great food. You can grab a beer down there, but all presented to you by Delta Airlines. Thank you, Delta. And if you're feeling thirsty at this point, LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. You can find them down at Attiger Row and the Fitness Expo. You can try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. All right, and up next we will have the men's champ doubles. Course record set by the Sinkovic brothers from Croatia. They're back in 2014 in a time of 15 minutes, 40 seconds, .56. But this year we've got the Graves brothers starting at bow number 1. The Penn C duo starting bow number 2. And bow number 3, the Riverside double.
Okay, here we've got event 33, men's championship doubles. Just appearing around the corner. And it looks like we've got an interesting turn of events already. We've got Penn AC, bow number 2, have passed the Gravis brothers from Craftsbury in bow number 1. So it's Penn AC leading this boat, bow number 2. And it's the Craftsbury boat, bow number 1, and the white boat and the green tops. Peter and Tom have brothers represented the US at World Championships and World Cup events. Both of those first 2 crews going really fast. Opened up a lot of water here between the next few crews. The next crew's coming into view. Crew number 3 on the Cambridge side and crew number 7 on the far side. Crew number 3 going wide here is Riverside crew. And crew number 7 is New York AC. Both of the guys from New York were in the men's 4 at the Pan Am Games. Crew number 6 is another Riverside crew. Sam Houseman and Joseph Hanna. They're in the senior lightweight 4 at the 2018 Worlds. Crew 10 is Penn AC. Oh, well stopped, Crew 10. Crew 8 is Reading from the UK. They row on the Thames. Former members of Maidenhead Rowing Club. Crew 11 in the white boat and the white tops is Columbia University. Team captain Tom Mortimer was the Ontario under-23s and his partner under-23 scullion champion Neil Kennedy. Crew number 9 in the red boat, San Diego Rowing Club. And crew number 14 having a good battle, going really fast here. They've caught up a lot of places, is from Reading in the UK, another Reading crew. Reading well represented in this race. Crew number 4 coming into view. That's Southern Methodist. Bryce Finley is a junior at SMU, went to Tabor. That's Southern Methodist in the M packet, just going past the CBC dock here. And crew 15 is a CBC crew. Crew 18 is from Vespa. It's Vespa's premium heavyweight men's offering. Nick and Luke, multiple years, weeks of expertise in this event. Crew 17 in the blue boat, passing CBC is Narragansett. Andrew was a lightweight at the Naval Academy and 4-time national team member. Crew 16 is Potomac in the white boat, the red tops. Crew 16 Potomac just going under the bridge here. Looks like they're wrapping up this doubles race, men's champ doubles. And the results so far, this looks like the splits at CBC. Pen AC, crew number 2, and 13:58, followed by Pen AC, bow number 10, 6 seconds behind them. And then the Reading crew, bow number 14, 7 seconds. That's the CBC splits. Coming into view here, we've got crew number 12 from this event, Lake Merritt from Oakland, California. Dixon and Daniel claim they are both members of the Lake Chalet drinking team. That's what they like us to know. After spectacular evening rows on sunny Lake Merritt, they hang out at the Lake Chalet drinking team with a glass of Pinot Noir. Guys, the Pinot Noir's on the dock waiting for you when you get back there. It's Massachusetts Pinot Noir. Crew 13, all the way from Shanghai in China. These guys have been competing in several regattas together in Japan and Hong Kong and other Chinese regattas. Welcome to the Charles, guys. Shanghai Dianshanhu Boat Club, going past CBC at the moment. Good job, Shanghai.
All right, and already we have the women's champ doubles on the course here. And it is bow number 1. A little bit wide on the buoy, but doing well nonetheless. Bow number 1 is the Ariane crew from Saratoga Springs, New York. This is Mo and Lily, who have won this event in the last 2 years. So I'm not sure. They've got still a pretty tight gap, pretty even spacing, I mean, between them and the next crew, which is bow number 2. So if they want to hold on to that championship position, they're going to have to push Riverside back a little bit more. And here it is, Riverside, similarly uniformed. The Ariane crew and Riverside, similar uniforms, similar blades, but Riverside here in the orange cap in the bow. That's Hillary Seeger and Jillian Zaif. Bow number 3 is pressing them, a second crew from Ariane, so they're putting on the Malachi Crunch here. The Ariane crew in bow number 1 and 3, Orion crew, bow number 3, doing an incredible job. So these first 3 bow numbers have opened up a huge gap on the rest of the field. Orion crew. This is Ashley Johnson and Morgan Hummel. Bow number 5 now from the Oklahoma City High Performance Center. This is Karina Fitner and Abby Longa. Abby's a graduate from the local Oklahoma University, rode 4 years. Bow number 8, though, is giving them a run for their money. That's Liz Martin and Michaela Carr-Warner. Riverside Boat Club, another set of striped blades and striped jerseys. They won the Canadian Henley in the senior lightweight women's pair and were second in the light double. So a very experienced duo from Riverside in bow number 8. But look out for Y Quad Cities. Liz Sharris and Allie Rusher, they won the Head of the Charles Youth Double 3 times and won the Collegiate Champ 8 with Stanford back in 2018. So Y Quad City's doing a phenomenal job, moving well up in the field. We've only seen a handful of crews come by, and we're bow number 14 taking a quick look over her shoulder as she charges through the Elliott Bridge. A nice high stroke rating, good pressure. Bow 14, just averaging age 22 in this very experienced champ doubles field. Bow 16 is going right with them. This is the Italian crew, Valentina Rodini and Claire Guerrera. They won 5 Italian national championships. Clara won the silver medal in Plovdiv in the 2018 World Championships and a bronze at the 2019 U23 World Championships in Sarasota. Valentina arrived at the Sarasota World Championships at 7th in the World Championships in Plovdiv. So just age 22, the Italian duo doing a fantastic job. Bow 15 out in front, the Vesper crew raced in the Pan Am qualifiers. And bow number 6 and 17. So bow number 6. 6 and 7 from Bowdoin is bow number 6. Their first appearance in the champ double. Right next to them is bow 7 from Great Britain. Bow 13, a Hydro crew, Lane Mayer and Mac Evans. They row for Hydro. Bow number 10, Olympique Barcelona from Spain. They've been rowing together since they're 14 years old. Natalie Pioli and Ariadna Brulette. Bow number 10. Bow number 12 in the white hull is the FIT crew from Melbourne, Florida. And this champ doubles race is full of experienced international racers, but it's great to see some of the young collegiate rowers out here as well. We've had a crew from Bowdoin come by. We'll have one from Gordon College coming by, average age 19. So we've got a lot of great experience and a lot of new up-and-coming rowers here in the champ double. And right now is bow number 9. Indeed, this is Gordon College from Wenham, Massachusetts. They actually have a lightweight program here. The team will be 1 year old in January, so a very new team of Gordon College. Welcome to the rowing scene. Hallie Nee and Naomi Tripp, 19 years of age. Bow number 11 is pressing them, though. Bow number 11 from Great Britain, the Tideway Scullers, Debbie Beadle and Emily Walters. Emily Walters has a Henley Women's Regatta Club 8 win. And Deb has 2 world records, rowing across the Atlantic to raise awareness about child trafficking. Wow, fantastic journey, Deb, and welcome to the head of the Charles. And preliminary results are indeed that Y Quad Cities from back at bow number 14, crushing through here at just over 15 minutes, a 9-second lead over Orion, and about a 23-second lead over Riverside. Bow 17 now approaching a nice line along the buoys, swinging wide just a bit there. This is another crew from Great Britain, the Cambridge 99 crew from Cambridgeshire. This is Gemma Douglas and Christina Champion. Gemma is the vice women's captain at Cambridge 99s, a very accomplished rower, many victories at international regattas. Christina is a 2018 UK Pairs Head pennant holder and an indoor rowing bronze medalist. Over 7 years experience rowing and coaching. Christina Champion and Gemma Douglas. Bow number 17 in the red hull. All right, and up next, we will have the men's champ singles, 23 competitors. The course record is held by Andrew Campbell of the Cambridge Boat Club, 17 minutes, 11 seconds, .646. He'll start with bow number 1 this year, with Ben Davidson not returning to this year's regatta. Andrew Campbell is such an experienced sculler in head racing and international racing, but John Graves is also here at bow number 2, 7-time national team member and multiple national teams for both these scullers who are starting in bow numbers 1 and 2. Bow number 4, a little bit further back, is the Denmark sculler from the Danske Studenters Row Club, Sverre Nielsen. He's a 2-time gold medalist in the men's single. at the World Cup. So we'll have some fast and furious people all throughout this event. We've got 23 competitors. And we just have heard via Twitter that Andrew Campbell will not be starting this year. So we will not have Andrew Campbell here in this field today. So that kind of leaves a bit of a puzzle as to who we think might be in these top 3 crews. He's bummed he's not going to see everybody this year, but he vows to be back next year. And we would welcome that, Andrew, but we're going to turn our attention to the scullers on the field right now. Bow number 2 is John Graves, a 7-time senior national team member. He was in the 2019 men's quad. He was a champ single medalist in 2015, 16, 17, and 18. So John Graves, rowing from Craftsbury, Vermont. Looking incredibly strong here, but he's having a run for his money from bow number 4 from the Danska Studenter Row Club. Sverre Nielsen is a 2-time gold medalist. As we said before, he's aiming for Tokyo, as is John Graves. So this is our early match before we get to the Olympic year. Bow number 4 headed into the arch of the Elliott Bridge. He's past bow number 3, Kevin Mader, also from Craftsbury, so John Graves' teammate in bow number 3, previously rowed for Northeastern University and Riverside. They both compete for the Green Racing Project. That's the national team-sponsored crew that trains at Craftsbury, sponsored by Concept 2. Bow number 5 in the MPOCR out in front. That's the Penn AC sculler, Justin Keene. Started rowing at Penn State in 2012, and he won the Head of the Charles Double in 2016 and 17. He's a U.S. national team member in the quad and the double. Bow number 6, Eric Freed, being pursued by bow number 9, another sculler from Penn AC from the 2018 and 19 USA men's quad. Greg Anselbert, that's bow number 9. So Penn AC and Craftsbury really dominating these early bow numbers here. Bow number 7 from Minnesota. In the red jersey is Adam Randall. Bow number 11 in the yellow hull, another sculler from GB. This is Matt O'Leary, rowing for Keble. Bow number 13, another sculler from Craftsbury, Lucas Bellows. Been rowing the singles since 2015. Rowed for the University of Minnesota and then joined the Green Racing Project last year. Bow number 12 in the white hull is Sean Neal from Undine Barge Club in Philadelphia. And bow number 8 in the MPOCR is the California sculler Matt Schaefer. He won the club men's single in 2018 and placed 3rd at the Olympic trials in 2016. Also coaches at LMU. Bow 15 having a great row. This is Nathan Lato from Craftsbury in the Green Racing Project. Another Head of the Charles winner from the champ double in 2018. Bow 17 in the red is the Seattle sculler Mike Nippen. He was in the senior men's quad in 2018 and is also head of the Charles Championship champion in the double. He rows for Seattle. 16, another sculler from Penn AC, Dave Judah. Bow number 10, Eric Hallenbeck from Southern New Hampshire, rows on the Merrimack River and Babusick Lake. 14. Bow 14 from Saugatuck, Harrison Malik, a Wesleyan grad. He was first at the New England Championships when he rode there, and he's making his name as a sculler now. 18. Bow 18 from Bermuda. A little chillier here, but from Bermuda. Dara Alizada. 21 Blue Hole. Bow number 21 doing a nice job from the back of the pack from Oklahoma City. That's Kevin Cardno, originally from Huntsville, Alabama. 20 in the white hull. And he's moved ahead of bow number 20 in the white hull, the Northwest Rowing Center in Vashon, Washington, Jacob Philel. Bow number 19, closest to us now at Cambridge Boat Club, the Club Salvadoreño from El Salvador. He represented El Salvador in the U23 singles in Sarasota in 2019. Marco Palomo. Bow 23 was right alongside him. That's our own Galen Bernick, age 23. Coaches and rows and trains and does everything out of community rowing right here in Boston. 22. Bow number 22, the Thunder Bay sculler Cameron Gillis, who started the Lakehead Rowing Club. He's rowing for Thunder Bay, Ontario. And we're already into the men's lightweight singles championship event here. Bow number 1 rowing pretty much solo. This is Hugh McAdam. He was 5th in the lightweight quad in the 2015 World Championships. Bow number 6 now from Vesper, moving way up in the field, a member of the 2019 national team in the lightweight men's quad. Jasper Liu from Vesper. He's past Alex Twist, who's rowing for Riverside, another national team member here. And bow number 2, the Hanlon sculler, Andre Volk. Started rowing at University of Toronto in 2011 and competed at the World University Rowing Championships in 2016. Bow number 3, Jackson Gallagher. He won the youth single at the head of the hooch, and he's just 18 years old. Oklahoma City High Performance Center, Jackson Gallagher. Bow number 3. And bow 15, moving very well from the middle of the pack, Zachary Heese. He was another member of the USA lightweight men's quad this year from Vesper. 13. He's moving up for just passing bow number 13. A sculler from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Uncas Batista, the world champion. Bow number 11 in the M-Pocker, Andrew Weinstein from Potomac Boat Club. 9 in the black shell. And he's moved through 9 in the dark shell from Undine, James Konopka, winner of the intermediate lightweight single at Club Nationals this year and a 3-time lightweight medalist at that event. Bow number 8 in the white shell, coming out in front in the pink jersey, Saratoga sculler Benjamin Weatherwax. He's just 19 years old, making a name for himself in this very intense field of lightweight men's singles. Bow number 10 now approaching. That's Dave Lincoln, the coach for the GW men's rowing. He's rowing under Open Water Rowing Club out of Washington, D.C. in the Blue Blades. Bow number 16 in the Red Blades follows him. That's the Detroit Boat Club sculler, Anthony Del Greco, a graduate of Mercyhurst. Bow number 19 in the green uni suit is Notts County from Nottingham, England. This is Ashley Cowley, just 22 years old and a 2018 gold medalist at the Home International Regatta. Rows out of the Molesey Boat Club, but now rowing for NCRA. Bow number 12 in the orange hat, that's the Miami Rowing Club out of Miami, Florida. Bow 21 from Undine, Dylan Hartwick. Bow number 18 now approaching. That's another sculler from the Detroit Boat Club. This is his second time racing at the head of the Charles. This is Stefan Malbouf from Lathrop Village, Michigan. And bow number 17 is Hector Formosa Murias. He was first last year in the head of the Charles men's lightweight 4 and 5th in the East Coast speed order in the lightweight single. So at 23, he's trying to make a name for himself in the sculling field here. And currently the 1, 2, and 3 leaders of this event are Vesper, Jasper Liu, unaffiliated Hugh McAdam, and Zachary Heese. 1, 2, and 3. Liu, McAdam, and Heese. All right, and we'll once again thank Pete's Coffee as the official patron of the head of the Charles Regatta. Their signature dark roast espresso, blended and carefully sourced quality ingredients, delivering the perfect coffee-forward pick-me-up. Grab your free sample over at the Pete's Iced Espresso tent over at Weld Exhibition. And once again, we're going to thank BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor for the 7th year in a row. As we said earlier, they are a global leader in investment management services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. And we're so thrilled that they continue to support this great regatta every year. Thank you, BNY Mellon. And up next, we'll have the women's division in this event. We have a very star-studded field of international scullers here. We'll have, of course, our own Cambridge Boat Club, Jevy Stone. She was in the double this year at the 2019 World Championships, training for Tokyo. She'll be going against our own single sculler, Kara Kohler. Did a great job at the 2019 World Championships this year. In that field also will be Cicely Madden. This would be Jevy's double partner. Then we've got Emma Twigg, three-time Olympian in the single scull. Princeton Training Center's our own Emily Hulskamp, who was a 2013 World Rowing Championship gold medalist. Christine Cavallo, a 2017 U23 national team athlete. So this whole field is incredibly deep all the way down through the bow numbers. So we've got 23 competitors today. Now, do they have the bow numbers of the lightweights be different? Anybody over there that I can interview? All right, and while we wait for the next event, we've got Kevin McCarthy from Cornell here. He's going to tell us a little bit about why he's so excited to be here at the regatta.
Well, there's no regatta quite like the Head of the Charles, and it's great to see, friends and fellow teammates and former teammates walking around the regatta, just passing you by. So it's a really special environment. Really happy to be here.
And you got any highlights for us from the Cornell crew? What can we expect to see? They're coming tomorrow, right? They're racing tomorrow?
Yes, they're racing tomorrow. We have Championship 8, Championship 4, Lightweight 8, Lightweight 4, as well as Women's Championship 8, Championship 4. So.
Great. Any predictions?
Hopefully some medals. I think our lightweights are really strong this year, so hopefully they can repeat.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, and good luck to you at Cornell. And I just continue to be impressed by the conditions here on the course. As expected, the sun is sinking low, the wind is dying down. I don't know what the conditions are like down at the start, but it certainly looks like excellent conditions here for these women's champs singles. They're just coming around the bend here. And we're just going to watch the majesty of Jevy Stone come around the bend. She is solo in your screen if you're viewing at home. She's won this event 9 times. She's looking for a 10th. She's training for Tokyo. She's right on form. She's doing an incredible gutsy line on this buoy turn here. It's not easy. They don't have the benefit of a coxswain here. And Jevy is cranking on that starboard oar to bring herself around. This is how it's done. If you're watching at home and you want to know how to do this turn, look nowhere else than at the bow that's passing right in front. That is Jevy Stone putting on a clinic. And she's got the hometown fans on the dock and the bridge, but she's getting some pressure from bow number 2. That's Kara Kohler, as we said, the U.S. single sculler at the 2019 World Rowing Championships, rowing very long and strong. She'll have to work hard to catch Jerry. Just a quick glance over her shoulder to check her line. Doing an incredible job here. Bow number 3, Cicely Madden. As we said earlier, this is Jerry's partner from the World Championship double. And look at that finish power of Cicely Madden. Bow number 3, also from Cambridge Boat Club. But bow number 4, giving some pressure, Hawke's Bay, Emma Twigg. She's the 3-time Olympian in the single. Most recently finished second at the World Rowing Championships in September. So Emma Twigg, a very experienced international sculler and no stranger to the head of the Charles, also got a great line through Elliott. Bow number 5, Mary Nabel, also from Cambridge. Bow number 5, Mary, doing an incredible job. Also, they've got to look over their shoulder as they're trying to go full pressure, full speed. It's not easy, but they're doing an incredible job. Bow number 7 from Hydro, this is Christine Carvalho. As we said, as a U23 national team athlete, and then also on the senior team the last couple of years. She placed 8th last year in the champs single. She's training out of Boston and training under Hydro. Bow number 6, Emily Hulskamp from the U.S. National Team Training Center down in Princeton in the yellow hull. And on the buoy line is the Craftsbury Green Racing Project sculler, Michelina Feely. Goes by Mickey. This is her 3rd Head of the Charles appearance. A reminder that the Head of the Charles is one of the events in the Lotman Challenge, a racing series that's been put on to bring out the best scullers on the men's and women's side internationally. It'll be contested in a week or so down in Philadelphia. Bow number 9 right now in the white hull and the white and green unisuit. That's Alex Spalding, a Princeton Training Center athlete, All-American out of the University of Michigan. She's a U23 world champion in the women's 8, Alex Spalding from Craftsbury. Bow number 18, Emily Calfels, a world championship bronze, the U19 world championships. Women's quad in 2015, a very experienced. She rode all 4 years at Princeton in the 1V, and she's doing a crazy job here. Bow number 18, hauling it up through the middle of the pack. She's blown through 7 or 8 scullers already, including bow number 10, the sculler from Coscob, Connecticut, Natalie Reynolds. Bow number 15 now out in front, another Green Racing Project sculler from Craftsbury. This is Jen Forbes. She won gold in the U.S. National Championships in the women's elite single. 13. And bow number 13, the sculler from GB. This is the Molesey sculler, Elo Lewick. Learned to row at Oxford and rode 5 seed in the winning boat race crew.
17 buoy line, 16.
Bow number 17 on the buoy line. That's Catherine McFetridge from Fairmount in Philadelphia. And bow number 16, Brooke Wolford, another sculler from the U.S. National Team Training Center down in Princeton, New Jersey. She rode with Vesper for a bit before going over to the training center. 14. Bow number 14, another sculler from the Oklahoma City High Performance Center. This is Rosemary Kine, a Nashville native. And bow number 11 in the familiar Riverside blue and white stripes. This is Hannah Elder, silver medalist from the Pac-12 championships and has raced many times at the NC2A championship. Bow number 19 in the yellow hull. This is Row House out of Miami, Florida. This is Veronica Toro Arana. She was the women's single sculler from Puerto Rico. She competed for them in the 2019 Pan American Games.
22.
Bow number 22 in this tight pack leads Pauline Bernard from Toulouse University, France.
21.
Bow 21 right behind her, the New York Athletic Club sculler, Charlotte Buck. Bow number 20, unaffiliated, Marley Blue.
23.
And bow number 23, Sydney Michalik, a U23 world champion double in 2018. And the fans here at Cambridge Boat Club will be happy to hear that Jevy Stone currently leads by a 10-second margin over Kara Kohler, and Sicily is behind by some 17 seconds. So currently, Jevy in first place, but we still have some scullers to come. The remaining scullers on the field will be our lightweight singles, so we'll wait to see the official results of the open weight single as we turn our attention to the lightweight singles. This is Emily Schmieg. She was at our 2019 World Championship single sculler. She was a silver medalist in 2018 in the lightweight women's double, and a bronze back in 2017. So Emily Schmieg rowing for the Potomac Boat Club here, but a USA sculler, a strong sculler, age 31. She's opened up quite a gap on the rest of the field already. Bow number 2, quite a ways back, maybe 8-9 lengths of open water, is Michaela Copenhaver, who raced in the lightweight women's quad in 2018 and 2019 at the World Rowing Championships. She's a Berkeley, California native who went to Princeton. She's currently rowing for GMS Rowing in Milford, Connecticut. Bow number 3 in the M-Pocker is Sydney Taylor from Lake Washington, an alumna of St. Andrew's School in Delaware and Williams College out in Western Mass.
Goes 654.
And coming up in a perfect line of 3 in reverse order, this is a sculler from Denmark, Julianne Elander Rasmussen. Is part of the Danish national team since 2001, a 4-time Olympian in the lightweight double. She won the Head of the Charles in this event in 2017, and she's looking to get back on the medal stand. She's blown through bow number 5. Helen Semengo from GMS Rowing in Connecticut, as well as bow number 4, the Canadian sculler, Caitlin Pauls from Ridley Grad. Bow number 7 now from Three Rivers down in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's Christy Bushman. She's a University of Pittsburgh alumni in the sort of dark green hull here, blue headband. She won the intermediate lightweight single and the lightweight double at U.S. Rowing Nationals this past summer. And a kind of a tight pack of 3 coming up next behind her. Bow number 9, another sculler from Hydro, a Brazilian champion as a junior. This is Sofia Valente Camara. She was first at Henley Women's Regatta in the lightweight double this year, so a strong sculler for Hydro, the rowing video program. And 11 follows her, Sophia Lewis. And 8, a Riverside sculler, Kara Twist. Bow number 16, hauling it up from the middle of the pack. That's the Detroit Boat Club, Mary Wilson. Bow number 17 now approaching. Bow 17 is Alexandra Morse. Rowed lightweight at Princeton for all 4 years and was the U23 lightweight sculler in 2012 and 2013. Also did a bit of coaching there. Bow number 19 now, the German sculler from Cologne, Pia Otto. She won the U23 lightweight single in the Mannheim Regatta this summer. Just 19 years old. Several championships already under her belt. She actually was 3rd in the women's lightweight 4s some years ago at the Head of the Charles, but she's taken to sculls in this regatta at just 19 years old. Let's give her a round of applause as the German sculler comes through the Elliott Bridge. And 12 is the Japanese sculler who has always wanted to compete in this great regatta, and she finally got her entry. She's 29 years old. Ayuko Suzuki, rowing from the Mitsubishi Club from Tokyo, Japan. So she's come a long way for the regatta she's always wanted to be in. Let's make sure we give her a really warm welcome as she goes through that Elliott Bridge. And she's passed bow number 18 there, so she's having a pretty good regatta her first time here. She's passing the Rocky Mountain sculler from Aurora, Colorado. This is Natalie Ormond. And there, although there's a good amount of spacing here as bow number 18 rows solo into the Elliott Arch, nobody else really in sight, but we should have about 4 scullers left in this field. And as we know, it's a race against the clock, so what you see in front of you may or may not be an accurate portrayal of the order of finish. Bow 13 now will approach very far down the Elliott turn now. She's coming just into view of the camera angle here. This is the Sanka sculler from Sarasota, Florida. This is Jennifer Zvitko. She rows for Nathan Benderson Park's Masters team, her first appearance on the head of the Charles, and she gets to row on the home course of the 2017 World Championships. It's a new venue in the U.S., well, fairly new, and it says since it hosted so many championship regattas, it really is a world-class venue. If you ever get a chance to compete in an event down there, go ahead and take advantage of that opportunity. It's a wonderful staff that they've got down there. Rowing is really exploding down in Florida, and what better place to do it than Nathan Benderson Park? It's a great place. All right, I still think we may see a few scullers. There's a few that have not come by, according to my notes, but we'll see. Once again, we want to thank all of our volunteers. Thousands of hours and thousands of people come together to make this event so great. So you folks down here on the CBC dock, all of you referees hiding in the bushes, all of you safety marshals down on the dock, making sure everybody is able to complete the course. We really appreciate it. We couldn't do anything without you. And big hats off to all of our volunteers at the head of the Charles Regatta. All right, and rowing solo here, but looking pretty great. we've got our own USA mixed leg, trunk, and arms 4. Now, it's actually called the PR3-4, but this is our Paralympic team training for Tokyo in 2020. They were silver medalists at the 2019 World Rowing Championships, coxed by Karen Petrick, stroked by Danny Hansen, a Rio silver medalist, Charlie Norden in the 3 seat, a graduate of Gonzaga. John Tangway could not make it, so he's got a substitute for John Tangway. And Allie Riley from the University of Rhode Island, also a silver medalist from the 2019 World Championships. These could be the folks on the medal stand in Tokyo. They're rowing solo, uncontested in this event, but they're making the most of it as they charge through the Elliott Bridge. Great job by all those athletes. These athletes have eligibility for the Paralympic Games based on a physical or visual impairment. They've been chasing Great Britain for several years, and they are looking to gain some ground and overtake them. They're a fabulous crew coached by Shayla Donahoe, who also coaches the University of Rhode Island. I had the pleasure of coaching those athletes the last 5 years before Shayla took over the reins, and we have high hopes for Tokyo, so give them a round of applause. Coming up next will be a slight variation on the Paralympic division. This is called the Inclusion 4. We've got 3 crews. Inclusion is a way to bring athletes with and without disabilities into competition with one another. So there'll be 50% of each boat will have a qualifying disability and 50% will not. The inclusion races have really taken off at the head of the Charles. We see only 3 4s in this particular event, but tomorrow morning they will also open the day with 18 inclusion doubles. So a really fantastic showing of people with and without disabilities. Great way to bring the community together and row inclusion. It's going to be a very exciting race, as some of the athletes in these inclusion events may well be competitors for Tokyo in 2020 or even in 2024. So we hope you come out and watch. It's an early morning row, but you've got some great competition. The next event will be featuring 2 crews from Community Rowing. Community Rowing is home to the U.S. National Team Training Center for the Paralympic team. So the club program at Community Rowing, as well as the national team and Paralympic team training out of Community Rowing. Huge shout out to the coaches there, Beth Knoll and Tom West, who have really done a great job bringing forward so many great athletes. We won several medals at the World Championships this past summer in both the Olympic and the non-Olympic event. And you'll see some of those rowers out here this afternoon. Beginning in bow number 1, which looks like it may be coming around the corner now. Bow number 1 will feature Andrew Wygren, who is in the PR3, also known as leg, trunk, and arms formerly, the PR3 men's pair last year. He's rowing with Kyle Smith, who placed second at Canadian Henley this year in the PR3 category. They're teaming up with Community Rowing rowers Miriam Ward and Sydney Dolmeyer, and coxed by the manager of the CRI para and military programs, Rafi Teva. And this is indeed bow number 1, look to be really opening it up on the other crew from CRI, as well as the bow number 3 Western Reserve crew. So Andy and Kyle are rowing in the middle pair here. Andy and Kyle will be training hard for Tokyo, both of them rowing for Community Rowing. Looking very clean and composed. Here's a great race, a great line by Cox and Rafi Teva. Let's give them a big round of applause as they head toward the final turn of the regatta. Nobody else in sight. That's such a good feeling. It's fun to have the competitors side by side, but when you go through a bridge with no one else in sight, you know that victory is most likely yours, and that's a great feeling. Congratulations to the CRI Inclusion 4. And we're just having a little bit of a delay in getting some results. We're looking at trying to get the time for that PR34, that para-national team, as well as the splits for the mixed inclusion 4. We hope to have those up for you shortly. So our other inclusion 4s are still on the race course, about midway through for one of them, but this looks to be the second entry for community rowing in the inclusion 4. This will be Matt McLaughlin and Tom DeShulo. They're members of our inclusion program, our open para program. They've been racing together in both sculling and sweep events for several years. They're teamed up today with Julia Malloy and Ian Wright. So that's their inclusion 4, Matt and Tom, rowing with CRI's para program, teaming up with Julia Malloy and Ian Wright. Now, Matt also had raced the inclusion double several times and finished first, I think, in the inaugural year. So Matt McLaughlin has rowed this course several times. Tom DeShulo, not so many times as Matt, but they're both doing a great job. They are the middle pair in this boat. So as we said, the mixed inclusion 4, 2 men, 2 women, 2 people with Paralympic or with disabilities eligible, and 2 without. So inclusion means inclusion. Men, women, all in together. There we go. Let's get some noise going on the bridge. Matt and Tom looking nice and strong, rowing together, staying nice and long. The end pair really keeping a good pace for them. Good to follow. Perfect line through that bridge. Well rowed, community rowing. And we've got one more 4 still out on the course. We know that they are well past the Weld Boathouse right now, so we know they're well underway. This Western Reserve crew, they were first at the head of the Cuyahoga and first at the head of the Ohio last year. So it's really exciting to see that inclusion rowing is taking off across the regatta circuit all over the country. Even internationally, they've started to add some of these inclusion events. If you don't have a standalone para rowing or adaptive rowing program, it can be a good way to get everybody involved and everybody included and everybody getting the enjoyment of competing in a regatta like this. So we're looking forward to seeing the Western Reserve 4, Patricia Lebov, Andrea Marley, Caleb McKinsey, and Bonnie Meyer. And they have visual impairments, and they will be racing as hard as they can to go and meet their beautiful black lab guide dogs waiting for them at the finish line. So if that's not motivation for you, I don't know what is. But we see an aerial view with the chase launch, so that maybe assume that they will be coming through soon. All right, and once again, would love to thank all of our sponsors, volunteers, friends, family, fans, supporters, safety officials. It's been a great day one of racing at the head of the Charles Regatta. We will be looking for the final crew of the entire day of Saturday to come through this spot. All right, and just coming into view, we do see the blades of Western Reserve. They're doing a very nice job on the course here. Let's really cheer them on so they can charge it home. It's a purple and green jerseys. Western Reserve out of Cleveland, Ohio. They've got a pontoon attachment, which you may see in many adaptive events. That just gives a little added stability for the athletes. So you see they've got a stern cox, so that coxswain has a good line of sight. Many of the other boats you've seen today are a bow cox. This is a stern cox with a coxswain in the stern. Bow number 3. And you see the pontoon attachments on the middle seats there, the 2 and the 3 seats. And that just gives that stability so that the athletes can really lean out and perform and not have such an unstable row. And it really helps a lot of people get on the water. So let's give them a big round of applause. Western Reserve, Inclusion 4. Let's go, Western Reserve. As we said earlier, first place from the head of the Cuyahoga and the head of the Ohio. This is their second year at the head of the Charles. We're really glad you're back. We wish you a great row. Keep hauling on it all the way through the bridge. You're almost there, Western Reserve. Well done.